Game on.
Look at the camera, the lights, and the action. Look at the plan, look at the reaction. Look at the way that we taking advantage. You see me now look at me vanish. I see the look in your eyes. It be the look of surprise. That's just a part of the game. You gotta look for the prize.
That was one for the cameras, wasn't it?
Look at the way that we handle it.
I like your style, eh?
I win!
Takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Barcelona and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's the penultimate day of the main event. We are down to the final 2 tables. By the end of today, we will be down to the final table. 16 will become 6. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
I'm back. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me. 2
more days of coverage, today and tomorrow. Remember, we're live tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time to crown a new champion on the EPT. Look forward to hearing from you over the course of today and tomorrow. Use the live chat on Twitch or YouTube. Post on X. Alternatively, check out the content we have for your viewing pleasure on our Facebook and Instagram pages. So before we get into the detail about day 6, let's talk about what happened on day 5. Just 32 players took their seats as we approach the business end of the main event. Andre Akari continued to run hot. He hit not 1, but 2 Miracle River cards to keep his dream alive.
It is not looking good for Andre Akari. River card is a jack!
Oh my goodness.
EPT London 2013 champ Robin Ulatalo made it through the day with a healthy stack.
You save the money, unless you make the bluff.
And Simon Witziak stole the show at the feature table, bagging a monster stack of 15.7 million. So the final 16 are spread out across our 2 feature tables. On the secondary table, we have Irish Open finalist Carl Shaw. We have the last remaining former champion, Robin Ulatalo. And we have the player who is #1 on Estonia's all-time money list, Markku Koplimaa. Blinds 40-80, still have 14 minutes to play of level 28 before we roll straight into level 29. Up on the main stage, we do have the short stack, Andre Akari from Team Pro. We have the qualifier, the dentist, Mercier Fluter. And we have the monster stack of Simon Witziak, playing nearly 16 million, nearly 200 big blinds. And to put things in perspective, average stack right now is just shy of 4 million. 4 times average, not bad, Nick.
Not bad at all. Looking really, really good. He's got to be feeling super confident coming into day 6.
Let's check out the players as they arrived this morning at Casino Barcelona. Andre Akari very excited, hoping to spin it up, hoping to keep hitting those miracle rivers.
That giant Jesus statue in Brazil is paying off. Chip leader.
That is the last remaining qualifier, Mercier Fluter. And Robin Ulatalo with a new baseball cap for day 6.
The hats are getting louder and louder. I wonder what he's saving for tomorrow.
Everyone is now locked up, 63,250 euros. We start getting to money jumps with every elimination once we're down to the final 10, and you'll notice that we hit the 6-figure scores when we are down to 11. The money gets really big tomorrow. looking at $500,000 for fourth, nearly $1 million for the runner-up, and a top prize in this year's EPT Barcelona main event of close to 1.5 million euros, the single biggest slice of the 10.3 million euro prize pool. Let's look at all of the last 16 in chip order, and you can see now, this puts it into perspective, the advantage that Witsyak has. 15.7, the next biggest stack is 6.6, then the 6 million of Curtis Knight. I mean, Witsyak just has to fold his way to the final table, Nick.
It seems like it. He's got a ton of chips, and that ultra slow structure looking really good.
An uphill battle for Andre Akari ahead with just 8 big blinds. Should point out that the qualifier fluter, Santiago Plante and Marco Koplamar, also not that comfortable right now, all with sub-20 big blind stacks. And yes, 40 minutes left to play at the current blind level before those blinds go up. And looks like we are ready to go. Day 6, the penultimate day of the EPT Barcelona 2023 main event is underway. Blinds are 40,000, 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante. This is hand number 1 of the day at the main feature table. Action starts with Andre Akari. He is under the gun.
8 big blinds. Has to post twice in the next hand.
Oh, wow.
And he has pocket queens, and he is all in.
The last representing Team Pro member. Hashtag Team Pro.
Oh, pocket sevens for chip leader Simon Witsyak. And he calls the all in.
So even with all those chips, you don't try to ISO at all?
Ooh!
What? I guess that's why.
Curtis Knight, the second biggest stack at the table, has pocket tens.
Oh, man, what a weird spot.
Such a weird spot. I mean, okay, I know this is crazy. Can you just call and then hope that no one tries to squeeze the chip leader?
I honestly think that calling would not be the most ridiculous move. It just, I think it really depends where the other short stacks are placed here, Joe, right? Because could this be a trap?
Well, this is going to be a re-raise. Knight is 3-betting with the tens, making it 1.85 million. Let's see if anyone else wakes up with a hand. Looks like Mihai Nishte's folded. Mercia Fluter with Jack-10 of diamonds folds the button. Sidon Stricker folds the small blind. Plante folds the big. So back on Witsyak, who folds the sevens. Showdown. Andre Akari could get a triple up here.
Oh my goodness, this is a huge moment right out of the gates, you guys. First hand in day 6, Team Pro.
And yes, we did see the 10 of diamonds folded. Andre, a 9-1 favorite near enough to get the triple up.
Andre the Giant, let's do it, buddy. Been running real hot last couple days. Can he keep it going?
Doesn't need a miracle this time, just needs to fade 1 for Knight.
At risk, but way ahead.
Oh, yeah. It was the first. 9. First hand of the day. Queen. Oh, that was later. The 9.
The flop.
Oh, yeah, I was there. I was there all day, yeah.
Has a queen on it.
GG.
Looking good for Andre Akari. Looking real good now. Knight with just 2% equity. Running cards required. It's over on the turn. And Andre Akari has gone from 9 big blinds to just shy of 30 big blinds.
Brasil.
Still want the button somewhere else?
Give me that button. I gotta be the big blind. I don't care about it.
Vamos Brasil. Primeira mão triplicada.
I don't give a fuck about the big blind.
Que começo. Bora.
I mean, guys, in one single hand, he's gone from our shortest stack up to about a middle of the field now. Right in the middle, he's got about average now. What a great way to start day 6 for Team Pro. Let's do it.
Don't exaggerate, Nick. Half average. Half average.
Half average.
Yeah.
However, one of the nicest guys in poker and a finalist in this event from 2017 is back in contention. A great result for Andre on the very first hand of the day. Not sure we can deliver that level of drama with every single hand. chip leader Simon Witziak back in action here. Ace-4 suited under the gun, raises. It's made it 160K. Round to the button, João Siddenstricker, the other Brazilian at the table. And now, Plante in the small with ace-3. And Andre, 9-8 off.
What did he say about the big blind? You want to repeat that, Nick?
Yeah, under these circumstances, having just won that pot, just deciding whether or not he wants to defend. I think 8-9 is definitely good enough to call versus the pure min raise. It is from under the gun, but I think with those chips now in stack, with the addition of the chips from the previous pot with the queens, he's got more bullets. And wow! Oh,
flops it.
He
just
only
flops the straight away.
He only cares about the big blind when he flops the nuts, and there you go. That's a good one.
Checks to Witziak, who doesn't have a lot of equity here, has ace high, backdoor hearts working for him.
I think the rest of these countries might want to consider putting up a gigantic statue of Jesus.
Witziak continues for 150,000. A just call spot, Nick?
Oh, man. I think very likely just a call spot. I think he's shallow enough where he's not going to struggle to get the chips in on later streets, but that's what he's calculating now. It could really go either way. I think versus under the gun, you're going to run into some big hands, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some check raising here too. And unfortunately, just doesn't have enough of the hand there to continue. I appreciate that move, though. I think that's probably going to be really, really good as well.
So Andre Akari chips up to over 2.5 million, now has 32 big blinds, is fourth in chips at this table. The two shorties on the main stage are Santiago Plante, who's been a chip leader for most of this tournament, and Mercia Fluter, who is the qualifier, a dentist by trade, who is in this tournament for just 27 euros and has declared that if he wins first prize, he is going to buy himself a McLaren.
Oh, wow. So just the one McLaren then?
Well, we were trying to calculate yesterday whether you could even afford a McLaren for 1.5 million. Apparently you can, but like the entry-level ones. They're about 300K.
I have a McLaren keychain.
Well, here is Fluter, folding the 9-6 off. Siddenstricker in the cutoff, king 9 of clubs.
Should we offer like the conversion when people buy in? They're like, how much is first going to be this year? You go, oh, it's about 1.4, 1.5. Also 5 McLarens.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Someone at the feature table is a little bit poorly.
Take your pick.
I'm going to consider riding them faders. As we see Siddenstricker open here to 160,000. Andre Akari,
oh my goodness,
has basically started the day with queens, defended his big blind with 9-10 and flopped to straight, 8-9 and flopped to straight, and now has 8s in the small blind, has the snowmans, num-num, just calls here, and Witziak now priced in to call with a decent range of hands. Queen 9 off?
Sure, absolutely.
You know, I saw Andre talking with the CEO of PokerStars in the lobby a couple nights ago. Just what in the hell did he say?
Shout out to Kevin, yeah. Pulled some strings.
That was a hell of a pep talk.
6-5 deuce, 8 still ahead. Andre near enough a 70% favorite in this three-way pot.
It's a 6-high flop, pretty good for 8s. Feeling pretty confident about this situation.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor, who has not a lot.
I would be tempted to check back here if I was Siddenstricker. It just feels like a flop that really likes the small blind, really likes the big blind, and it's getting better for the 8s. Not only still the best hand, but now the opportunity to draw into a straight. In fact, it's a straight that would improve both Queen 9 and King 9 as well, guys. And 9 on the river would be a very nice little situation for Mr. Akari.
All right, kill pot. Now, Nick, what you said previously, that he was short stacked and now almost average, that becomes truer and truer with every hand dealt. Andre now has 3/4 average.
There we go.
And it's going to be pretty tough to have average when one player has 4 times average.
Yeah, I got a little bit overexcited there. It wasn't anywhere near average. However, I was so excited to see Team Pro stacking up. It was manifestation, Jerry. That's what it was. It was manifesting for our friend and Team Pro member, Andre Akari.
I mean, he could go 4 for 4. We just had 3 in a row.
And just like that, Andre Akari is the EPT champion. Yep. Oh, now it's going to come true.
What a start to Andre after 3 hands. It's gone from 8 bigs to nearly 40 bigs.
Oh, no Andre. Boring.
So folded to Witsiak in the small blind. Raises big, 350,000. We are still at the 40-80 blind level for another 3 minutes.
I love this. You want to peel with 9-7? No problemo. You got to pay a lot.
Yep, blind v blind, you definitely want to have some bigger sizes. Of course, you want to actually give your opponent a price where they can fold. When you have absolute position, blind v blind there, Joey, you're just going to be allowed to play pretty much every combination if you're raising too small, right? So when you're stealing, you want to size up.
Witsiak steadying the ship there. I mean, the guy started the day with nearly 200 big blinds. He lost a few, and now he's only got 182 big blinds.
He's really suffering.
I mean, this is the lowest we've seen him all day today.
Imagine losing a few pots at this stage in the tournament and still being the monstrous 182 big blind stack that is. Oh, man.
So 2 tables in action. The final redraw of the tournament takes place when we're down to 9. That's when all remaining players take seats on the main stage, but we will continue today until we are down to 6. Do not expect it to be a quick day, by the way. And inevitably, and we saw this with the Estrellas main event at the start of this festival, once you get to the point where there is a pay jump with every elimination, that's when things really start to slow down.
If things do slow down at some point, excuse me, I have a hypothetical I want to throw your guys' way. You can hear a little congestion over here. I had an interesting situation come up last night. You want it now? You're looking at me like you want it now.
I thought you were going to...
I'm just saying if things slow down. They haven't slowed down yet.
Okay, fine. Sorry. I thought you were going to tease what was going to happen if things slow down.
Well, that was it. That was the tease.
You're such a tease, Joe.
Ponte raising with ace-6. Queen 10 for Mihai Nishte.
$160, yeah?
And he defends his big blind. So Plante, the effective stack here, 11 bigs behind as these two go to the flop. Our flop is ace, king, queen. So it's top pair versus bottom pair.
Flop a queen and it's bottom pair. Woof.
Plante has $1.2 million in live earnings. Cash, the 25K high roller at the PCA this year, came 14th. Over 76 grand.
Varsity close to city.
Yep, seems like a flop you're going to see bet as a bluff a lot, so I don't see why you would want to miss a bet here with ace-6. Tons of stuff you get action from here. Unblocking spades as well. Unblocking straight draws.
And all of the weird kings and queens that are going to feel the need to defend against a fairly late raise are going to come along for the ride.
Yeah, absolutely mandatory. 7 of hearts, no change. Ace-6 still the best hand. I'd love to see a size up here now. So the effective stack is niche day, 18 big blinds. Something in the region of 350, 360K, I think would be nice.
I love
from the player in position.
So I don't watch TV anymore about.
Excuse me, plant is the effective stack, 9 big blinds. I had that wrong.
Yeah.
So under these circumstances, could go even smaller. Yep, there you go. That makes more sense. As he's much shorter here, he's going to pick a size that protects his hand, gets a little bit of value on the turn as well, but also allows him to ship river if necessary, and that is going to do it. Nice work there. My bad on the call, guys, but you can see how the stacked up there is going to heavily impact your turn sizings, and I'd like to see that from Plant.
Well, he's now drawn level with Nishde, 17 big blinds apiece. Mercia Fluta is now the short stack at the table with 13 bigs.
Okay. Okay.
And the blinds are going up. We are now playing level 29 of the main event. 50,000, 100,000 with a 100K big blind ante. So what I was just saying about stack sizes, 14 bigs for Plante and Nishde, 11 bigs for Fluta.
You own esports team?
Yeah.
Is it fun?
It's amazing. It's great.
You have scouts also?
We have.
Yeah.
The cinema of love.
I was about to say, that seems right in your wheelhouse.
Translated, cinema la love. 2 L's.
In the words of Erasure, ooh l'amour.
My Asia.
Andre Kari raising with King Queen, and Nishde shoving from the small with 9s.
1.5. 1,450. You can count it exactly.
No, don't worry.
14.7 big blinds.
Less. 1,440.
And you don't have to be dominated here, do you, for Nishde to shove from the small?
Absolutely not. I think this is close. I think you probably want to err on the side of caution here, generally speaking, at this stage in the tournament.
Okay.
I think I'd like to see a fold here. If we're earlier in the tournament and the stacks are such, you probably just raise call. That's fine. But at this point,
how many?
We have a memo for the tech team
games
from D3X Drive watching on YouTube.
Oh boy.
They should have the technology to detect loud cough-like noises on microphones and temporarily mute them.
We have a.
Ooh. Can we make that happen overnight?
Oh, like a minority report kind of thing, where like a precog in a swimming pool just goes like, has like a little, what is it, like a little brain pellet falls out that says someone's going to cough at 11:17 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah.
T-shirt that she did.
All right, well, we'll get on it.
I don't think we'll have it in place in time for the final table tomorrow.
By the way.
if we could get that for Cyprus, that'd be great, though, guys, because it's just bringing the whole production down. It's outrageous behavior.
Here's what I have to say to that, by the way. You're picked. See that one coming?
No, my
that's what I'm saying.
You guys didn't buy the audio equipment with cough detection?
Performance and content. Create content.
I mean, sure, we can gate the microphones, which means you'll never hear anything they say ever.
These mics don't have PCD,
It's nice.
precog,
play StarCraft, but
precog cough detection.
a lot, but before it went, it used to be, if you remember, what cyber games before.
I'm friend of Elke, you know that?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
So action's been folded here to Van Marcus, who is going to shove small to big, effectively putting Fluta all in, but he folds.
Yeah. It was amazing. But I'm speaking about 2004, that period.
It does beg an interesting question, though, James, that last comment.
Yeah.
I think they've earned it.
My game was totally crashed like.
I think Chat Pro Saturday.
No.
You remember dial up?
Yeah.
They've been pretty
I
good.
wanted to check the score.
Look, you know me.
I'm not seeing.
I'm
I wanted
harsh
to
but
check the
fair.
score of the hockey game, and it took 2 hours to load the page.
But you can do it on teletext if you remember on the TV. It has a button and it shows the score.
No, but there was no TV in that house.
Ah, okay.
So I had to like unplug the phone, plug my dad's laptop. It took 2 hours to load the page, and we lost.
I'm so glad that we've got people watching who clearly know more about how TV is produced than the experienced TV production team we have working on this. Core 73Z. The live action will have a 7-second delay for TV, and in 7 seconds you can mute the cough. What the hell are you talking about?
There's actually more like a 14-month delay. And yes, on TV, we can cut the coughing out. But this isn't TV! This is a live stream! Thank you for your comment.
It's not a radio phone-in show. I don't have a delay switch in case someone swears or says something racist.
Joey.
Unfortunately, it is Chat Pro Saturday, so
It is not. I'm not letting this happen. I'm not letting this happen.
It's got to be Chat Pro Saturday. Come on.
God damn it, I've been outvoted.
Yeah.
Nick Walsh, thank you for not taking my side. It seems that Chat Pro Saturday is a thing. Raksha, Tom, Ed, I'm sorry. Blame the other two. I tried to stop it. I got outvoted. I respect democracy. 2-1. I lost.
They've been pretty well behaved, really, in the grand scheme of things.
And as the first official Chat Pro comment of the day, Edwin on YouTube says, you need to change the blue graphic stack sizes to another color to read easier. Totally agree. How about black?
Good shape when you get called.
Thank you for your comment.
And good price.
How many employees has the team?
Good price, 35 bigs.
Yeah. Yeah, that's...
Don't make me regret it, chat. Behave yourselves.
But there's a lot of similarities between poker and esports.
Kane, who says you should just have a button where you can mute the mic quickly when you notice a cough. That's a great idea. Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
I'm not sure I can get through today.
Hire a person to do nothing but live cough removal. Totally seems like a reasonable use of resources. Agreed. Thank you for your comment. Wait, he's going from 200,000 to 2 million raised? That's a 10x raise. Wait, that one actually is correct.
No, any tournament.
Any tournament?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't believe you.
Yeah, for sure.
Paziak here.
If it was suited, probably
is going to open for the min. We do have the human calculator level. Button is folding. Oh, hello. So 35 big blinds here for Seidenstreaker. And an opportunity to put in a little cheeky squeeze.
I do love a good squeeze.
No, doesn't want to play, understandably so. That's fine as well. I think if you are going to enter that pot, you're going to be 3-better folding, really, with the ace-10 off. But we are going to a flop. Both players have very pretty hands.
7-4 tray on the flop. Queen high still ahead.
Yeah, the drink. Thank you. Just over.
So Paziak is just debating whether or not to put in a bet here on the flop. 650K. And he's just going to do a straight 4. I like the sizing here. It's really denies your opponent the opportunity to float light. And I think you just want to one and done that flop with that kind of a combination unless you pick up equity on the turn.
Mute. Shoot, I missed it.
When we said hire someone, didn't think they were going to give Joe the responsibility. You got no chance of that happening. We did have a bad lookalike earlier on for chip leader Simon Witziak. Apologies, I can't remember who sent this in. Johnny Knoxville.
No.
Wait, Chat Pro Saturday. Great suggestion. Never really thought of it that way. Thank you for your comment.
Van Marcus.
Get in the van.
Raising with kings. Round to the button, and Side the Stricker's got jacks.
Ooh, baby.
So Marcus is the effective stack here, guys. 22 big blinds. I don't see how this doesn't just go all in right here, right now, pre-flop. This is a hijack open, so not particularly early. We are obviously a full table as well. So it's going to be 3-bet. It's going to probably be jam. And I think we're probably going to see this all in pre.
Bet is to 650,000, and
Whoa.
now we have aces. All we need now is for Andre to wake up with queens in the big blind. Actually, we don't, because I don't want to see Andre go broke here.
I'd prefer that not happen.
Commentator cursed. Not a thing here. Come on.
1 million.
If I woke up with aces here, I would be laughing so hard. I'd be like, wait, what? There was a raise and then a 3-bet, and I have 8. I'm all in.
Oh, man. What a cold deck from Marcus here.
Nick?
Yep.
Fold kings?
Never.
Good.
What if you were covered?
Never.
What if you were covered and the guy said that he had aces?
I'd be calling even faster. Okay, how about this, Joe?
Yeah.
What if
Yeah.
instead of the all-in coming from Plant, it came from Joe Stapleton? Yes, snap fold kings every single time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do get the shove from Marcus. Jacks, get out of the way.
And I believe I have 30 seconds.
Okay, so we're keeping it to one time bank when you're in this situation.
Ah, yes, of course, because Plante did leave himself 80k behind. We are on a pay jump right now.
I actually should have. I was thinking about doing.
You've just been told, no speech plays. Shut up.
If I called you, so now you still fold.
There's the call.
Right, okay, well, this looks like a great double-up spot
If you do
for one-time chip leader Santiago
I
Plante.
I got positivity running during this event, so I think I feel a black king is going to go.
I would hope it would be a black king.
Manifesting.
Otherwise, we're all in big trouble.
Manifesting.
If it's red, we're going to have to shut it down for a while.
What were you waiting for? Was there an all-in somewhere else?
I mean, we're directly on a 10k pay jump, so I would take the free 30 seconds just in case.
I like it.
I would love to hear Plante explain high sticking.
Gonna run the board. The queen high flop. Now you wish Andre had woken up with queens.
And you do want to hit a black king, but probably the king of clubs if you were choosing.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
It's going to have to be a king on the river for Van Marcus. 2 cards for Santiago Plante to fade on the river.
Snap.
And that is going to be more than a double up for Santiago.
1, 2.
He's going to have 33 bigs now.
All right, so here's my hypothetical. let's say you went to your room last night, you weren't feeling great, so you decided to order some spicy ramen.
I was
some soup.
Yep.
You know, clear out your sinuses.
Yeah.
And you go downstairs, you're not feeling great, you go downstairs.
Oh, you weren't folding.
That's what you can do.
You weren't folding to him.
Is this yours?
No, to him no.
No, of course.
After this action,
Yeah,
sure.
not fold.
Just for
Jack
him.
came.
Huh?
Jack came.
Yeah, you have jacks.
No, there was no jack on the board.
No,
Think
there's
about
no
Andre
jack.
maybe just calling sometimes and letting this guy in as well.
No.
No,
No? Why?
Because I'm not the fish.
because there's no side pot, so like
Yeah, but
he's never gonna bluff it off.
You can come over the top of me again.
And if you call that,
Yeah, if I'm drunk, I
it's so
can.
scary, you know.
Yeah, like
Yeah, but then it's gonna left any flop is gonna go in anyway.
no, but you just don't want to let him see through equity if he's gonna fold
The best way to get his shit
Is to shove.
is shoving.
Is to yeah.
Yeah, and if you don't,
Call is bitches there.
yeah.
You need to, I believe, that you have his king.
Sorry, I didn't know they were
This
going to be so
king will not
chatty. We'll
fold.
do this
King will
later.
shove.
Too much strategy.
By the way, when I read this comment from YouTube, I want to remind you that you enabled this, Stapleton.
Yep.
Sorry.
Lara says you should have a mute button for Joe, the most annoying person.
Oh.
Oh.
And what do you say to that comment?
All in.
All in.
Appreciate it.
You didn't set him good luck last time.
I didn't wish him good luck.
How was your inner tension last time?
Not so bad.
Not so bad, huh? 4, 5.
I'd say a solid 5, yeah.
All in to call
But not even
for the
that.
qualifier.
I have sweated more in all-in on level 1 of the big 109 before in my life. I don't know why. Somehow.
By the way, the chat pro stuff only applies to the poker.
No, I completely agree with what they're saying, Joe.
Let's be clear about that. It's about the poker analysis.
I believe the goalposts are being moved during the
It has
halftime
never
period.
been you get to say whatever you want about people in the booth or else or on the table. It's chat pro.
Oh, how the tables have turned.
It's not free for all toxicity.
It's not hurt Joe Stapleton's feelings
That's
Saturday.
right. Exactly.
That's a normal day of the week. So raise and take it for Van Marcus. 20 minutes into this blind level, still 70 minutes to run before we take the first break of the day, and still 16 players. Seen a fair few double ups.
Like if I called, he was gonna come
No
in
bust
for
outs yet.
And,
I think he wouldn't.
All right, so
I gotta try to make a 5-pot happen, you know.
Yeah.
you get your soup delivered.
Yep.
You're not feeling great. You go down and you get it. You trudge back up to your room. You get there. You unpack it all. You go to eat, and you realize they've given you no utensils. No spoon, no chopsticks, no fork. You got a big old bowl of soup with noodles and meat, and vegetables. What do? Do you call room service and you say, hey, can you bring me a fork? Even though you didn't order room service, so it's kind of really not on them to bring you a fork. And if the person does bring you a fork, do you tip on that? Okay, there's one. Do you go back downstairs, try to scare up a fork, another restaurant, but remember, you're not feeling great.
How much?
Okay, hold on.
850?
I think.
850, right?
You're of Romania.
You're of Romania. All right. So, Nick, what do you do? What do you do in this situation?
Okay, so as an individual that eats an absurd amount of takeaway, including when we're on these trips, this has happened on several occasions.
Yeah.
I almost always revert to using the teaspoon that comes with the free tea and coffee
Ooh.
set. And that has always steered me good.
That's a great idea. Now, I will say, normally I keep like a wrapped up cutlery in my backpack for this exact situation.
Hold on a second, Joe. We've just gone across to the secondary feature table where we have got Carl Shaw versus Oshri Lakhmani. Lakhmani here with top pair, betting, but Shaw has turned a flush. 440,000 the bet. And that might just kill Shaw's action. A fourth spade on the river.
Kill Shaw's action, save Lamani's day.
Marcabani, a player with 350K in live earnings. Came 115th in the World Series of Poker main event back in 2021. As we've referenced a few times already today, Carl Shaw made the final table of the Irish Open main event this year, came 7th. You may also recognize him from the rail of an EPT champion. He was there supporting Ian Hamilton when he won EPT London last year.
How cool. So we've got the guy from the Fast and Furious sweating the race car driver.
Yes.
Okay, so I am really regretting Chat Pro Saturday already because all these people are saying, oh, it's soup, you just drink it. Has no one ever eaten ramen before?
Yeah, I'm starting to regret it too now. The hypothetical was that he didn't have utensils, guys. That was the whole point.
So let's say to spoon him after.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nick, smart. I usually keep one in my bag, but I've already used it on this trip from another time where I didn't get utensils, so I didn't have time to replace it. James, what do you do?
I called the front desk and asked for utensils.
You asked for a fork from the front desk.
Yes, I do.
I can't do it.
Okay, if I can rewind a little bit here too, Joe.
Yeah.
What's the point in saying in the beautiful Arts Hotel, if you have to go down and collect it yourself, you just tell them to send it up to your room when it arrives?
Oh, yeah, no, I go meet the delivery driver outside so they don't have to, like, park and come up.
Okay, now, I'm with you on that because I feel bad, but under those circumstances, I think with you feeling a little bit under the weather, you could have just, you know.
No, I'm not judging anyone else. They have a hard enough job as it is. I try to make it as easy as possible on them.
I'm the guy that walks downstairs in my own house to collect the food.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, this person delivered on a bicycle.
The point still stands that I think you can legitimately call the front desk and ask whatever the hell you want.
Does anyone want to guess on what I did?
I almost don't want to know.
I didn't use my hands. That's the first guess. Rodriguez in position, ace-queen suited against an under-the-gun raise. We'll get some more guesses in after this hand.
While Rodriguez responds by moving all in, and action will soon be back on Weigel, assuming both blinds fold, which they do. By the way, neither of you gets to have any regrets about Chat Pro Saturday. You knew exactly what you were in for. I tried to warn you. I tried to be the voice of reason here. You did not listen to me.
I just didn't think it would be ramen that we died on, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Jeez. Okay, dyslexic potato. If you're eating ramen and it's not soup-based, you're doing it wrong, dude. What are you talking about?
Why are you listening to someone whose name is Dyslexic Potato? We're coming back to the feature table. Hand in progress.
Oh, boy, that's a lot of chips in the middle.
Yeah, we've gone to the river here, so let's recap the action. It was Plante who opened from the hijack, raised to 200,000 pre, got called by Nishtay in the big blind. Nishtay check-called the flop for 140K, check-called the turn for 415K, has checked the river, has the best hand still.
Not only has the best hand still, but rivered a very strong hand, especially on this board. There's not a lot to be afraid of with your trips. And with Plante betting flop and turn, Nishta really laying the groundwork here. What?
Gets shoved off, snap calls, and is going to get the double up.
Year of Romania.
Year of Romania, indeed.
We just referenced the fact that Santiago had that amazing boost and was back up to like nearly 40 bigs. Well, now he's down to 15 bigs. Meanwhile, Mihai Nishta playing 36 bigs.
Heck yeah.
So we've now got 3 short stacks on the main stage. Plante with 15 big blinds, Van Marcus with 12 bigs, and Mercia Fluter with 11 bigs.
Nishta was one of the short stacks moments ago, but no longer.
Cascap thinks you may have used your tweezers from your washback.
I do have tweezers. I didn't do that. I didn't use a coat hanger. I did briefly consider using 2 pens as chopsticks, but I figured that if they had been like the long single piece tube, I might have gone for it, but most of my pens are like multiple pieces.
The clicky pens.
Yeah, so I just figured that wouldn't really work. The person who said I used my right hand as chopsticks and my left hand as a spoon, that is creative. I didn't do that.
That's actually amusing. I like that comment.
Did you just gulp it down, like just try and do like a drinky slurpy thing?
I took a couple of sips that way because I was quite hungry at the time. What I ended up doing was I went out into the hallway and found a used room service tray, grabbed a fork, washed it in my room.
Oh, my God.
And used that. I was already doing laundry in my sink. Why not just wash a fork next to it?
I'm out here in Barca going, I feel so sorry if that Joe's feeling unwell. You know, it's so... How does he get sick so often when we're on trips like this? And then you tell us a story like that, and it starts to make a lot more sense, buddy.
I washed the fork using the same water they're going to use downstairs to wash it. What's the difference?
I know you are not paying the bill personally, but the price per night that this hotel charges, you are well within your rights to call the front desk and ask them to bring you stuff.
Also, a little bit of confusion in chat. I wasn't suggesting that the delivery driver take it up to your room. I meant they deliver it to the front desk, and then the front desk
bring it up to the room.
I'm not going to mention the hotel if I expected the guy to come up on an elevator.
No,
that'd be outrageous.
Yeah, that's all of it's reasonable. I'm just a weird person.
No, I feel that way sometimes too, Joe. I don't like.
I
to
did
hassle
take a couple
people.
of French fries too off the room
Stop
service
it! Just stop it, Joe.
tray.
Just stop it.
It was a twofer.
Okay, James Thurgood, Chat Pro Saturday is one thing, but actually referencing physical violence towards people working on this production is just not funny, and you're banned.
Later, James. More like James Thurbad. I did also have an incident where, because I have a tickle in my throat while I was drinking the last of the broth, I coughed while it was happening, and it all went up my nose. And then because it was spicy, it was just burning, and I was just running around my room screaming as soup was coming out of my nose. And I had to snarf water to try to clear it out.
That'll clear your sinuses.
It was one of the most painful things I've ever experienced.
That'll clear your sinuses.
So Andre Akari back in action here, opening with ace-9 of clubs. He has been 3-bet by chip leader Simon Witziak, who has actually slipped a little bit. Look, he's still got a ridiculously big chip lead, but it's not as big as it once was. Let's see how Akari responds to the re-raise.
Andre speculating.
Queen 5-4 on the flop. Ace high still the best hand. Witziak continuing 300K into 1.35 million.
Man, how are you supposed to know that ace high is the best hand here? How are you supposed to know? And he does not know. Luis says ace-9 suited. No other hand has destroyed more lives in poker history.
Well, we spoke to chip leader Simon Witziak before the start of play today. Asked him how he's feeling.
Like 4 average at 16 left. If you would have told me this before, I wouldn't believe you. So yeah, it's a dream, but you know, we have to keep rational. 16 left is still big. You will lose 1 flip or 2, and it can go really fast. So I'm prepared for today to battle again, and yeah, it's a big advantage. This lead will help me to go further, of course. If I lose some bad beats, some flip or have some bad beats, I can handle them. But it doesn't mean that it's already over.
Well, supporting Witziak here in Barcelona is his girlfriend, Hannah. She was out for the first few days of the EPT, then had to go back home for work, but told him, you make it to the weekend, you make it to the final 2 days, I will come back. And she is here again. I expect to see her on the rail later on.
That's cool. That's a soccer player.
He is the soccer player, yes. Played in the French League 2 before becoming an engineer.
So he's a soccer player first.
Yes.
Then he was an engineer.
Correct.
I guess poker is a great way to combine your love of math and kickers.
Nick Walsh smirked. I can confirm there was a smirk. We've got a king 9-5 flop here, all diamonds. So Witziak has solid equity with the jack of diamonds in his hand. Nishta still has the best hand right now with 10s. Queen of diamonds on the turn. So Witziak has the other 2 drawing dead. Of course, from his perspective, Seidenstricker has paired his queen now.
He checked out of turn.
I said check.
Yeah, but he checked out of turn.
Oh, what a tattletale. What a snitch.
2 hands pennant.
Careful, Nishta. Snitches get stitches.
Yeah, true that.
Jeez. It's right up there with the firing squad comment. A stitch in their side from laughing too hard.
Yes,
okay.
Correct.
And how hilarious it is to tattletale.
Oh, that's so funny. Witziak goes for value on the river, 350,000. Nishta folds the 10s. Does this bet get paid off by Seidenstricker, who has got a pair of queens? No, it does not. I know this comes up at least once a day, sometimes twice a day, at every single EPT. But Life Loving says, James, you bring shame to English who invented football by calling it soccer. Take it up with Sky TV, the broadcaster of the sport in the UK, who have numerous programs, including Soccer Saturday.
Thank you.
As we look at the stacks of the 8 players at the main feature table, we have yet to lose a player yet, still at 16, with just under an hour to run at the 5,100 blind level. Average stack right now is 39 big blinds.
do have a couple short stacks here at our feature, though. Plante, 13. Marcus, 12. Flutaire, 8 big blinds, respectively. And a little bit of action here. King Jack suited for knights. Our chip leader having open UTG +1.
That's right, Core 73Z. It's soccer, not football. You are 100% correct.
Wow, someone got it right for once on Chat Pro Saturday. I love how the whole world gets so sensitive about a sport that a kid could come up with. You see, you can't use your hands. You have to kick it around, and you have to kick it in that hole over there. Oh, yeah? What are the other? That's it. No using your hands.
Just a 3-bet and take it for Mr. Knight.
So Curtis Knight is second biggest stack at this table. I think he was third in chips at the start of the day with 54 bigs. Simon Witziak has 3x his stack.
See, you can't hold.
Kings for Knight.
Had only one card.
I've had our fair share of big hands so far today, guys. We see queens versus jacks. Sorry, kings versus jacks versus aces just now. Knight now with the Cowboys.
And of course, we discovered yesterday that Curtis Knight is a professional lacrosse player. So we've got 2 sportsmen on the main stage. One now retired, the other still playing for the Rochester Nighthawks, part of the National Lacrosse League.
It's not lacrosse, it's stick net ball. Net stick ball.
And Curtis Knight is a player with just 10K in live earnings, so this will be his single biggest score ever, regardless of where he finishes. Side and Stricker on the button with deuces, facing this raise from Knight.
You look like a porn actor.
What? Is that what Cinema Lamore is?
You can play in this movie.
Actually, it's freezing. For the first time, it's cool, yeah.
Andre Akari defends his big blind with ace-6. But no ace on the desk. Kings way ahead.
Andre's club no good either.
Sorry, did you do anything? Sorry, check. 6, check.
Seems like a good board to just continue.
And you'd bet full pot here to make sure an ace doesn't come on the turn, right?
No, absolutely not. Yeah, just keeping it pretty standard here. 175. He's going to take it down. I think having the king of clubs there, definitely a card that's particularly interesting to try and get some action from the big blind defend. Takes away some flush draws, takes away some combination straight draw flush draws, but good size, taking it down right then and there. That's a pot going towards our second chip leader here at the featured table.
Noxus asks, is 5,000 euros the entry fee for every player? Yes, it is. And there was a single re-entry allowed. Would highlight that the short stack at this featured table, Mercier Flutaire, is a Romanian dentist who actually qualified online for this tournament. He did not pay 5K. He won his entry via a satellite, paying just 27 euros.
Oh, man, you love to see that. So good for poker. So good for individuals taking the time to try and qualify through some of our satellite programs.
Seidenstricker, ace, jack of diamonds. Opens from the cutoff. Raises to 245,000. Andre Akari also has ace-jack of the off-suit flavor.
I think Andre's just going to be on here, guys. Yep. That's what I would have done too. Seems like a very, very clear insta-profit scenario. Might actually get called here as well. I don't think you're supposed to raise fold versus a jam from this individual, and you will dominate some of those ace combos that are using that blocker as a 3-bet bluff here. I think this is a raise call all day, guys. I think we're going to the races.
How much? 1,705,000.
Yeah, 17 bigs total. I think you just got to go. You're just going to be beating too many shoves from this position.
So what other hands is Andre shoving here, right? 8s, 9s, 10s.
Yep, there's plenty of hands that you're flipping against, but I think there's probably a bunch of suited aces that are 3-bet jamming here as well.
That you're dominating?
Possibly hands like King, Queen. Yep, that seems reasonable as well.
That you're slightly ahead of?
Maybe hands like Queen, Jack suited.
That you're dominating?
Yeah, I mean, that's the key, isn't it, right? When you look at the value of a call, ask yourself, how many combinations do I beat outright? How many of those do I dominate? And that's why, as we get shallower, you see, you know, some small pocket pairs actually becoming significantly stronger in its true value, simply because you dominate smaller pairs that might be all in. Under these circumstances, though, I think you're probably too high up in your range, and from these positions, the small blind, yep, makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so they do have the same hand, and most of the time this is going to end in a chop. However, diamonds for Seidenstricker, 2 flush draws for Andre Akari, but he would need 4 of each suit.
That never happens.
And Akari is officially the at-risk player here. Nine times out of 10, this pot will be divided equally. And that's likely to happen on this occasion. Seidenstricker is now free rolling.
Always a sweat.
Running diamonds.
No diamond.
So this is going to end in a chop, and you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Giada. The Italian chop pot.
It's a different way that Brazilians have to steal blinds. Share blinds in this way.
Teamwork. Same like online.
Exactly.
Don't know why I'm doing this.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to try and reason with the audience. Because I can't help but notice the whole football versus soccer thing is still going on. Look, I'm willing to admit that I love trolling the audience by using the S word, but also, on a serious point, when you are broadcasting to an international audience, a not insignificant percentage of which are in the US and Canada, if you say soccer, everyone knows what you're talking about. If you say football, it means different things to different people. It's shorthand. It's not meant to cause offense. It's just meant to make it very clear what sport you're talking about to people all around the world.
Yeah, like if you're talking about a sport that's exciting and fun to watch versus something that's more boring than watching paint dry.
Oh, my God.
3-5.
I try to get them back on side, and then you decide to tag it. Thank you.
3-6, I think. Like 3-8, and they lost 200.
I should have known better.
Tyler says, however, FIFA, the Federation of International Football Associations. Oh yeah, FIFA? That's your shining example? Wow. Everyone's a huge fan of FIFA. One of the most reputable organizations in the world.
Does Andre Akari find a move here with the suited ace on the button?
I'm aware it's the European Poker Tour, but it's broadcast to an international audience. So much easier just to use one word, and everyone knows exactly what game you're talking about. And I'm now shutting down this conversation. Ooh. I am giving our moderators complete carte blanche to start muting and banning people who will not shut up about this irrelevant subject.
I mean, look, millions of people around the world like soccer, James. I don't think it's irrelevant.
Just a sec, guys. Really, really sick little squeeze going on here from our chip leader.
2.5 to 6.
Finds an opportunity to put the squeeze on a few of the shorter stacks around the table. I mean, everyone's a shorter stack compared to Wozniak, but does Nishte pick up on this and potentially find a way to fire back? Nishte has got about 32 big blinds behind, though, so I think he's kind of handcuffed. Still player stack behind him, too. That's part of the reason why this squeeze just looks so good. The other players got no options here.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure if that might have been a misstep from Andre there, calling in that position, but a little bit wider with the suited ace, but very nice play, and that's why he's managed to accumulate so many chips so far, James. 163 big blinds. The rich get richer.
I'm not that...
More chips for the former soccer player.
Halfway through this level, that means about 45 minutes to go until we have our first break of the day. Are we going to make it all the way through this session, still with 2 tables of 8? Are we going to get through this level without losing a single player? Queen 10 suited for Mercia Fluter, who's down to just 8 big blinds.
A lot of players to get through when you shove under the gun +1 with Queen 10.
Oh, including Curtis Knight in the small blind, who's picked up ace-jack.
Yep. Here's another spot, guys. It's only 8 bigs. Ace-jack going to dominate a bunch of the ace combos that you ship here. Some of the...
Small 3-bet here? Small 3-bet so you don't give a crazy good price to the big blind?
Well, it's not a great price, though. It's still 8 bigs. The remaining player here being Nishte, who's sitting on about 30, so it's a big chunk of his stack. I think a flat's totally fine.
Flat's okay.
Cool.
Yep, I think that's my line too. And then, you know, it's not a situation where Nishte is likely to start turning, you know, a hand into a bluff when there is a player at risk already. So you keep him pretty honest.
Mai bine vine dama direct. 10-le se face primăvară.
So Queen 10 at risk.
Well, there is a jack on the flop. Ace high was already ahead. But Fluter only has 1 live card now instead of 2. Needs to see a queen on the turn. Now needs to see a queen on the river. Or we lose the last remaining online qualifier. What a thing to happen in the year of Romania. Mercia Fluter KO'd in 16th place. Cashes for 63,250 euros. Obviously, a great return on his original investment of 27 euros. Sadly, though, probably not enough money to buy a McLaren.
The EPT Barcelona trophy and the McLaren will not be going back to the fluter.
So we have finally lost a player today, and we're down to 15, and there is now a money jump, 73.5K for the next player out.
Missed an opportunity to use Jazz Flute. Jazz Fluter.
Sorry? One as a big. Yes.
That's right, the Brom. You put a positive spin on it. At least he's got a decent chunk to put towards a second-hand McLaren.
I don't know. I mean, look, he can just upsell people on a bunch of mouth guards and extra fillings they don't need and get that McLaren real quick.
How much placer?
Still have a couple of short stacks. In fact, we've got 3 short stacks at the feature table right now. Van Marcus with 10 bigs. Santiago Plante with 12 bigs. Andre Akari hovering around the 15 big blind mark.
800. Stick it in.
What should we argue about next? First it was whether you could eat ramen without utensils. Then it was about you know what.
Well, you missed out whether or not it's appropriate to eat ramen with a fork at all, and then whether or not ramen was in fact soup at all.
Oh, is ramen soup? Did that come up?
Well, somebody was asking you why you're eating soup with a fork, and I was saying, well, there's other things in the soup. Never mind.
They're looking after them. So they're currently just deciding whether McLarens are overrated.
Yeah, let's move on.
Raise from the chip leader in the hijack. Called by Seidenstricker in the big blind with a dominated hand. Queen 8-5.
Voltback says, next one, is it GIF or GIF? Maybe the most contentious question on planet Earth.
Well, don't forget, guys, we are in a situation where it is, thanks to these two, Chat Pro Saturday. So, for example, when Junza writes, if I was the big blind, I would raise every hand.
Yes.
I have to say, yes, solid.
Correct. Absolutely. It's exactly the kind of thing we like to hear on Chat Pro Saturday. That doesn't bother me at all. When I say, what would you do without chopsticks, and I go, drink it, lol, that tilts me.
Jerry, I should have gone on to say, because you should feel better about this, that they, in fact, don't have spoons with the coffee and tea sets in the rooms at the arts. They're just little stirrers instead.
Okay.
So you could have used the stirrers as chopsticks. That's one of the issues.
I don't think they're
but
like
they look
strong
too
enough.
flimsy. Yeah. So I'm not sure that would have bailed you out.
Okay, I'd like to think I would have thought about the little teaspoon if there had been one.
Right. But that saved me on many occasions.
If I'd had like coins or like a $5 or something, I would have called the front desk for one too, so I could tip the person who came.
I understand.
But I feel bad when people bring stuff to the room and I'm like, see ya.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, hey, you want a tip?
You're so American.
Here's a tip. Untuck the sheets before you get in. You know what I mean? Like, I don't.
Queen 9 for Witsiak, opening under the gun +1.
Like if Chat Pros wanted to weigh in and say that Queen 9 is better than Queen 10 on Chat Pro Saturday, yeah. Exactly the kind of thing we're looking for. My girlfriend does their PR.
Really? Kikkoman. Okay, I'm going to put this to bed right now, guys. One of the most well-regarded soy sauce companies in the world considers ramen to be a Japanese noodle soup. So, you're wrong.
Can't believe we've somehow gone back to ramen.
We're arguing the definition of soup. Seidenstricker using a time bank card with the old ace-8 of hearts. And is shoving for just over 20 bigs. This feels, I'll tell you what, brave. How about that? Let's say brave. Over 20 bigs against an early raise.
Yeah.
Ace-8. If you get called, you're in big trouble.
Just don't get called. That's the trick.
Yeah.
Over to the other table. Ezekiel Weigel versus Robin Ulatalo. And this hand has gone to the river. Ulatalo outflopped his opponent, but domination restoration on the river.
Weigel, hell not.
And Robin with the next in his line of hats. Remember, he has 10 of them. So you get to see a different one every day. Should he make the final table tomorrow, which hat will he choose? But like Mr. Ben when he went to the costume shop. As if by magic, the shopkeeper appeared.
I've told this joke on the air before, Just Fold. Don't steal my bit. I wonder if that's a coincidence or if they remember that.
Not much I can do.
Could be.
I got someone so good with it, too, who thought I was telling a real story.
I don't remember what you told me about that.
Notice that Carl Shaw's been chipping up at the secondary feature table. Close to 10 million now.
Fast 10 million.
Closing the gap between himself and Simon Witziak up on the main stage. Marco Koplemar playing 19 bigs, Jack 8 of hearts.
James, you want to let this one slide on Chat Pro Saturday? You guys got to be pushing 60. I've watched video with your voices from like 2000.
When he says watching videos, he means videotapes, because they were still around in the year 2000.
Look, I joke around a lot about what my age is. This is one's real. I graduated high school in 1999. So,
hey, look, I've been to the year 2000. Not much has changed, but they live underwater. And your great-great-great-granddaughter is still watching reruns of EPT.
Shaw has opened with ace-9. Now will race with ace-10.
all right. This is how Shaw got all those chips, getting people to fold better hands.
Nice. Robin Ulatalo, Queen 10 suited in the small blind.
500? 6 total. 6 total. Thank you. 5 grand.
I guess he knows to expect an all-in from the player to his left. Every once in a while, when there's this much money out there.
Ulatalo flats with the Queen 10. Rachmani folds the big blind, so Ulatalo and Shaw will go heads up to the flop.
Some ASMR card shuffling.
Our flop is King 6 deuce with just the one heart. Bet of 160,000 and a fold. It wasn't just chip leader Simon Witziak who we spoke to before the start of play. We also caught up with Robin Olatalo, going for his second European Poker Tour main event title here in Barcelona.
Yeah, this is just unreal. I mean, you play these EPTs for 12 years now or something, and barely made it top 100, and besides for the one I won and one final table, but you just have to grind it out and make the most out of the situation that you put yourself in. I obviously get nervous still in these spots, even though I made final table before and been in this situation. But I think if you don't get nervous, then you're not here, and then you're not gonna play your best. It's how you turn your nervousness into something good. That's what you make of it.
Rubinho's beard looks like a Rick Baker effect.
Back to the feature table.
The blockers don't work. They don't exist. They're not real.
You hear that, Joe?
I do hear that. What is that? What am I listening to?
Plante says blockers don't work.
Blockers. It's bluff. How do you get jam when you have an ace? Do you get jam done when you have an ace? How is that real?
Faut être un SB. Uniquement, on va vendre un ace.
Blockers are real. Otherwise, I would fold it.
Pigeons are real, you know that guy?
What?
Birds are real.
Yeah.
I haven't made a decision yet on birds.
Did you start both of those, by the way, Joe?
No.
Blockers aren't real and birds aren't real?
I did not start birds aren't real.
That wasn't an extension of blockers aren't real. Sister company.
I am a fan of birds aren't real. I've only helped popularize that one.
Well, we're going back to the secondary feature table because you'll notice the red triangle of death is in front of Oshri Lakmani, racing with his fours against Jose Rodriguez's ace-7 suited. Lakmani is going to need the sailboats to hold, or he will be KO'd in 15th place. It is an ace-4 deuce flop. Top pair versus a set. Lakmani, 93% favorite to double up. And he is safe on the turn. Rodriguez drawing dead. Lakmani gets the double up.
Har inte haft något att göra eller så.
Dragan asks, is today the final? No, we've still got 2 days to play, today and tomorrow. So today they're going to play down to 6. Tomorrow is the final day when they play down from 6 to a winner. So make sure you join us for our live coverage on Sunday. I would highlight that if you're playing along with the mini EPT Barcelona online series, tomorrow's tournament, a couple of mini main events, both of which awarding gold power passes to the winners. And this ace on the river is likely to see Nishta win some chips from Witziak. See a recap of the action. The raise from Nishta, called by Witziak in the small blind. No betting action on the flop or turn.
I think you beat me.
Nitsch's bet of 450k on the river. Witziak, his instincts are right.
I said fold.
And he does fold.
Wow.
He gets away from it.
River's top pair and folds?
Show a 7.
Wowee.
Maybe I'm neat on this, but check.
Definitely net. But
that's so good. That's just like the kind of, I mean, look, y'all can argue against this being like a good full long run, but if you can just like save yourself those little situations like that where you just don't pay off.
I know when I came
Shrug payoff.
Yeah, that's the definition of plugging leaks, right? Those little moments that accumulate into a large amount of bad situations and accumulates into a significant number of chips long term.
Joe XW asked, do you know what US states are eligible to play in WCOOP? The answer is none of them. WCOOP does not run in the US. However, if you are in Michigan, Pennsylvania, or New Jersey, you do have NA Coop, I believe, Joe.
And Ontario has its own coop now as well.
Fantastic.
Ontario Coop has a $1.5 million guarantee. That's US $1.5 million, $2 million Canadian. New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan, I believe has a $2.5 million guarantee. And it's slightly lower in Pennsylvania. I think that one is $2 million.
So the North American Championship of Online Poker is a thing, but specific to Michigan, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, they're calling it all the NA Coop, but they are separate depending on the markets. But pretty cool now that we do have a shared liquidity market between Michigan and New Jersey.
Correct. Three-way action in this hand. Side and Stricker's raise called in 2 spots and a queen, queen, 5 flop.
And I'm being told that I believe the
150.
NA Coop main events are all having NAPT packages added.
Nice. Side and Stricker's bet gets called by Akari. Nishta folds. 8 of diamonds on the turn. And Akari is now a 4-1 favorite. Side and Stricker slows down on the turn, checks it to Akari, who bets 325,000.
We're going to be 71 spots. The cash will be 16,800, and the first prize will be 910,400 euros. That's a success.
Akari's bet on the turn wins him the pot. He's up to 25 big blinds now. I guess it's worth highlighting that only 2 players at this table have above average stacks. Chip leader Simon Witziak on 16 mil, Curtis Knight on 6.3 mil. Everyone else sits at 30 big blinds and below net.
Average is annoying like that.
Yeah, it really is.
When someone has 4 times average, that's a whole bunch of people that can't have average.
I think the that average number as well always taunts a lot of players as well, right? They look up and they're like, oh, I'm always below average. I don't know what the deal is. But when distribution is like this, nobody has average. It's really, it's very, very unusual how that goes. And it shouldn't be a number that you sort of rule your life by or define sort of your position in the tournament by. It really is more dynamic than that. I think I sort of anticipated we would lose quite a few early on and then it would slow down. But it seems as though it's getting a little bit thin at the bottom still, James, excuse me. It's going to slowly thin out, and then I think we're going to have a bunch of bust outs in very quick successsion.
Yeah, potentially a mini bust out bonanza.
At this rate, it's going to take 10 levels to get to the final 6. Not how it works, though, is it?
Nope, not how it works.
Nishta announces all in and puts Obelix in the pot.
Love that.
And Van Marcus will have to fold the 9-3.
Year of Romania.
Year of Romania.
Years of Romania. French fry will be soon will be.
Oh. Someone spilled their drink.
Too aggressive, Chippy.
So those gentlemen on the rail are Soiree and Robert, and they are friends of Mihai Nishta.
Sorry.
I guess that was a real soiree foul.
Oh, soiree foul. Let's make that a thing, chat. Yeah, I mean, Joe, if we keep seeing...
I better be first ballot in the Romanian Poker Hall of Fame, I'll tell you that much.
Berlin part 2.
If we can see a couple more cold decks like we've seen thus far, I think we'll definitely start getting through some players.
5 years from now, when I'm eligible, when I'm 40 years old and eligible to be in the Romanian Poker Hall of Fame, I better be first ballot.
Put it on Simon.
Sorry, Nick.
No, you're quite right. I back you and support you 100%, Joe, as always.
Rounds the blinds. Van Marcus in the small with ace-9. Only has 9 bigs.
And you're punishing him like a 3-arbit.
A penalty?
Yeah, he dropped everything, put him out of the terminal. 1 hour. 1 hour.
How much is it, please?
All in.
Make him play blind.
And I heard Side Stricker ask for a count because he's woken up with 6s in the bag.
Side and flipper.
Blind to orbit. It's the same anyway.
Yeah, it's a call every single time. It's a call every single time. Absolutely can never fold this. You don't love it. It doesn't feel good. The problem is, guys, Marcus is shoving deuces, 3s, 4s, and 5s, which you have massive equity against. He's going to shove ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4, ace 5, ace 6 as well.
Well, he's made the call, Nick, and we are off to the races.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too good. I know it doesn't feel fantastic, but it's too few chips, and you're dominating way too much for that reason. Blind v blind against that range. Big flip, big moment here in Barcelona, guys.
Yeah, Van Marcus needs to hit to survive.
Like croquettes versus paella.
Domnul de la Australia.
The flop is Queen 10 deuce. 6 a holding. Aces and 9s live for Van Marcus.
Great start for the 6s. Can they go all the way?
Change.
Last chance for Marcus to hit.
4.
It's an 8 on the river. That's not enough. And Van Marcus is KO'd in 15th place. Cashes for 73,500 euros, got the money jump by making it to 15th place. And now we have 2 tables of 7, down to the final 14 in the EPT Barcelona main event.
Hey man, Van Marcus played really, really well. Let's not forget, this is the guy that got cooler in kings versus aces for chunks earlier in the day. Blind v blind there, gonna shove that hand every single time too. By no means a mistake. Great performance, great run. I think we've seen some really great poker from this individual, so mad props to Van Marcus.
He looks like a guy that got coolered earlier in the day.
He did. He suffered too.
So to balance the 2 tables, we are going to have to bring a player from the other table up to the main stage. I think whoever's due to post the big blind next will come up.
I think it is. I think it is 10 blinds.
I don't think that much. You see, I'm very fast. Like.
Okay. Oh, my chips would be in the middle, like as soon as I look at the cards.
Really?
Yeah, you don't like it.
10 blinds.
Online, I would be shove. Here okay, he shoved. Let me think a little bit more. I have seconds to think. Yeah, use your. Yeah, it's times to use.
Andre Akari opening with Queen 10.
I was just thinking about your heart, my friend.
Thinking about what?
Your heart.
My heart?
You told me yesterday that when it's decision, your heart goes crazy.
Yeah.
That's why I say, call faster and you're relaxed.
I was enjoying the sensation about I'm going to call.
Having a moment.
I saw you drink like half liter of Red Bull in the morning. Like.
Yeah. Who does that?
Our friend.
I had both to wake up. Big one.
Queen 6 of hearts.
Shabbat was closed. He was coming.
Plante playing 10 bigs. Defends, and we go to the flop.
Yep, seems like a hand you want to be defending all the time, especially now we're slightly shorter-handed, excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
7 for Trey, just the 1 heart.
Gut shot for Plante.
Ezekiel, the Argentinian, to make
Yeah, you saw the face.
Jack on the turn.
If I'm Plante, I think I might find a lead here. Some of the time with the gut shot, you could definitely put some ace high, king highs in a tough spot. The jack isn't necessarily the best turn for that, though, James. Obviously, plenty of ace jack, maybe even some king jack that might check this flop that improves on the turn. So I appreciate the check here on this particular turn. If it comes like a deuce, you might consider picking up the pace here a little bit.
I said Brindese, and
when you have just the gut shot, not much showdown versus that UTG range. What would be really interesting is if there's a check raise on the turn, guys. Blocking the made straight 3, 4, 5, 6. Obviously going to be in Plante's range there in the big blind. 5, 6 of hearts, no problem at all. 5, 6 of spades, no problem at all. 5, 6 off even. There's a ton of combinations of that. Just wants to get out of the way. No shame in folding the gutter either. Don't have to get out of line if you don't want to.
Well, Akari
and what's the oldest player?
Still hovering around 25 bigs.
High level.
13 minutes left on the level. And we are going to get a new player up on the main stage. And it is going to be Ezekiel Weigel. He was due to post the big blind next at the secondary feature table, so he's been balanced. So we have a table of 7 and a table of 7 with 14 remaining.
Zeke.
I think he's just racking his chips right now.
You don't really get to pretend like you don't know where you're going.
Very popular in the US. It's huge.
US and Canada, yeah. Everything is popular in US.
Yeah, now even soccer.
They even watch they even watch football, soccer with women.
The WSOP, the American.
What was it Niche called that game?
NFL.
Just now?
I didn't see my
Soccer?
Soccer.
I think it's NFL, NBA.
No, yeah, sorry. NFL, baseball, and NBA, and then NHL.
Way down.
Way down. There is big gap, and then soccer is big gap too.
Yeah, but soccer will grow very fast.
That's the soccer.
I mean, yeah, but
It was already growing.
Canada hockey is more popular.
Yeah.
NHL.
Have some of that in your face, pal.
In your plant.
Just good to know. Sometimes when I fold, you are doing. I see the color.
I was calling for you.
Just
Here comes Weigel.
I said to spice it up.
Don't matter.
We have 2 Brazilians.
It's
The
high.
cards are too big. Like,
Letting Plante know he can see his cards
The
occasionally.
color, and if it's a number or not.
oh.
Yeah.
Keeping it honest.
2 times. After
Players looking out for each other. Game integrity feels great.
Too much.
Yeah, I'll ask you to look on the other side.
It's hard here. I could be here.
¿Cómo está el día? Bueno.
How'd it do, Zeke?
Siempre, ¿no?
Sí, claro.
W Coupe main champion?
Yeah, I think it was back in 2018.
Pretty wild.
This is the Latin table.
Weigel with king 6 of diamonds.
Almost. Yeah, but
French Canadian is Latin.
yeah.
I didn't see you. Stop.
Fold around to the button. Plans here. Has an ace. 8 big blinds. I think we know where this is going, guys. Joe?
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't look like it's all going in.
The effective all in.
Money jump time. 14th place pays 73,500. 13th place pays 88,200. So yes, a virtual all-in from Santiago on the button. And Andre Akari in the small blind with king, queen off.
All right.
Andre calling the 675K.
Yeah, still waiting to see what the big blind does here, but at this point, it's going to be all in on the flop no matter what, I imagine. There's only 2 big blinds behind Plant, and King Queen is just a little bit too good here. I think you're going to be ahead of that range a little bit too often. I mean, good luck, Team Pro. I'd love to see Andre do it here as a fellow member of the team. Let's see what the flop has in store. It is ace high, but there is a queen.
Top pair for Plante and second pair for Andre, who has checked this flop. Oh no, he's bet 300,000. Sorry, enough to put Plante all in.
Yeah, he's got the lead. That's pretty much for all of it. This is actually a situation where Plant can probably negotiate his way into a couple extra time banks. Because
now it's a decision.
He can argue that this is actually a decision.
Yeah, that's why it was on my table.
I didn't understand.
Longer than the other circumstances where, you know, more of the chips had gone in pre-flop, but also there wasn't actually a change in information.
So here we go. Andre's going to be left with 19 bigs. If he doesn't improve, obviously, if Andre gets there, we will lose a player.
Yeah, absolutely. Still pretty decent sweat here for Plant. Player at risk.
Not needing to fade a king or a queen on the river. He does. So doubles up through Akari, who is now pretty much tied with Santiago at the bottom of the leaderboard at this particular table, around 20 bigs each.
And that's only for another 8 minutes.
Yes, the blinds will go up again very soon.
The sweatometer was running on this one.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Starting to feel human.
Over to the secondary feature table. It's Daniel Oberkarov versus Carl Shaw.
Oh, this could get even bigger.
Oh, this is a monumental cooler for both players.
These are 2 massive stacks.
Yeah.
Oberkarov's got 7.5 million behind. Shaw's got 8.5 million behind.
Oh, wow.
And Oberkarov with the set is called Shaw's bet of 550,000.
Shaw's got to be out.
No, he's raised it.
Yeah.
He's check raised to 1.4 million.
I was going to say, it looked like more chips, but Shaw's got to be loving this action. He's got to play it slow, right? He's beating so many 2 pairs, just smashing so many 2 pairs.
I mean, what bad card for you is there?
I mean, at this stage, from these positions, 9s is probably one of the only sets you're going to be encountering here. And
not a bad card for you.
It's better. Okay, so no paired board will mean Shaw continues to have the nuts here on the turn.
Like 4.85 million in the middle. The effective stack 6.1. Oberkarov having check raise flop checks the turn. Shaw has improved to Broadway.
Oh man, this has got to be a great spot to put in a bet for Shaw. Getting check raised from under the gun. Just going to be so many strong hands here that you're still getting value from. There's already 4.8 in the middle.
Oh! The double check raise, and this time it's all in. Snap called by Shaw, and if the board doesn't pair on the river,
wow.
This is so sick.
This is a seriously big moment.
We are going to see an elimination and a new chip leader in the EPT Barcelona main event.
Oh, the turn of a card here will change everything.
7 outs.
I'm not sure.
The case 9, a 10, a king, or an ace. The river card is a 4. We see an elimination, and we see Carl Shaw move to the top of the tournament leaderboard. He's going to have 18.6 million chips. Celebrate with Ian Hamilton, the winner of EPT London last year.
Guys, Shaw usually so composed. Even he felt the gravity of that situation in that river. Finding a brick on that river.
What a cooler for Daniel Obakarov, who is out in 14th place, cashing for 73,500 euros.
Is that near chip lead now?
No, that's definitely chip lead.
That is the chip lead. We've got Witziak on the main stage with 15.6. It's 18 point something now for Carl Shaw.
Oh, imagine that feeling, guys. Put yourself in his shoes. That is an absolutely monster pot. The absolute nuts had to fade the paired board. I'm so jealous right now. That is just what dreams are made of here in Barcelona.
Look, guys, it's Chat Pro Saturday. If anybody wants to say Carl Shaw played it bad, sound off.
Back to the action on the main stage. Weigel's under the gun raise was called by Witziak on the button. And Weigel has checked the flop. Witziak checks behind. We get the 4 of diamonds on the turn. Weigel is ahead right now with ace high, and of course has the diamond draw to go with it. And this hand gets to the river, and ace high is still ahead.
Wonder how aware these players are of what just happened.
Here you go, Joe, the ultimate Chat Pro comment from Arturo. Obakarov eliminated for stupid. It was a stupid move.
There you go. Thank you for your comment. Chat Pro Saturday, everybody.
Oh, my goodness.
It was not a huge cooler. It was a huge stupid.
Chat Pro Saturday. Brought to you by PokerStars.
Weigel picking up a pot there.
Meanwhile, Junzer on Twitch says Shaw should have lured in more players in pre-flop for maximum value.
Yes. Could have got the whole Toretto family.
Less than 2 minutes left on the clock.
Oh, this is an even better one from Arturo.
Oh, don't, Arturo.
But even so, uh-oh. Never mind.
Yeah, like Marnie all in with King Queen, and called by Shaw, who has him dominated with Ace Queen.
Is he just going to stack another one right here, right now? Oh, man, look at all those chips in front of him.
So many chips and about to get more. Rachmani has survived once today. We'll need to get lucky to survive here.
It's going to be even more chips for Shaw.
10-10-5 on the flop.
Way out in front. Is it 2 in a row for Shaw here?
Looking very likely.
There is a king on the river. Shaw is going to boost his chip lead, and we are going to lose Oshri Lakhmani. It's a 7.
Good game.
Shaw takes another one. Carl Shaw up to nearly 20 million chips.
Break, I guess. One more.
And Oshri Lakhmani does get a ladder. Cashes in 13th for 88,200 euros.
Break them.
12 players remaining. Shaw has more than 18.6. Shaw's up to nearly 20 now.
Still counting them.
Meanwhile, at the main feature table, Simon Witziak is still the biggest stack, but is no longer tournament champion.
Comme à l'école. Et bien que plaque Santiago. Pareil qu'au début. J'étais pas, je vais perdu, je suis remonté.
Is that a race we just witnessed?
Non, nickel, je me sens très bien. Très bien. Reste un ou deux points. Non, mais
Witziak playing 130 bigs, but now trailing Carl Shaw. Of course, one of these 7 players will be balanced to the outer table. We'll have 2 tables of 6 when we come back. 12 players remain in the EPT Barcelona main event, playing down to 6 today on the penultimate day of this tournament. More action in 20 minutes' time when we return from break. So there's been a button raise from Jens Kulinen with Queen 3. Elke in the small blind with pocket 4s.
Elke crushing Queen 3.
Elke's going to re-raise.
He raises to 81,000. King 8 for Manola. He folds.
Well, I suppose if we're watching this hand, Queen 3 suited isn't folding.
I'm all in.
Didn't we just watch this guy almost win a scoop last week?
Yeah. It's probably going to work. This is going to work. This was the age of unbridled aggression. This will be awesome if Elke calls.
He
yes!
does.
Oh, I'm loving it.
2 former EPT champs.
What a call by Elke.
Elke is a 2-to-1 favorite, and Kulinen is the at-risk player here. Queen on the flop.
Ace of hearts, queen of diamonds, 8 of clubs.
No justice.
Let's see the turn card. It's the 10 of diamonds.
Unless there's a 4 on the river.
One of the 2 remaining 4s in the deck, and he's going to double through.
Kulinen's going to double up through Elke.
It's the king of
It's a
clubs.
king.
So sick.
And that's going to leave Elke reasonably short-stacked as Jens Kulinen gets lucky and doubles up. Champ on champ violence.
It's bad. If I want to fold, I'm just going to fold. I'm not going to fuck. So sick.
We've seen that look before. So many potential 2-timers on the penultimate day of this event in Barcelona. The second leg of season 6 of the EPT, September 2009. And this is Alexander Vasafira from Ukraine. And he is going to be all in with ace-3 of spades. There goes Joram Volklein in 20th.
Elke calls.
Elke calls all in with King Jack in the big blind. So Vasafira is a short stack, Elke's even shorter, and he's the at-risk player here, and he is behind. Does have 2 live cards, though, and it's pretty close to a race. 44% chance that Elke survives. But not on that board. The spade draw, the wheel draw, ace high still best. So many of Elke's outs taken away.
He's also popped a gut shot, straight draw, and a flush draw. Elke's looking for a non-spade king or jack in order to double through.
The king and jack of spades, no longer cards that'll save him.
The deuce of diamonds.
Down to 9% on the turn.
Come on, Elke.
Let's see the river card.
The river card is the queen of diamonds, and that will see one of our former champions eliminated. Elke out in 19th place, cashing for 26,000 euros.
He's going to pass to Tony. Tony's going to raise all of it.
We're going to get a little grace for the Euler. All in with King 10 suited. Knee high. Folds the button. Small blind.
Back to Patrick.
Patrick Bueno. Sorry, big blind. He's got 2 4s against. Boy. We saw how Elke's 4s fared. Looks like Patrick's counting out the call. It looks like we are flipping like a Cadbury cluster versus a Choco treasure. One of these 2 things from 2009 has a slight mathematical advantage.
Lead at the moment with 4 of clubs and the 4 of hearts. Flop is 9-9.
4s are holding, but King 10 doesn't lose much equity after this flop.
Oh, don't get counterfeited. That would be just such a horrible way to lose Bueno.
It's the 6 of hearts.
Oh, he has picked up the heart draw.
We need a non-heart. Queen, 6, 10. It's the 10 of spades. Tony's going to double through with a pair of 10s on the river.
Nah. No, I don't think I want to allow that.
Oh, no bueno. Come on, Patrick, let's get back in the game. Ace-queen against queen-jack. This is going to prove the point we were making earlier on.
That's right, the ultimate showdown.
It's the
queen-jack is the worst possible hand of all time.
It's the confrontation that we've been waiting for. Now, Tony Euler is going to confuse everyone and mix everything up by getting involved with 9s. Ah, you see?
I like it. I like the shove with 9s. Manoli's open. Doesn't have to be super strong. The flat and the button says that maybe there's some dead money out there. Bueno, a little under-repped.
260. Okay, good.
Call.
Yeah, I think given the way that the action went, I think ace-queen's a reasonable call there.
Ace-queen.
And they are flipping, however. Like eastbound and down versus the league. One of these 2 things from 2009 has the slight mathematical advantage.
Flop is king, queen, 5, king of hearts.
And that flop is all bueno.
Patrick is taking the lead with his queens now. It's the deuce of hearts.
So we're going to lose Tony Euler from Finland unless there is a 9 on the river.
River card.
Oh, it is a 9. Hits a 2 outer. And the destruction of Patrick Bueno continues.
It is always coming Neuen.
Were you nervous this time?
Yeah, I was.
Neuen. Neuen. Hit him with the 9.
Joe, this poor guy, it's like death by 1,000 cuts.
It really is.
Now.
I mean,
I
he's
genuinely feel bad for him.
literally melting away at the feature table.
280, 40.
Oh, my heart hurts for him, actually. And look, he's obviously not the most stellar player in the world, but a lot of these things are just kind of unavoidable.
We need justice for Bueno. Just a little bit of good fortune. Forced to get it in here from the button with Jack-7 off.
It's over. This kid's calling.
Oh, walked into ace-king. Hey, he's got live cards. Come on.
Sorry, he may not be calling. He may be shoving over the top.
Julian
That
makes
was a
the
call.
The all-in is 152,000 total. Tony will pass. Let's see, please, gentlemen. Ace-king for Julian.
Yeah, live cards. That's what you got going for you, Patrick. My poor, sweet, angelic Patrick.
Flop is
King high flop.
King of spades, 4 of hearts, 10 of spades. Neither player has a spade.
Yeah, I'd get up too.
Julian's in the lead with his kings. Well, let's see the turn card.
Could be drawing dead on the turn. No, picks up the straight draw. Are we going to see a 9 or an ace on the river? Boy, yes. Boy, no. And he is out in 17th place.
EPT Barcelona, 17th place.
It always came 7.
We're on the last level of the day here at the PokerStars.com EPT Barcelona.
Of all Grinder's options, I know his least likely is to go into day 2 of the short stack. If he has his way, he'll go big or go home. You know, just like a grinder.
Well, he's raising from early position with 3-4 suited. Johannes van der Walle has pocket 7s.
I'm 3-betting Mike with 2 7s all day.
There is the 3-bet, 3,600.
Who is this guy? He's like the guy that's too old to play a high schooler, but because of union rules, they had to use someone over 18.
For the record, his name is Vladimir Sidorenko.
Oh yeah, that explains it.
Action back on the grinder. He calls.
Mike the Grinder has it in him to be great. This call is not that.
And he flops a straight draw.
I'm all in.
And he shoves the flop.
8,000. Wait, 7,000.
This is such a wet board, you have to call. All kinds of straight and gut shot draws out there.
Van der Walle will call.
I'm gonna assume I have 13 outs.
Try 7.
Oh no. I guess 8 outs.
Let's not ruin it for him.
This one I'm my best.
This is the part where the skill comes in.
That's a 6.
Sure enough, he binks the 6 on the turn.
Now Van der Walle needs to hit 1 of 7 outs.
Show me what an ace of diamonds looks like.
Will you take the 10 of diamonds?
I think he will.
I've never seen anything like this.
It's ridiculous,
I swear,
right?
in one day of poker, I've never seen anything like this.
Such bull. It's such bull.
I never got over 30 days. I swear to God, I never went over 30.
That was just a spew frustration play. Guy does not like playing a short stack. That chipworm also charts his opponent's blood pressure levels.
You guys weren't surprised. You know it's coming.
Action's on the grinder. That's a bet. A raise to 1,400 with 6-7 suited.
Oh, Grinder. Sigh.
Johannes van der Walle has 3-bet with ace-queen. Any interest from the big blind?
Nope.
What does the grinder do now is the question.
This would be another not great call. It's for a big chunk of his stack.
Feels like I made money on that trip.
Looks like Van der Walle is going to get another chance to get sucked out on by the Grinder.
Ace 9-9.
This time Grinder whiffs completely.
He checks. Van der Walle continues for 5,500.
Okay, yeah, this is totally WOB. Wheels off bus.
The Grinder calls.
No idea.
Well, he has picked up a gut shot on the turn. And he leads for 5,000, as you do.
Okay, well, at least he's betting now to try to finish off this float, but unfortunately for him, ace-queen is never folding.
7 of spades. Now he has a pair.
Mike improves again, but it's not nearly enough. A bet here would certainly still be a bluff.
And he has bet, leaving himself 1,000 behind.
Mike's taking a chance that Van der Walle has got some kind of pair other than an ace, but he is wrong. He is dead wrong.
The Dutchman calls.
2 pair.
Yeah, I've got also 2 pair.
How big?
Ace, queen.
Ace? Ace is good. So we have kings.
It's pretty brutal when your best case is a guy having kings.
5 more in. Nice catch.
Van der Walle back up to 82k. Back at the feature table, Fatima de Melo has picked up ace-jack under the gun +1. She's raising to 1,500.
Fatima's played quite solid all day today.
Ace-queen for Lee Atherton.
Can't not 3-better, though, with this hand.
He moves all in for 17,100. The Grinder's all in for 2,700.
Somehow he got all the way back up to 2,700. Woohoo! You might have done Fatima a favor.
She folds, so it's Atherton against Mizrachi.
Show me ace queen.
Yeah, anyway.
Show me ace queen.
All
Show
right.
me ace queen, thank you.
Show
I'm going to show you the king 9.
I was contemplating calling.
What did you have?
Do you want to know?
Yeah, please.
Ace jack.
Ooh, I'm in good shape right now. Flops. Here comes the king, baby.
Jack.
I'm alive. Oh my God.
No king.
He's doing commentary right into the mic.
No, I did it all day. How can I stop now? 9 of hearts. 9 of hearts.
It's the Queen of Diamonds.
Oh my God. A jack or a king?
It's an 8.
Ooh.
The man finally John.
Grinder did anything but grind today. He was more like Mike the gambler.
So on the very last hand of the day, Mike Mizrachi, railed by his brother Rob, is eliminated. At the secondary feature table, Theo Jorgensen has raised to 2,000 with ace-king. Alex Pavlovskis has called from the hijack with 6s. Action on Rune Nikolaisen on the button. Queen 10 suited.
How do you not call with this? It's juicier than a velour sweatsuit.
He calls. Vladimir Troinovsky has jack-queen in the small blind. He calls. Martin Schleich with ace-deuce in the big blind.
Not juicy, dominated, out of position, but he's getting better than 8-1.
He calls as well. Seriously? 5 players to the flop? Which is queen, queen, 6.
Oh my God. Bring out the stretcher.
Check to the razor.
Somebody is going home in a body bag.
Theo Jorgensen does not continue with less than 1% equity.
He's built an amazing pot for someone.
Nikolaisen thinks it's him. But right now, it's Pavlovskis with the full house, and he bets 6,500. Nikolaisen with trip queens will call. Troinovsky also with trip queens.
With his stack, I think we're fairly likely to see a shove here. This is going to be a shame.
15.
I think he means 15,000.
He only has 13,000. He is all in. Schleich and Jorgensen fold.
Pavlovskis is folding less often here than a guy who always wears wrinkled clothes. I don't know. He's never folding.
He reshoves. What does Nikolaisen do now?
I think he should sometimes be able to find a fold here, but no.
He calls, so Troinovsky and Nikolaisen both at risk and both way behind. A 10 on the turn sees Nikolaisen improve to a better full house.
That is just horrific.
And a jack on the river sees Troinovsky win the pot.
What is happening here? The dealer just went over to Pavlovsky's house, let himself in the front door, went to the kitchen, and ate his lunch.
Welcome back to Barcelona in the year 2023 and the PokerStars European Poker Tour is the penultimate day of the main event, day 6 of this 7-day tournament, with 12 players returning from break. We started with 16, 4 eliminations so far, 6 more eliminations until we're done for the day. So we've said goodbye to Fluter, Marcus, Obrakarov and Lakhmani. These are the shortest stacks right now, 8 bigs for Mohamed El Reis, 12 for Marco Koplemar. Can't say that either Jose Rodriguez or Andre Akari are overly comfortable right now. We are coming back at the 60-120 blind level. As far as the top end of the leaderboard is concerned, it's dominated by 2 players. If you add together the stacks of Simon Witziak and Carl Shaw, they have 55% of the chips in play. Ridiculous dominance. Carl Shaw at the outer table, Simon Witziak at the main feature table. It's James Hartigan with Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone.
And Vincent Hand.
Hello, lads.
This is an unusual dynamic, to have this dominance, to have 2 monster stacks, 1 at each table, at this late stage of an EPT.
It's pretty messed up, I'm not going to lie.
And we can see that we are getting close to the 6-figure scores now. Going to start paying players 105,900 euros when we were at 11, because 10th and 11th pay the same. The next player out, 88,200 euros. And of course, big sums to be paid out the rest of today and tomorrow, when the winner will claim close to 1.5 million euros and the main event trophy. So it looks like we're ready to get the action restarted.
EPT main event players, new level, small blind 60,000, big blind and ante 120,000. Dealers, begin the deal, please.
This is level 30 of the main
Where is
event.
our official big blind?
And I imagine, Vincent, that you may not have won the Team Pro last longer, but nonetheless happy to see Andre still in the mix.
I have been a fanboy of Mr. Akari for God knows how long. I remember, it must have been 10 years ago, he beat Parker heads up in the Sunday warm-up, and then he was at the players' party at EPT Malta in 2012 or 2013. I ran up to him like a giddy schoolgirl to get a photo with him. So if I was able to commentate on him getting a stack to make it to the final table, I would love it.
Let's be honest, though. You were just trying to get that photo so you could send it to Parker.
You've seen right through me, Griff. That was the first thing I did. I was like, my hero! But I did always like him.
Well, because I have a ridiculous memory for EPT trivia, I know, Vincent, that the first event you worked with us as a commentator was Barcelona 2017, when Andre made the final table.
There's something going on with me and Andre's paths, and I'm here for it.
So, very interesting first hand. Back from break here. Sid and Stricker with the 10s on about 28 big blinds. Actually less now that we're up to 120, more like 25. And you know, 10s do tend to shrink up when you see an under the gun raise and a +1 3-bet. But given how wide the range of the chip leader is going to be under the gun, given that we're only playing 6-handed, 10s needs to be a really big consideration for a shove. Knight isn't always going to be loaded here. He's going to have hands like Ace-Jack that would rather play it aggressively to make things sort of cleaner.
It is not an envious spot to have.
No.
It's, I think 9s will always go in the bin. I think Jacks will reluctantly call. 10s is
right in the middle there.
on that line.
Yeah. And Sid and Stricker really wearing it, which says to me that he is just going to fold and expect to see a pretty quick fold from the chip leader. Kind of hard to credibly
First
say.
hand after break. Let's just
Now
throw in a
suddenly I
4-bet.
have it,
Stand up and
yeah.
say I'm table captain.
People have been seeing what you've been opening.
Show
They're
them the
getting-
6.
They're getting some information on the breaks from their friends about the kind of raises you're making. But would you look at this?
I'm so excited to watch this play out because he's got so many chips. It's going to be so silly.
Yeah, and you know, the really fun thing about having these two massive chip leaders with 12 left here in EPT Barcelona is they are on 2 different tables, and they can put so much ICM pressure on these middling and short stacks. So if they do their job right and find spots like this, it is quite a small 4-bet. Really just trying to say to Knight, what are you going to do? And has he already folded there? Is he still looking?
He's still thinking.
Yeah.
It's one of those spots.
Yeah.
You know that you're being messed with. but you've got ace-jack off, and if you go all in, and they've got it,
Yeah.
you're going to feel real silly. And it is under the gun versus +1. Even if we're six-handed, it's still a scary spot to 5-bet jam.
Yeah, but you know, you have put 800 out there. It would be a bit unorthodox to just call the extra 700, but it might not even be the worst idea given the price and the odds of your opponent, you know, just not having it. But does let it go. And look, it's cool to be a knight, but if you go after the king, you best not miss.
It's the first reference I've ever got on the stream. I'm so happy. I got left alone with Griff for about 5 minutes the other day, and he just went on a riff that was definitely some movie. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's so funny. Because I had no idea. I was like, where's James to save me and give me 45 references so I know what we're talking about?
By the way, I figured out our branding for our nickname, our fusion, our Dragon Ball Z fusion. Okay.
Okay, here, let me hear it. And if it's disappointing, I'm going to walk off set.
Fin. You got the fin at the beginning. I got the Griffin. Huh?
Fin fan. It sounds like
it's
like
Tintin.
You know, I got called Tintin all the time when I was a kid, and that's going to give me some PTSD, and I'm not sure if I'm ready for that this early into my gig.
I have to say, I do enjoy taking the first syllable of Finton's name and the second syllable of
Thank
yours
you, right?
and making
There's
it
some.
Fin-Fin.
It's
Yes,
nice. It's
yes.
nice. It's better than the other ones we were thinking of.
You should have heard the nonsense Griffin was coming out with before we went live.
Yeah, Grifton was one of them.
I'm just happy that my name is coming first, so I'll accept.
Well, I mean, I'm also Finn. Like, you know, it could be me first, technically. Not
So
really.
you're kind of trying to take both sides here.
Yeah.
Why don't we just call ourselves Griffin?
That does actually work. But then the problem is that when you don't join the stream, everyone's going to be so disappointed. James is going to be like, we're going to have Griffin on the next level, and it's just me. And they're like, boo! Where's Finn?
Oh, man. That is a nice jacket. That looks like what Spraggy will eventually evolve to. Like, that's the Pokemon above Spraggy.
Yeah. Nice, yes.
The one thing that James touched on with the pure dominance of the stack is that the pay jumps are starting to get real tasty and real spicy real soon. That even though you know someone's at it and they're putting you under pressure, it's still quite tough to fight back. When you get it wrong, it's costing you 50, 100,000 euro, 200,000 euro in EV. It's a fun thing to watch. This is why high stakes poker with 1.4 million for first is just so enjoyable. It's very unique.
Yeah, just reflecting on that hand from our chip leader, that's pretty remarkable stuff to just start the new level and get ace, jack, and tens to fold pre-flop on a six-handed table when everyone knows you're full of it. So it just goes to show the pressure of a situation like this and how much you can put on as the chip leader.
Tom is asking what the widget predicted. I have not consulted the widget today. Would you like me to whip it out?
James, we can't. It's what time is it?
It's never too early to whip out the widget.
2:45. We're whipping it out. Deary me.
If you're offended, look away, Finton.
Widget activated.
Well, the widget predicted we'd start level 30 with 11 players, so we're actually tracking behind right now, but we know we've got a few shallow stacks. Over at the secondary table, we have got short stack Mohamed El Race in a situation where he's got top pair, but he's up against a set of eights, and he's just announced all in.
Yeah, easy shove here, just a spot of bad luck. You're defending in the big blind, 10 big blinds effective. You flop not only top pair, but a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. You're happy to get this in, but then suddenly you see 2 8s and you're like, what's that about, man?
Now,
you got 2 8s?
Let's see if the dealer holds it here, because I think we're kind of playing soft hand for hand, being on a pay jump. A reminder that it's 88K for whoever goes out next, and then we're looking at six-figure scores, looking at 105,000
King of
for
diamonds
the next
first.
player
What?
out.
King or ace of diamonds?
So I think we might be waiting for that hand we were watching on the main stage to play out, by the way. That hand between Knight and Nishta has gone to the turn. Now it's gone to the river.
Oh my God, the sweater that Plante's wearing. I'm
Apparently,
from, yeah, so I'm from
I'm
Montreal.
hearing this
I
was
know
a very popular spot in Montreal.
It's it's a spot. it's a
what kind of
sex
cinema?
cinema.
I thought we were going to get a little bit
cinema.
more legs out of it.
It is kind of trendy to like have the sweater, and like nobody goes there, you know. It's like real rundown kind of.
So it's not the kind of cinema I would go to watch The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, for example.
No, for example,
it's,
yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's drama.
Yeah, we are now dealing out this board. And El Race has 9 outs now.
I think that might be the perfect number of outs.
I got to get a screenshot of this shirt. Oh, holds.
Bricks the river, and we are going to see an elimination. Mohamed El Race out in 12th place. That'll take us down to the 11 players that the widget predicted we would start this level with. The widget is only 10 minutes behind.
Wow. Great run from El Race there. Really impressive work. Been solid for days. Lots of feature table coverage.
Maybe the widget has not been informed of the 30-minute delay and it's actually bang on. It's potential, right?
I think the widget is obviously going to be slightly perplexed and thrown out of kilt by the fact that we've got 2 players with like more than half the chips in play. Also, the widget doesn't get ICM, but then again, who does? Seidenstricker raising with ace-queen. It's a theory.
So this is always the dangerous situation.
6.
The chip leader's
7.
button. How
2.7.
dare you raise me?
Something.
Dare you raise on my button with this mountain of chips? So
I would
check
imagine
here.
that he's using a time bank to then fold.
That is the smartest thing you've ever said.
I don't have the highest power, so it's not surprising. It is interesting when you're chip leader. Whilst there's so much money up top and you've got so many chips and you can put on pressure, the vast majority of the players that are remaining, from what I can tell, are reasonably accomplished. They're going to be aware of what you're up to.
Oh. The Dark Knight.
I don't see a world where we can't put in more chips with jacks here. But the question is, are we wagering them all at once? Are we clicking it?
No, we're wagering because I think any possibility of this being light goes out the window when we make it 1.8 here. Would we really put in 1.8 with Seidenstricker only having 2.8? So I feel like I would just want to balance a shove. And Seidenstricker's going to have to get out of the way with ace-queen, which is the sad part. You know, if Wojcik just had decided to, order a coffee or something, I think this would have gone in a good percentage of the time. It does make it the 1.6, giving the chip leader a bit of room. I guess this also affords, you know what? I made a mistake here. Because this affords the opportunity for Knight to get away from it. If it goes shove call, you can comfortably fold and still have 28 big blinds, right? Is that what you were thinking, Fenton?
I actually not sure what I would have done with jacks. I would have hands I want to 4-bet. Like, I definitely want to be 4-betting aces and kings and not just shoving. And then mix in some hands like maybe ace-jack and ace-queen as quote-unquote bluffs. Because if you get it in against Seidenstricker, like, it's not the end of the world. I don't think you can be super light here for the reasons you mentioned. Like, Seidenstricker's not going to be opening incredibly wide in the first place. But I'm not 100% sure what I would have done with jacks. But what you said is true as well, right? If it goes all in, maybe you get away and you cry when they vote of ace king. Yeah. It's not fun though. Knight's second in chips on his table, probably 4th or 5th in the entire tournament right now. But he's got 40 big blinds and he's getting tested for his tournament life every time the chip leader puts in a re-raise pre-flop.
Going back to the secondary table, Robin Ulitalo in a hand against Santiago Plante.
Just don't put a jack out there.
We're not going to get to see a jack. Robin's going to be putting in many chips on this turn. Unless Plante gets proper naughty and starts shoving turns, I think Robin's going to put in quite a few chips right now.
Yeah, this is going to be at least over half pot here. Unblocking all those pairs. You know, you want to get max value from a queen 10 defending here, but 8-7's going to go into the muck.
Robin has an absolutely fantastic collection of hats that all have a big P on it. Is this a brand that I'm not aware of, or is
Puma.
this
The brand,
Puma?
they're Puma hats.
They're beautiful.
Robin has, initially he thought he had 10, but actually he only has 7.
Oh, that is beautifully lined up.
Coincidentally, is the exact number of days that this tournament runs over. So the 7th and final hat will be brought out tomorrow should he make the final table.
I love that. I already wanted Robin to do well. I know not meant to have too many favorites, but Akari and Robin for me, I would love to make the final table. Not only because I've met them, they're great guys, but they just play really fun poker. And the Brazilians love poker more than anyone in the world, so having a Brazilian on the final table, if it's one or if it's both, would be amazing.
I agree. I think we'll get a great rail, and to have the Swedes there as well would be pretty awesome. Not to mention the Romanians as well, especially in the year of Romania.
Year of Romania.
And we've already had a Romanian champion this year, the first ever Romanian winner of an EPT in Paris. And of course, the last leg of the EPT was won by a former champion, Mike Watson. So Robin Ulitalo looking to make it back-to-back two-time wins by taking down Barcelona. And for Andre to return to the final table 6 years later and be the first Team Pro to win an EPT since, I can't remember the last one. That is a great question. The last player, a member of Team Pro, to win an EPT. So not someone who was then signed down the line. Because many players, like Jason Mercier is a classic example.
Cody.
Won an EPT, and then Cody was not the Team Pro.
No. I was adding to Mercier.
Yes, exactly.
I think Liv, maybe.
Liv Marie was not a Team Pro when she won San Remo.
Not at all. She was a nobody. She was a nothing.
She was signed afterwards.
She came out of nowhere.
I'm
It's the first
talking about
tournament.
someone who was actually wearing that PokerStars patch, wearing that Team Pro badge when they won a European Poker Tour main event. Who was the last one?
It says a lot about the scouting department. They never, not a lot of winners.
Yeah, we just stick online. We win scoops, we win W coops.
Lots of scoops and W coops. It's a good question.
Do you, off the top of your head, do you think you have the answer?
I cannot think of anyone since Vicky Corrin and San Remo, which was back in 2014.
Yeah. You must break the curse. Fenton, you must.
This was the... Go ahead.
By the way, if anyone... I will happily stand corrected. If anyone can look it up and see if anyone after Vicky...
It's almost like it's hard to win an EPT.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard, but if there were any winners post-Vicky Corrin in 2014, I'd love to know.
Nice trigger pull here from Sid Stricker against a legend of his own country, like the audacity to stick in ace 10.
Is this technically not treason?
I think this might get you in trouble in São Paulo.
I don't know if that man's going to be able to go home to Brazil.
So, Seidenstricker is shoved on Andre. It is all into call. Ace-6 suited. Ugh.
Do you know what I don't ever do when I'm playing live poker? Especially if the cards are going to be up. But see the way Andre's not calling here.
No.
But he's making him sweat. He's making him work for it.
You don't make him sweat enough?
Never.
No.
Never. I'm like, yeah, you got me. Every time.
Yeah. No, there's this. Listen, there's some deep
psychological
Brazilian stuff
warfare
going on too
right
here.
now.
It's just like, this is like, dude, you know who I am, right? Like, what? I'm gonna let you have this one, but like, you're a marked man now.
So basically, my reasonably strong knowledge of EPT history.
If you have the answer, is it?
Well, I'm actually thinking that probably the number of players you can count on the fingers of one hand. So Vicky when she won San Remo, but not when she won London. She wasn't sponsored by Stars back in 06. Mickey Peterson was a member of Team Pro Online when he won Copenhagen.
My favorite online player back in the day.
Old Mickey Peterson.
Elke was on Team Pro when he won the PCA in 2008. Sebastian Ruthenberg was on Team Pro when he won Barcelona. And Sandra Neuox was on Team Pro when she won EPT Dortmund. I can't think of any others.
Sammy Grafton's been winning a few tournaments, but not a main.
Correct.
Lifted a few trophies.
And we are specifically looking
Lifted
at
one the
EPT
other day.
mains.
He did
Didn't even tell me.
When you're Sammy Grafton and you just win in 25Ks, it's like winning the Big 11.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I like to think I was his good luck charm because he was deciding whether or not to go play it when we had dinner. And I was like, you should go play it. Have fun. You
Sounds
don't
like
have to hang
he
out
owes
with
you
me.
10%, to be honest.
I messaged him and asked for 15, but yeah, maybe.
You went too high, man.
Well, because I'm willing to settle for 10. That's the thing. You don't gotta learn how to negotiate.
You got to learn how to not offend people with ridiculous requests.
Oh, that reminds me of a funny Sam Grafton story. I really wanted to swap 5% with him in the PCA main event, and he wouldn't do it. He was very like, listen, I've been working hard and studying. I don't just give away percentages, you know? And, well, I'll finish the story. We're moving over here to a pot. Well, it doesn't look that interesting yet, so is Coplima going to shove? I'm going to quickly finish the story. So so at the PokerStars party, I sent my girlfriend, and I was like, listen, he really loves you, you know, can you just go in there and tell him it means a lot to me? And
You are the worst human being that I've ever met.
Well, he was drunk and then convinced him to swap. And then I busted and he cashed. And then I bought my girlfriend a dress for her good work.
You are so human.
Listen, we need to push our edges.
Did he have a piece of you in the PSPC?
No.
Wow.
No.
Did you cash the PSPC?
I
I'm
did.
talking about the first PSPC. That's one in 2019.
Oh, no. He's never gotten a slice of the good stuff.
Wow. So, right here, right now, Marco Coplima has the better hand, pair of sixes with the queen kicker, but Robin Olatello has picked up the flush draw on the turn.
So, yeah, I mean, percentages, 72-28.
It feels like 6-2 diamonds should have more equity, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It doesn't feel right.
Listen, I'm just saying, I think we should run the numbers again.
It's kind of interesting on the turn for Robin, just because he could potentially get hands that have a lot of equity against him twofold.
Yeah,
but my guess
and look
is
at the stacks. Like, we're talking about 8 big blinds behind. Like, Coplima's not thrilled about calling queen 6 here. Put it in, baby. Come on, Robin. Don't let the frickin', 7-5 off like get there on the river. Let's go, baby. Come on, Puma life. Puma life. Oh, I just called.
Yeah, I think it's also very reasonable to just call.
Oh! Baby doll.
Wow.
Ducks fly together.
There I was thinking we needed to see a diamond on the river for Robin Olatello to win this hand, but no, just the deuce.
Yeah,
just the deuce.
Going to be very comfortable to check this back and hope that he was up against, something like a 4-8. Sorry, buddy. Deuce on the river.
Oh, Robin. Just does that kind of like slightly embarrassed nod. But how can you be mad at a guy with a beard that beautiful?
He showed the 6. Okay, listen to this. Coplima showed the 6, and then Robinho said, better kicker. Yeah. I think it was better than a deuce.
Oh, wow. The 6 million chips on either table is actually good for third in chips.
What is?
The 6 million. I was trying to guess that he might be 4th or 5th, but it's actually...
It's almost like you shouldn't get 8 million in with a set on King 10-9.
I have this theory when it comes to poker. If I've got a set, it doesn't matter how the board runs out, I'm happy to put it in. 5 flush board, I'm calling the river for 100
I'm just
bigs.
saying, I'm with Chad Pro Saturday on that one.
Oh, yeah. Apologies for that, Vincent. Blame Joe Stapleton and Nick Walsh, who outvoted me earlier. Look, we should make Chat Pro Saturday a thing today. So anything and everything that the chat says, specifically poker-related, I have to accept as correct.
I have not read a single message from Twitch chat in about 4 years.
Oh, well, now we've got YouTube in the mix as well, buddy. Trust me, you know, double the platform.
I pay people to read those comments.
Double the fun.
Who, if we were gun to the head, and we're betting on the IQ of the average Twitch watcher and YouTube watcher?
Oh, wow, this is a very dangerous question. We could really alienate our audience. I'm sure we want to ask this question.
I'm all for having fun with the viewers, and I'm all for trolling them from time to time. I'm not going to outwardly insult them.
Yeah.
He just winked and said Twitch. No, I'm joking. YouTube's way bigger, right? He winked and said YouTube. I'm sorry.
There was no winking. James, I like your watch today. Show the camera the watch. This is nice. What is this?
There isn't a camera. It's a cheap watch. It's like a $250, $300 watch. It's a Seiko.
See, I could get behind this.
It's a Seiko GMT5.
I want a Seiko. You can give me a Seiko for my birthday if you want. April 27th. Write it down.
I'll instantly forget. Robin Onatalo has shoved on Marco Koplamar.
Well, he's really shoved into two people.
Yes, indeed. He's got two short stacks. You've got Marco Koplamar in the small blind and Jose Rodriguez in the big blind.
Not an envious spot. You know, the threes, yeah, you're happy to shove with a hand like this. Maybe you get it through, and then you're flipping a lot. But when you're only flipping at best, one guy behind, you have a full rotation to get weird.
Rodriguez, king 7 of clubs.
Hey, listen, if this was blind on blind, you'd probably call it, right?
Yeah.
But Rodriguez is like, I am not going home losing with Kevin.
Yep.
And strong Puma work from our Swedish Viking. Just wanted to rub my face with his beard, you know? Did I say that out loud?
No, it was quiet enough. No one heard.
Okay.
Half an hour into this level. 1 elimination so far. 11 remaining as we play down to the final 6 today.
I know you're a lover of watches, James. Do you own quite a few watches?
16.
16. Is that a deliberate number for any reason, or just
Nope,
the number
that's just
we're
the
on
number
right
I
now?
have right now.
Do you think you could name them all off the top of your head in one breath?
What? The watches that I own?
Yeah, you're like...
Yeah, but I just think it's a bit of a, you know, oh, I own this and I own that. I own a lot of cheap watches as well. As the Seiko I'm wearing today is comparatively. Look, I'm not going to say that $300 isn't a decent amount of money, but for a watch, it's
yeah, you
not
can get
that
big
much.
boy money. My wife was down the market yesterday. Got my daughter her first ever watch, Casio with no face on it, €4. If you want to trade it at any point for one of yours, you let me know, James. I'll see if Odette has any.
Two questions.
I have to say, the Casio F91W. Look it up. It's about $15. The Casio F91W is the only watch anyone should ever need.
I had one of them, I believe, because it was about €25 in multi-paid.
Yeah.
Lost it.
Okay, James, I want to ask you two questions about watches. One which, well, actually, you might be too embarrassed to answer either. You ready? First one, how many watches did you bring on this trip?
4.
4. Decent amount of watches.
No, actually, it's not true. 3. I bought 3 watches on this trip.
3.
No, hang on, 4.
4.
My watch roll contains 3, but because I'm wearing 1, so 4 watches.
Okay,
I have
4 watches.
Yep.
4 watches for a 2-week trip.
Yep.
And what is the most expensive watch you own?
No chance he answers that.
Why not?
I've already revealed that I own this watch. I'm not going to say the amount. Someone was
can
wearing
look it up,
one
though.
at the feature table the other day. I own a Rolex GMT Master 2, two-tone, stainless steel and rose gold, known as the Root Beer.
Is that the one that's 2.7 million?
No. No.
Root Beer Rolex. Let's look this up.
Not the solid gold one, the two-tone one.
This one?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Wow, I'm not going to say. Listen, you guys can look it up if you want, but it's a thing of beauty. And,
Would that have most likely...
It'll get you into the 25K here at PC.
Would that have most likely gained some value since you bought it? Or at least not lost much?
I am a schmuck.
Okay.
I really, really wanted it. And if you really want a watch from that particular brand that is brand new, It's very hard to get it from an authorized dealer without being either on a wait list for a long period of time or incentivizing the sale, which is to make other purchases at that dealer, so they'll prioritize you as a customer. So I bought it on the gray market and paid above retail.
A little bit of premium.
Even so, the prices have come down in recent months. I didn't pay that much above retail, and probably I have made a little bit of money on it already.
How many market colors are there? Because it's the second time this week I've heard gray market. I've never really heard of it before. I know there's a
You've
black
never
market.
heard of a gray market?
No, but I know about the black market. Are there other? Is there a red market or a green market?
Yeah.
No.
No? There's just two markets? There's no green market. Is green market the normal
Green market's retail shops.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So there's three colors.
Generally, it's called. Generally, the official terminology is white market, grey market, black market.
Okay.
And grey market is not.
That makes sense.
Well, grey market are basically just resellers. They're not authorized dealers.
Gotcha.
Physical shop?
Even though the purchase was made online, it is a physical dealer. Yes.
Oh, that'd scare me. I'm a little bit old-fashioned. I'd be real scared. I'd want to see my watch. I really would. I'm an old-fashioned man.
They always say buy the dealer, not the watch, and I made sure I bought it from somewhere that I was aware of and was reputable. Shaw with 19 million right now. Witziak at the other table on 14.8 million. Those guys are very much in control of this tournament right now. Someone was asking about the strap on the Seiko. So yeah, this orange dial watch comes on a metal bracelet. I've actually swapped it out for a white rubber strap, which I like the look.
Yeah, me too.
Hannah's brother, my wife's brother, recently got his first big boy job, and he wants to get a watch with about €1,000 budget as his finish college reward to himself. Is there any particular brand you go to? Do you have to give me an exact model?
I'll give you a brand name, which I think is worth looking at. It's a British company called Christopher Ward, and it's English design, Swiss made watches. If you want the best watch you can get
value for money,
they are really
pound
nice
for
watches.
pound,
Pound for pound, absolutely.
How many pounds?
1,000.
It's $1,000.
And they, by the way,
that's budget.
and they are absolutely 100% transparent with their markup. They basically say, we sell our watches for 3 times what they cost to make. And trust me, when you talk about the luxury watch industry,
I know, yeah,
that is minimal margin compared to the sometimes 10x, 20x that you're seeing from other firms.
You can't have shops on Oxford Street and all around the world if you're selling at 3x, right?
Correct.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. Because I think
Shaw gets a little richer
with
with that 10-8 suited raise from the button.
I've said it to you before, James, but I really believe that you should have a channel where you just talk about either watches or something that you're incredibly passionate about, because you would blow up in short-form content talking about it.
Yeah, like that guy that does the books. Following that guy on TikTok?
I don't follow.
He has he's got like a library with like all these epic old books, and then he tells little stories about them. Like the first edition of Shakespeare.
Yeah, it's content like that where you offer value and knowledge on it. And James, of course, has the best broadcasting voice in the business. So.
Yeah, but you know, I got to tell you, that's like, got 16 episodes for the watch show. That's it. It's only got 16 watches.
No. He's a
I'm
voice
just
of
saying,
authority
like, once
on
he gets
watches, full
to
stop.
3 digits in watches, then you can open up that's a lot of episodes.
Do you think that people that make content have to own everything they talk about?
Touche. Touche. Classic Fin. Plante
Picture of your
here
jumper if you need it now.
with about 26 big blinds. We are still covering poker here on day 6 of the EPT Barcelona with 11 left. And my fellow French-Canadian native, I guess I'm not a French-Canadian native, but we both live there, I think, raising the King 10. And Koplama is might find a call here. You can see that Plante has actually upped the ante a little bit. Instead of your standard raise to 240, has actually made it 320 to try to maybe dissuade Koplama from calling and flopping some equity. But with a hand that's suited and almost connected, might still, is it still connected if it's 2 away? What's the rule on that?
They call it a 3 gapper.
But there's only 2 gaps.
Do you know what, man? I didn't look properly. I
3
thought it
and
was
4.
deuce 6. Apologies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, so it's a 2-gapper.
I can count to 5. I've got that many fingers. Don't worry. I can work that one out.
So Copeland was deciding, do I want to put another 200K in here? Maybe even just like get a deuce on a queen 7 deuce board with, I don't even need the 1 heart.
It's a pretty frustrating spot.
Yeah, because 480, now that you're through the big blind, you have 4 big blinds. You're going to put in half a big blind. You're going to have 3.5 blinds for the next full rotation. Probably just thinking I should have gone with the 3s this stage, which of course would have been a flip against the 10-9 off of Robin. You know, that's one of my best friend's name is Robin, and who's a woman, girl, and Robin is also my dad's name.
It's a nice name. I
love it. It's a good name. Good name. It's a good name for both. What do you call it again? It's a androgynous name.
Unisex.
Unisex.
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, night. More like good night. Like, not that it's good for him, but like, if you're...
I get what you're doing. Okay, thanks. So I'm guessing we had a raise from +1. Night call big blind. Bet flop, check, and there we go. Don't need that. I got you.
Yeah, and Weigel decides to take it as a check because, you know, with the king in hand especially, 6x is going to be in Knight's range. Actually, a bad river card for value's sake. You know, Knight might even be able to find some check folds on this river. You know, if it had been something like an 8 or a 9, well, not an 8, sorry. An 8 would have been two pair, but like a 9 or a 10 or a deuce, you know, Knight would have just value bet. And based on the sizing, Weigel could even maybe find some raises. Now, Weigel might not. I mean, we saw that amazing fold earlier from our chip leader, which, yeah, he did not check back.
He checked back.
Sometimes you're scared of monsters under the bed that simply aren't there.
Okay, well, I just want to say, Weigel has probably played, at least from what we've seen, better than anyone in the entire tournament. He 5-bet all in correctly with King-9 suited yesterday. He check raised on, anyway, sorry, go ahead, James.
Yeah, sorry, I just realized we've got an all-in and a call over at the other table. Marco Coplamar at risk with King-6, but ahead of Jose Rodriguez's Queen-5. Rodriguez does have live cards, close to 40% equity. Coplamar needs this to hold to survive.
Pretty good situation considering the tough folds you've had to make.
I feel good about it.
Well, there is a 5 on the flop, and now Rodriguez has the advantage. Coplamar needs a king or a 6.
I think 7. 7 of hearts.
4 is...
7. You're dialed
4 for a straight.
You're in the zone, sir.
9 outs
now a 4.
for Marco Coplamar. But he bricks the river, and that's going to take us down to 10 players. He's number 1 on the Estonian all-time money list. He busts in this EPT Barcelona main event in 12th place, sorry, 11th place, cashing for 105,900 euros. A 6-figure score.
I think we wait for another player.
We're down to 2 tables of 5.
Yeah.
And we are 1 away from being down to 1 table, 1 away from the final redraw of the tournament.
Did it just get barred?
An argument of the check. 4.
No, I really want to talk about that hand if it's not too far away from it here. Just to finish my point about Weigel, is he was playing he made the best bluff of the tournament, check raising and then 3-barreling all in. I think from his perspective, in that spot, he's recognizing that because he blocks the king too, I think he would feel more comfortable betting like an ace-queen, ace-jack.
For sure.
Because of him blocking the king, it does offer Knight the opportunity to check raise, represent the 6 to a very large amount if he does decide to value bet the ace-king. And it's not that hugely likely that he has a king because he's holding a king.
So it's an interesting, it's a very like conservative check back, but there's a lot of thought. It's not just fear. It's not just being scared of having 2 pair. It's a very situational thing.
Yeah, I personally would have bet. I also might have bet the turn, potentially.
Yeah.
People, I can understand where you're coming from, and sure, but people are not really going after you in check raising that much with 10, 11 people left in an EPT. And if they do, they probably have a 6.
And also, you know, Knight could have been check calling the flop with an ace jack high, ace 10 high with a backdoor flush
The
draw,
ace was
whatever,
even
ace.
the only offsuit one on the board,
Yeah.
so makes it a little bit more likely that he had one. And I would have definitely bet. I would have put some
Yeah.
chips in, but I'm not
I'm
overly
just saying there's a
criticizing
method.
either.
There's a method to Weigel's, both his madness that we saw yesterday, these incredible bluffs that went through, and his nittiness.
What is it always coming?
7.
Scuba, Steven? Short is this 1.2?
I don't imagine whatever bet size Knight comes to here, he will be getting a call very often.
I have 1.6.
And then King Jack would be the hand that I would really want to be making the big boy
2.5.
hero call with.
2.6.
You got this time.
Put that obelisk away.
Okay.
Let go of the hand.
So with play concluding on the main stage, who is being balanced off? Because obviously we're meant to have 2 tables of 5, and right now we've got 6 players on the main stage.
Everyone pick someone. I'll take Andre Akari.
Bye-bye.
Who was meant to post the big blind next? I think it's Weigel.
Okay, you already know how it works.
Ezekiel Weigel,
We can all
who
guess
got
someone.
moved up, now gets moved
Não,
back
tô
again.
desfrutando, mas ao mesmo
Okay.
tempo eu tô tenso. Né? A gente desfruta com tensão. What did you say? He said to enjoy more. I am a little bit tense. I said I'm enjoying, but I tense. I can't deny this.
Did they say we're doing hand for hand?
I'd be tense too if I was 3-betting all in against an icon of my country with ace 10 off from another gun open. That was brave.
It's not we were in a hand there.
Andre's still short, by the way, 12 bigs.
He's been short all tournament. He started the tournament with 12 bigs. Just gave him 12 bigs and then he just
I did
made it work.
watch
We will take care of it.
his personal highlight reel of Rivers yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite
I have 10
impressive.
minutes, yeah.
3 outs, no problem. 3 times,
Brazilian
sure.
river rat.
Personal favorite was the King Queen. Ace on the turn,
Yeah.
followed by the
River.
Jack.
Ooh, Broadway on the river.
Griffin, sorry, you've upset the internet, and so I have to, because it's chat process, they articulate their concerns. I'll just read one comment at random.
2.3.
It is obelix, not obelisk.
2.6.
Okay. Okay, fair enough.
I thought you were going to get in trouble for not betting the Ace King, but no.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We've got more pressing matters to sort out here.
We're calling Akari a Brazilian rat.
Akari, if you're listening to this, or if there's any Brazilians,
It's
I
very
did not
specific.
join in.
River rat.
I did not join in with that insult because I once upon a time
Just
called a
cancel me
Brazilian
already.
man a nerd playing poker with him, and I had angry Brazilian people messaging me for 2 to 3 months. Had to hire security guards.
Here is 3.6.
Brazil, I love you. Vamos and all that.
3.1.
I got told I say vamos wrong, but it's Portuguese Brazilian.
Vamos.
Like it's like
No?
vamos is what I got told.
Vamos.
It's very tough, man. I like I said, I can't pronounce English words very well.
I was playing with Brazilians so much in my heyday of online poker that I started laughing like them on the internet. I was no longer ha-ha-ing, I was ja-ja-jaing. That was like, because I would always laugh with them, you know? And I felt it was weird to have my laugh. I love a good ja-ja-ja.
Wait, is the
Maybe the KKK is a new thing. I was always ja in my day. It could have
Is that
evolved.
not the Germans?
No. It was definitely. Yeah, I think it's like.
You were playing online poker so long ago.
It was like 12 years ago. Yeah,
That was the German era.
See, look at him telling me those are all Germans waiting for someone to bring up ja.
Yeah.
I think you were just saying yes a lot. I don't think you were laughing.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah.
Yes. Akari here. He's going to see right through this. Listen, you've been playing with your fellow countrymen for long enough to know that the min raise head down is a boat full of nonsense. Yeah, put your head back down, buddy.
You only get one shot at a carry as a Brazilian. What are you doing?
You grazed him. That's
Just
all you
checking
did.
if you had something.
You took your shot. It hit him.
So you had something.
Blood spewed a little bit, but he doesn't go down. He's had 12 bigs as well. He started this tournament with 12 bigs. He knows what he's doing.
Thank you.
I have no idea what you guys were on about, by the way, but a lot of people are saying that the whole ya thing was Spanish.
Spanish. Okay, I might actually get canceled. Fair enough.
So midway through this level, 10 players remaining, 2 tables of 5, 2 monster chip leaders, 1 at each table, as we continue to play down to 6 on the penultimate day of this 5K main event. Other events playing out today. Day 2 of the 10K high roller that concludes tomorrow. I think there's a 550 event, there's a deep stack event. Still plenty of poker to be played here before the festival finishes tomorrow.
And there is that table. So why did they spell obelisk wrong? Why is it obelix? I guess we've lost James, so he can't tell us. But King Queen suited is a nice hand to have. It's a great card protector. And we're off to the races. And I don't usually say this, but I love James, but I miss Joe. I wish Joe would pop in, say hi. I wish upon a Joe.
Both players with top pair.
Excellent work, Fenton. Are you saying ha 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 or ja 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 right now? I think you both know that the correct laugh is kek.
Yes, I've learned this now.
2 pair for each player now. King kicker still active.
And yeah, the check back similar, you know, Finton, we were talking about how, oh, I would have bet the ace king on the turn there. And the rules can shift when there's 10 people left in an EPT and you're up against a very capable chip leader that'll just take his 10-9 here and check raise you if you decide to bet the turn, right?
It's also a situation where your opponent is going to have a lot more of the paired card. Like with being the chip leader, you get to call like all your suited variations. There's a lot more of the offsuit ones. Not surprised to see a bet here. Not surprised to see a reasonably chunky bet.
Yeah, and a quick call, surely. And showing the bad news will be our chip leader. Mr. Loving it, getting 650 on the river.
I mean, the news isn't that bad for Witziak. 119 big blinds only. In the year of Romania.
Year of Romania.
Now up to nearly 40. And if you take the chips out of play, the 2 chip leaders have, that 40 big blinds is like 10% of the chips in play. It's average, probably.
Yeah, I think a good way to look at how big these chip leads are for the 2 chip leaders on either table is all the other players are under average.
It's going to be a very important table draw when we lose one more player. one of those chip leaders is going to have position on the other one, and it could just be crucial to who ends up winning this tournament.
300.
Yet another flip.
2.5x here.
Seidenstricker. How hard is it to defeat the Seidenstricker in Witcher 3?
300.
Knight in the big blind. King 7.
How easy is it to kill the knights in The Witcher? Pretty easy.
Are there any humans that can put up a fight against?
Not really.
The Witcher, yeah.
But it's kind of fun when you're just like, you're going around and you stumble upon just like you know, like a group of like assassins or kind of just like, you know, people, and you just destroy them so badly.
What sort of potions do you throw at them?
You don't really throw potions so much at people, but the way The Witcher works is you drink potions which give you different abilities, and they're potions
Kind of like
that
Popeye
humans,
then, is it?
yeah, kind of like humans wouldn't be able to drink them, but because he's half mutant or whatever, he's able to like withstand the poison of them and then become
Got it.
super.
I'm glad that Finton can put into terms that non-virgins can understand. Other table.
Non-virgins, congratulations,
Hey,
dude.
I got married.
Oh, yeah.
I waited.
Of course you did.
Was The Witcher turned into a TV show?
Yes.
Because I feel like that is a TV show that season 2 was not as good, and my wife was very angry about.
Yeah, I stopped watching it, and I'm a mega fan of the game.
Boy, it was not super great this first season. I gave up after 2 episodes.
No, I like the first season.
We're going to Den de Durgan, and there's a Smurgensmingen and the Dingendingendogun.
That is a direct quote, to be fair.
I actually wasn't aware that he was, but now it makes more sense. Oh, sorry. Can Chris be here?
No.
Apologies. I forgot I've not done commentary with voice in my
If you want to address the comment of the producer, you have to
Repeat
inform
the question.
people. Yes.
Yeah.
Apologies. Henry Cavill was part of The Witcher, correct?
Yes.
I wasn't aware of this, but now it makes sense as to why my wife always asked me to go to bed before she watched it. This makes a lot of sense.
And put your earplugs in.
He is The Witcher. Well, he was.
Okay, this makes so much sense.
Yeah, and then they replaced him with a discount, a budget Hemsworth. Liam, one of the brothers of Thor, is the new Witcher.
Probably also fantastically good-looking human being.
Yeah.
But he's not Henry.
But when you know what the final form looks like, it's like getting a, Bulbasaur to replace
baby. Action fold around at Mihai.
What's the
Bulbasaur's the first Pokemon you get, man.
Yeah, that's what
Oh,
Liam
we're going.
Hemsworth
So we're
is.
Benjamin Button Pokemon. That's what we're doing here.
No, I'm saying
We're
that
going the wrong way.
Liam
They're not evolving. They're devolving.
No, if Liam Hemsworth...
This man has queens.
No, dude, I'm saying that
And his
Chris
LinkedIn.
Hemsworth would be like the final form of Bulbasaur. This tracks with my nerd... Where are my virgins at?
Can you do it in Baldwin's? And that is an 8-high flop top pair. Good kicker for Seidenstricker. And no raise pre-flop.
So I can't express
Nishte.
how bad news this is for Seidenstricker.
Getting
because
tricky.
Oh
Deuce on the turn. It goes check, check.
That is the white magic right there. I've never seen anyone check top pair on that board with Queen 8.
But also Nishte is sort of
magic.
playing this
Brazilian
kind
magic.
of funny also.
This is like
No, I know, but the way that Nist is playing it is fully designed to check raise this flop.
Right.
And Seidenstricker has the exact kind of hand you would want to bet and maybe even just get in for like 18 big blinds, but probably not. So this is kind of cool.
River is another deuce. Very strong hand for this board for Seidenstricker.
Okay, 650 over under. Go, Finton and Joe.
I'm not much of a prediction person. I'm more of a explain
Finton.
why they did what they did.
650,000 will be the exact bet.
No, you've got to do over under. You have to go.
When
quickly.
you know, you know.
No, come on.
When you
Joe,
know, you
over
know.
under. Don't leave me hanging here. Oh, he's grabbing 700. I win.
I think it's like 675, isn't it?
Oh,
Nope,
so close.
775.
775.
If Seidenstricker manages
There's no
to
fold
fold
here,
this,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but I'm not a big live reads guy. But I'm pretty sure
that's a call.
That he's going to call this river queen. That's an incredible result. Now, he might not feel like that being left with 1.2 million, but when you've got queen 8 on 8-7 tray with 20 big blinds and you don't lose all your chips, it's a pretty big result.
Pretty big result.
I'd be running around the table high-fiving everyone because I still had chips.
Yesterday's Pal Soiree and Robert on the rail, celebrating the year of Romania.
Year of Romania.
Nishta now second in chips at this table with those 47 big blinds.
I know you're not a big shower of the cards.
He's not a grower either.
But in that situation, when my opponent showed the queens, I'd be like, yeah, should have got all my chips. Like psychological warfare.
It's just free information, though. It's just a problem.
But it's
just like
that's you've owned them. Is it too egotistical? Do I need to leave that behind?
It's not the egotistical thing. It's just, yeah, it's just information.
We have got action on table 2. Trip aces for Weigel.
Oh, no,
so this pot is pretty big.
3.3 million in there. Shaw must have been getting a little aggro.
Yeah, this is wool stuff. This is ooly.
This is
OOL. Out of line.
This is some ill-timed chip leader.
Wool-timed.
Muscle flexing feels like.
It's very easy to sit here and look that your opponent has ace jack, but you've got king 2 of hearts. I don't really think you should be putting all the chips in on this board.
This looks like raise bet, which, right?
I think it would have to be.
Raise to 240, call, make that pot makes it 500,000, 200 call. Maybe there was a 3-bet 3? Maybe this was a 3-bet 4-bet check down. Phew. Phew.
Shaw does elect to give it up.
I would have loved to have seen the rest of the action there, but unfortunately we've deemed the other table more interesting, and it kind of is.
It's cool that the cameras pan out when it's not just an all in there, though. Because I'm not going to lie, they got me.
Yeah.
I was like, where's he in the show?
yeah. Oh, no. They're experiencing this just like us.
In Romania, or like, if we can call it a Premier League. Imagine there is no team qualified in European Champions, not even Conference League or something.
I know we kind of went over this joke not being great earlier.
But we're going to make it great.
Yeah, we gotta see Nishte for this to work anyway. Seidenstricker, King Jack offsuit, 1.1 million. The virtual in. Andre Akari has him dominated. Not many more chips though.
I do not reckon Mr. Akari is going to fold, and we're going to see some Brazil on Brazil action.
You have to go for it here. Your opponent has 10 big blinds. You know, you are dominating all hands like, oh, I don't know. Got to think of one that you might be dominating. King Jack, Queen Jack, Queen 10, King 10.
What about
all the on-suits and off-suits? On-suits, that's good, eh?
There goes the King Queen. Seidenstricker gets through. You can look, buddy.
Just too strong, brother. King Queen's just too strong, brother. The worst hand you would call, certainly, but
we're on a pretty big pay jump. An extra 32,000 euro.
They're all big from here on out, but yes, absolutely.
I mean, I don't know. If Seidenstricker had ace-10 off there, would I be saying this? This is the commentator's curse.
I would call King Queen, but I could be wrong. Do you know who I trust more than I trust myself?
Me?
Andre Akari.
Oh, that makes sense.
Chat Pro Saturday.
Yeah,
Wicked Boy 88 says, you're flipping versus everything.
I'm going to point out to him that it is Chat Pro Saturday, and he is right.
That is correct. You're flipping. Finn's guy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I tried to stop you there.
Didn't even give me a chance.
I know. I'm sorry. You're right. And we have got Shaw once again
Oh, this is
doing some chip leader stuff, and now it's been 3-bet by Plante.
This is the like, I just got 3-bet, and everyone thinks I'm raising anything, and I have a pair, and I think I have fold equity because Plante could just have king and 9 suited here. So I'm all in for 20 more big blinds, and oops, he has aces situation.
No, and Shaw does take the conservative route.
Love it.
Knows Plante
Love it.
probably means business. I mean, he's flipping against everything.
Also, Canadians don't bluff. They're too polite, so good fun.
Hit the AA. Back to the main feature table. King 10-10, Queen 5, Jack Tray. Blind on blind. Time for a little, oh no, Witziak is involved in this hand.
Not sure how much limping.
Checked.
Which you actually be doing pre.
Yeah, that's what I assumed, that it was going to be two short stack players playing against each other when I saw it like this, but nope.
Maybe he feels Knight has a little bit too many chips to really exert that heavy pressure, but
Queen
I would
high.
try.
Nearly the nut nothing on this board. The second nut nothing.
Don't see any reason for Knight to value bet, and I don't see any reason for him to start bluffing.
Yeah, this should be checked, I imagine, to the river. And then we might see a really cool queen high value bet.
I wouldn't rule it out.
Before? Any before? Any before? Does it matter?
Like,
It doesn't matter.
Just like the min bet, just in case he has jack or 9 high.
Check, check. Witziak picks up a small one.
He's actually been pretty respectful since I got here. He's sat down very first hand, 4-bet king 6 suited, and I was like, oh.
It's been very little of that in general.
Nice, honest poker.
Even the first level, there wasn't a ton of pressure being exerted. Two short stacks at our main feature table remain. Seidenstricker and Akari, both with 12 bigs. One elimination away from these tables combining. Vin asks, how's the pot pre-flop always 300K when the blinds are 60, 120?
It's a very good question.
It's Chat Pro Saturday, so you're right, it's impossible.
It's a very, very good question.
Niche day, by the way. I mean, it takes a really lot of courage for a poker player to dress like a cheetah. Does it not?
I think he looks
fantastic. My God, that reminds me of the best joke from the Edinburgh Film Festival.
The winning.
Oh my God.
The Edinburgh Film Festival.
Or whatever it was, the Edinburgh Festival.
Yeah, we've been over this. Was it you or was it
hilarious.
someone else?
No, it was my joke, yeah.
No, I mean,
you won best joke at the Edinburgh Comedy Festival?
Yeah, I did.
This year's best
and
joke,
it was about
yeah.
cheetahs.
No, this would be painful.
Joe took exception to the joke that won.
I don't really hate on other comedians, but for that joke to have won best joke at Edinburgh is...
Come on, listen, there's some new viewers here. You know you want to spread the love. Why don't you tell Finton what the joke is, Joe?
Why there are Brazilians?
I met my boyfriend at the zoo. Turns out he was a cheetah.
In Brazil also, I knew they ran in Argentina.
Best joke.
ChatGPT wrote that.
Yeah, that is a ChatGPT.
It is a ChatGPT
And it was
joke
aimed
because
at a 5-year-old.
ChatGPT can't tell the difference between a human and an animal,
Put
apparently.
silent striker and go there, silent striker.
To quickly answer the question about the pop being 300K, every player pays a very small blind called an ante, and it equates to an extra 120K, 20K per head. One player pays it per hand. Just may as well let the people know. There's a lot of new people here watching this big final table of the EPT, almost big final table of the EPT Barcelona.
How much is it?
Wow, and that, you know what?
310.
That fold
Mullen.
by the King Queen
Side
really
sticker.
shows me the power of ICM, and also kind of has me
more siding more with Akari than maybe I was previously with that King Queen. I mean, you really gotta keep on going up those ladders. You would just hate to lose an all-in King Queen to Ace 4 there, and Seidenstricker wakes up with the Ace 10 and gets the shove through and the quick fold from our chip leader.
Like I said, I trust Akari more than I trust myself. I've often made calls where I'm like, ooh, this one is easy. Like, this is printing money. And then someone will be watching my stream, probably on a Saturday, Chat Pro Saturday. They'll send me a little simulation, and I'm like, oh, I'm burning thousands of dollars.
Wow.
Yeah, ICM is, it's tough.
It's a tough animal.
Designed by the rich to keep the poor poor. True story.
I've never heard that about it. Wait, that's an actual joke, or that's an actual theory as to why leopard print was invented? Am I still thinking about cheetahs too much?
I think you've got the joke on your mind a little bit.
I am.
But that's the thing about it. It's such a little earworm, you know? Staying power.
Were you at the Edinburgh Comedy Festival?
Not this year. I did not attend this year.
I would love to go some year. Is it an enjoyable experience outside the best jokes being told at an elementary level?
I didn't go as a punter last year. I went as a performer, and it was one of the most difficult weeks of my life. But it was.
If I brought up,
it was
some good
rewarding.
stories, some
it was
podcast
rewarding.
level
I didn't
stories.
win. I didn't write a joke as good as that one. Apparently.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he had some mic
Tough
troubles.
crowds, or
no, the crowds were good. Look, I made some mistakes. I talked about it on the podcast. I won't go into it too much here, but
Good learning experience.
Basically, what happened was I had a room booked for 2020. The festival didn't happen. They asked me if I wanted a refund or if I wanted to roll the money over. I said, roll it over. Who knows? We could all be dead. Keep the money. Like, I don't need a refund. Go ahead. And then the next year, when the festival came out, they said, oh, hey, by the way, someone outbid you on your room. Here's your money back.
Wow.
Good luck finding another room.
That is not very nice.
And so I had a room that was supposed to hold 40 people, and me and my ultimate spite, I was like, now I want a room that holds 100 people. But I didn't do the math that 100 people at 8 shows was meaning I had to sell 800 tickets.
Oh, that's a lot.
Ace high still good after this. 8 high flop.
Sorry, when you were talking about your room,
you thought
I thought you were talking about your hotel room. And I was like, you wanted a hotel room that could hold 40 people?
You think he would have more practice on the story to like make it clear, but
no, that was on me.
I was trying to tell it too quickly is the problem. And yeah, so my room felt very empty many nights, even though I never had less than 25 people at my show.
100's a big room.
100's a really big room. That was dumb. Check, check, and ace deuce, river's the wheel.
Wheelie. Wait, why do you keep saying it like that?
This is what?
Like wheel. Say it again.
Saying what?
Saying wheel.
Wheel?
I can't pronounce the H sound, so it's not coming from me.
Why?
You're just showing off now.
What a level it's been for Nishte. Ooh, and the rail is getting thicker. Nishte up to over 50 big blinds now.
I love a thick rail. Oh, he's giving chips to people. Look at that. He's in good spirits.
It's very nice to see someone enjoying themselves. Seidenstricker said that they told him to cheer up a little bit. He was being a little tense. I'm not sure if you caught that moment when he said, he was like, I can't help it. Of course I'm tense. But I always feel, now I've never played for this much money, but on big final tables, I'm having the most fun.
That's cool.
You're already guaranteed a decent chunk of cash.
Yeah, that's cool.
Don't be looking at it what you can lose. Look at it what you can win.
I think I'd be fun. I'd be fine with it if
Yeah,
I got
of
that
course.
far.
You're
I'd be. I
guaranteed
mean,
six
come on.
figures.
How lucky would I have to get to?
I've seen you before a tournament. You're going to play. You're a mess.
Yeah, but I'm a mess because like I'm really sweating the money. Like if once I min cash, then I'm having fun.
That makes sense.
I mean, I assume I don't really know what that feels like.
One of these days, Joe.
One of these days. I mean, look, Finton's seen me play poker before, and one time I did something so bad that he and Spraggy had to walk away from the table.
Oh, how did that
They
happen?
were railing me. Yeah, remember I was playing that satellite at...
was it in Reno?
Yeah, that one table satellite in Reno, and the two of you just had to cover your mouths and walk away.
Listen, Joe, I actually think that you just opened our eyes to strategies that we realized that we did not know.
Finton, your evolution as a poker player, streamer, broadcaster has been such a delight to watch.
Thank you.
You've turned into such a witty, funny,
Do you know what
hilarious dude.
I used to be very scared that I'd mess up. The same way as when you're playing poker tournaments, you're probably
Totally.
scared at the beginning that you'd mess up, but you do it a little bit more, you get a little bit more comfortable, and you just enjoy yourself.
And you realize that messing up is part of it. Like,
Absolutely.
what are you going to do?
Is it pronounced K-Night or Knight?
I would say Knight, personally.
Okay.
And another pot for Mihai Nista, Year of Romania.
Year of Romania.
There's already been a Romanian winner this year on the EPT.
That was the first one ever?
Yeah.
That was the first
Razvan
Romanian winner ever?
Balea,
and
that's
they
right.
had Year of Romania for the last 2 decades?
What are you talking about? It's the Year of Romania now. It just is the Year of Romania.
It's a very fair point you're making.
Celtic Dawn agrees it's pronounced Knight. Celtic Dawn, not sure. Which one is that? Caneltic. Andre Acare, the shortest stack right now. Sub 10 big blinds. Ace 5 for Knight.
I don't think you're meant to pronounce the T at the end.
Kanai. And is limping into the big blind of Mihai Nishte, who is dominated.
Nasty Nishta, they call him.
There's been lots of honest poker. Now, you don't have to raise 8-5 every time or anything like that. But the big stacks, when they got position, they could be putting a little bit more pressure on.
Well, that was the point I was making. It does seem like everyone's playing quite honest against the non-big stacks.
I would agree.
I mean, against the big stacks too, but against each other, they're just kind of slap fighting a little.
Could be a product of the fact that two of the players have such a vast amount of the chips that
Could
these
be.
middling and small stacks are just aware that the pay jumps are going to be coming and it's not going to take that long, so just not to take too much of a step. Because whilst Nista has 6.6 million, like if he loses half his stack in a pot, he's right in the not quite danger zone, but in the what's just before the danger zone? Do we have a word for that? Like when you're is it just approaching?
You're
the danger?
approaching, yeah.
Approaching
Okay,
the danger
okay.
zone.
That makes sense.
Nishte has led into top pair. And that's the deuce of diamonds on the turn. Doesn't really change a whole lot. Nishte does have a gut shot, hence the lead. I guess not a lead, but hence the bet, I should say, once Knight checked.
Here he comes.
Nishte is going to go for it again. Doesn't expect to be up against too many aces, I'm guessing.
He probably should find his opponent having an ace a reasonable amount. Just it's very hard pre-flop for Knight to be putting in too many chips. Should be limping with quite a few hands that contain an ace, and then once check calls the flop, I guess he can clean out some hands, like some jack tens maybe, but maybe not. The deuce of diamonds on the turn with 2 flush draws, Knight's going to still have a lot of continues. Like he's not going to fold a second pair, he might fold a third pair. This is pretty nasty for Nista because everything breaks. You got a high, you can't really bluff.
No, you cannot. First pot we've seen Nishte give up for a while. Really decent one for Knight to pick up.
Some of the chat pros are probably going to be mad at me for saying you can't bluff with 8 high. Of course you can bluff, but you're going to have so many bluffs. But I guess you're going to have a lot of value too. You got to find some. Maybe not having the 8 of diamonds would be a good start.
I mean, look, there are obviously a lot of hands that Curtis Knight is going to be able to check call on the turn there. But, you know, if Curtis Knight has Queen 10, is he going to feel comfortable calling twice there? Is he going to be like, all right, like, you know, you could be check back an ace priest sometimes. Like, you can have a big draw. It's going to be hard to defend against. You could just have a 9. I'm out of here with my queen high, whatever.
On the turn for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Joe asks, is there a break planned after the next elimination? It's an unplanned break, but yes. Take a break for final table. I lost my train.
Is 9 official final table these days?
It is not. It still is not official final table.
But we'll do 9.
We'll probably just take our scheduled break early if we somehow get to 9 before the end of the... It's hand 69, guys. Yes. Yeah, right here. Yes, right here. Ace Queen versus Jack 10. 8 high flop once again. 2 spades.
Do you have it in your contract that you must always be doing commentary for hand 69? Because I did see you shuffling hard to get out of here very quickly.
Yeah, no, it's been my contract. He knows he had to get up. And then after this, I just kind of go back to my room for a while till hand 420.
420?
Yeah.
You skip 169, 269, and 369?
Yep.
Man, you got to get in there and do at least those hands.
I would stay on 469.
Okay, I like that.
4 spades on the turn. Witziak with the 10 of spades.
I'm more of a hand 68.
369 would probably be my favorite hand. You know that song? You remember that one?
369.
Damn, you're fine.
I don't know that one, actually.
You don't remember that?
Can you sing the whole
Is
song?
that from the
for us
Irish
right now?
I
hip-hop scene?
absolutely cannot because...
He's not allowed.
Do you know, James always, I don't think he's memeing, but when he says to you, don't sing it because there could actually be a copyright, my first ever copyright on YouTube was for me singing.
He's not joking.
A song.
No, it's a real thing.
Griffin's,
Singing. I have
I'm
not
on a
voice.
razor's edge, buddy.
Griffin's like a puppy, like when you yell at it and it thinks you're playing. Like that's what happens when James yells at him to not sing songs.
No, they've tamed me pretty well. I'm pretty.
I don't even think
pretty
I
good
can
these
tell you
days.
the name of the
We
song
had to crate train him.
that I sang.
Yeah.
You could tell us the name.
I don't think you
can.
can.
Is there a swear in it? Is that
No,
why?
no.
Is it like
so
that?
I'll
that
give you a
Kanye
gap.
song
I think you might be able
about
to work
people
it
in
out.
Paris?
I won a pot with a flush.
Yeah.
By the way, you can say it, but you can't sing it. Is the thing too.
You
I'm
also
pretty sure.
you also can't say too many of the lyrics.
Okay. What's the amount? I feel like I should know this.
3 words, but it's the name of the song.
I think you can say the name of the
I
song.
think you can say it.
Witziak.
Diamonds are.
Okay, yeah,
sure.
No. Yeah, that one's.
You got that's what you got to strike for that. This is
a
a
legitimate strike.
pretty spicy spot right here. Rodriguez versus Plante. Plante, a huge favorite, and Rodriguez in bad shape with top pair, good kicker, and a flush draw.
And only 1.45 million behind here.
I'm guessing we've seen raise from Rodriguez, call flop, lead turn small, and Rodriguez has a hand that they're just never, ever, ever going to be able to fold at this point. And on the river, they're going to be in a world of pain.
Yeah, this is just going to be a call and then a, geez, please don't go on the river or let me hit a harder king situation for Rodriguez. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O also.
Pretty big brick, I guess, if 5-3 is possible. So is
no 4-5. Yeah. 4-5 could, 4-5 of clubs, let's say. Going to call the flop lead turn.
What I would say with the 6 on the river is that all of a sudden Plante is going to have to get a lot more ambitious and creative with his bluffs, because a lot of the natural bluffs, like we mentioned, the 5-4, the 6-5, the 6-4, they all have a pair. They're not going to bluff anymore. So he needs to have something like 8-9 of clubs that floated the flop, or Queen Jack of clubs, or, an Ace-10 with the Ace of Hearts, which probably does some bluffs. So I'm not saying it's going to be an easy fold when Plante puts the rest of these chips in, but the
It comes
6
easier because the 6 now beats the Ace Jack.
I'm not even saying he should fold.
And
I'm
the
just
Ace 10
saying
hearts. Yeah. all those unpaired hands that Rodriguez would call the turn with are now beaten by a 6. Yeah.
There's the all-in from Plante.
Does 9-10 of hearts take this line? Yeah, there it is.
Rodriguez makes the call, and that is going to be
brutal finish for Rodriguez.
Adios for Rodriguez.
And he can't even turn over his cards, right? Because it's soft hand for hand.
Soft hand for hand. Rodriguez, it just got shown. The trips. Top pair, no good. Oh, first smile we've seen from him, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Finally starting to hit him. 10th place, 6-figure score for Jose. And he is going to bubble the last table of this tournament. And congratulations to the final 9 players. Everyone's now laddered up another 30,000 euros. 137,700 euros, now the guarantee. And as you mentioned, Griffin, that's Griffin and Finton. Now we're going to have these 2 massive stacks at the same table.
Table draw is going to be incredibly important. Lots on the line. Even as a short stack, you want to end up on the left of these chip leaders so that you can like shove over them, right?
This is an interesting way to present this. I like this.
The last few finishers and what they cashed for, including the player who will be the shortest stack at the final table. 2 6-figure scorers, Kaplama and Rodriguez. And here are the top 8 stacks. 8th place, not much better than 9th. You can see Andre Akari still hanging on by a thread. Ulatalo, Knight, Nishta, sort of in the middle. Plante and Weigel with decent stacks any other time. But it's Vitziak and Shaw who have all of the chips. We'll check out their seat draw and get going on this last table from EPT Barcelona when we return.
Back at the feature table, action's been folded to Daniel Negreanu. Under the gun +2, he limps with ace-4?
Weird. I don't get that at all unless he thinks everyone at the table is terrible. Wait, I do get it.
Max Greenwood will call from the small blind, and Elias Gutierrez will check his option in the big blind. The flop is 4-9 jack with 2 clubs. Greenwood checks.
Looks like the flush draw for Gutierrez might be good enough for a lead out.
He bets 10,000, and Daniel raises to 26,000.
I have to assume this was Daniel's plan all along for most flops.
Greenwood has folded.
Calling here is fine.
Gutierrez does call.
3 betting's also good, but it kind of tips your hand a bit.
The turn is the 3 of spades.
Gutierrez misses, like the deserts miss the rain.
Gutierrez checks. And Daniel checks behind. The river brings the queen of clubs, the flush for Gutierrez.
Bring it on down to Valueville.
Into a pot of 68,000, he bets 40,000.
Pretty decent value bet. See if Daniel gives up or tries to rep Gutierrez's hand. Spew.
Oh dear, it's the latter option. He's raised to 106,000.
Daniel most likely trying to take him off a bad 2 pair.
Call.
Gutierrez calls.
Good call. Good call. Need the flush.
Yeah.
I think a flush draw and a jack are both big parts of Gutierrez's range, and he's probably not betting a jack on the river. Daniel doesn't get out of line too often, and right there, like rain on your wedding day, was a bad case of timing, don't you think?
Negreanu started the hand with 242,000. He's down to 105,000.
Sad clown.
So Matt Laposse, has opened here with 10-4 of diamonds, and Mark Goodwin has understandably 3-bet from the small blind with ace-king. Leposse's going to call in position, and we're going to the flop.
Okay.
And it is queen 9-6 with 2 diamonds, so Goodwin still ahead with ace-high, but Leposse with the diamond draw, it's almost a coin flip.
This is so sick. Oh, ace king, I'm so sorry for what's about to happen to you.
A bet of 147,000 from Leposse.
You know, the worst way to lose this, by the way, is like the 4 of spades.
Mark makes the call, 147,000.
Goodwin calls with what is currently the best hand.
I would be tempted to raise there a lot of the time when my opponent leads.
Okay,
sure, the 10 of spades, also a terrible way to lose this.
Exactly. Leposse now a 4-1 favorite, having paired his 10. Action goes check, check. River card is a 9. Leposse gets there.
Check.
Is he going to value bet the river? Nope, checks it back. Goodwin's not going to like this.
4 9s and 10s with a queen for Matt. Mark's going to pass, and Matt takes the pot.
Nice hand.
Oh!
Pardon?
You've got to laugh.
What's that?
I said you've got to laugh.
About what?
I said you've got to laugh.
I don't know.
I don't know how much I can raise you to get you out of a pot. I just can't work it out.
Just fold.
I think I might make it 400,000 next time. Just to see if we can get rid of 10-4.
All right.
There's no range, is there? You know, I don't even know what 2 cards you can possibly want to put down. I don't think there are 2.
Matt's going to be first.
It's not.
Not only call with them, but hit them. What a flop, and then a turn. You get it all on the turn.
Pardon?
You get the lot on the turn.
I should have just pushed, yeah. You're right.
Well, all I can tell you is you didn't want to hit a diamond, all right?
82.
Yeah?
That's how lucky you were, yeah.
82,000 is the raise from Ace.
Ace king of diamonds.
82,000.
Did he just lie and say he had ace king of diamonds?
Correct.
I do that all the time. I make the suck out seem worse.
Meanwhile, we have a raise from Asa Smith to 82,000 with ace-9. And that is a raise and take it. I think that hand very much included in the show so that we get the chat between Goodwin and Leposse. So we've got potential 3-way action here.
Yachi Machi. And it's Carter Phillips with the 8-6 suited. Who is 4-betting?
Phillips was the original raiser, called by Leposse. The 3-bet from Goodwin with the ace-king. Now the 4-bet from Phillips with 8-6.
So it's a warm 4-bet.
20,000 is the total bet now. Matt's going to pass. Over to Mark.
What's the total?
I think he might be too tilted to fold ace king.
600 total.
If this gets to showdown, how annoyed is he going to be about this?
Depends on if ace king holds or not. Because there's only one way it's getting to showdown.
Cool.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Are they going to do it to him again? This is what I don't like about calling with ace king. You're just going to miss so often.
All right, for 620,000 each. Top is 9 of diamonds, 10 of hearts, queen of diamonds.
All right, the good news is that 8-6 has whiffed entirely. Still has live cards, however.
Has a couple of straight draws.
Mark checks as well. Let's see the turn.
One of them's no good, of course.
Ace of hearts.
All right, top pair, top kicker now for Goodwin.
And better than a 9-1 favorite.
I mean, in a vacuum, this is kind of a scary board for Ace-King. But remember, Phillips 4-bet pre-flop, so
700,000.
what's he 4-betting with? Obviously, a lot of bluffs. Is he really 4-betting Ace-Queen? He's going to 4-bet the same hand sometimes. Is he going to 4-bet King-Jack? I guess a set of queens, one thing you have to worry about. You're not super worried about a set of aces because you have an ace. I just don't think after you call the 4-bet pre-flop that you can ever do anything here. Or you can't fold, at least, is what I'm saying.
How much? 700,000.
Personally, I don't want to see a terrible river card either. Some kind of 4-card straight card, another heart, another diamond.
Beppe wants to know what's happening.
Hi.
Oh, Santiago Terezas just called the clock on Mark Goodwin.
Akin to slapping a player in the face in 2009.
Mark Goodwin now on a 60-second countdown.
Is that you? Good luck.
He's just...
You're gonna need it.
God. Oh, my
It's called
God.
armor. You're just going to get the bum end of it.
I told you. People hated having the clock called on them back in
You
these
see
days.
what I'm thinking, yeah? I'm going to pass.
Mark says pass.
He folds the ace-king.
Makes the fold.
6-8 suited.
And Phillips shows the bluff.
He saved you.
He's definitely going to blame Santiago. 100%.
Oh, I thought you just got aces all the time. No?
Sometimes kings. Mark's going to raise to 120,000.
Okay, ace-king for Julian Neuton after Goodwin opens with ace-queen.
Goodwin is so effed here.
Okay, let's do this. All in.
Julian announces re-raise, all in.
All in for 750K, and Goodwin priced in to call. Let's see if anyone else wants to get involved.
How much? I think it's 7 something.
How much is it? About what? Julian, how much is it roughly?
I'm sorry?
How much is it roughly?
I think it's 7 something.
Oh, cool.
There's the call, and it is Domination Nation
Mark has ace queen.
in favor of the Netherlands. Neuton, we can see, is a 3-1 favorite to double up through Mark Goodwin. who's not having a fun time today.
You can win 3 in a row against me.
Ace of clubs and the queen of hearts. Julian's in the let's see the flop.
I guess you're the only one he wins against because he's about to lose 3 in a row.
Oh, there's a queen on the flop.
Ace of spades.
Come on.
6 of diamonds. Hearts taking the lead, the top 2. Let's see the turn cards.
No hearts even.
Turn is the 7 of hearts.
Oh, now there's a heart.
Looking for a king.
Too late. Only a king on the river saves Julian Neuton. And he will exit in 9th place. He is the final table bubble boy. We're down to the final 8, the official final table. They'll return for the final day.
Sorry you had to
Guys, please don't
3,
At the secondary feature table, Eugene Kachelov has moved all in with kings. Danius Ulka's re-raised in an attempt to isolate, but it's not going to work. Max Greenwood's got aces.
Holy. The last time I saw a deck this cold, Kate Winslet and Leonardo DiCaprio were sliding off it into the ocean.
Action back on Ulk.
call.
He calls. He puts 2 players at risk, but he is way behind. So Greenwood's tournament life is on the line, but he's got 85% equity. Kachelov is at risk. He's drawing to 1 card.
Everyone pretty much flopped dead.
No one has a spade. That'll do it. A huge pot for Greenwood, and Kachelov is busto.
Pretty nice spot to pick up aces.
Meanwhile, Max Greenwood is about to double up through Sergei Chanchev. Kings against jacks with just 1 card to come. And it's a jack!
Oh boy.
A brutal beat for Greenwood.
Kidding me?
Oh. Maximum Greenwood, maximum tiltage. Don't worry, Sergey. He's not yelling about you. He'll see you at home.
The Grafton, 10-9 suited. Mike raises from the button, from the small blind. 650,000, which seems to be the standard open at this level. 4-3 off for Leonard. He calls, and we will see a flop. Ten, 7, 5. Top pair for Mike. Action's been checked to him.
Heads up when you're going to be opening a decent percentage of the time from the button. Obviously, the ranges are going to be a little bit wider, and you're going to have a lot of different board coverage. So that's why it's just really hard to fold any type of equity. But this bet, pretty sizable. Couple of draws possible, of course. Definitely puts this gut shot straight draw in a tough spot.
Played 1 time bank chip so far. Okay, he decides to check raise.
Yeah, and I definitely can see, you know, the thought process behind this play, because you're not going to have any showdown with 4 high. So if you're able to check raise here and get a fold out of Watson, this is going to be a really nice pickup. But if you get called, of course, you do have some equity And on certain turns, you would just shut down and give up.
Yeah.
So lots of possibilities. You're certainly not going to like it, though, when Watson does call.
Yeah. And obviously calling here with top pair, which is a very strong hand, heads up. Okay, ace on the turn. 7.55 million in the pot, Maria. Mauer has 7.55 behind.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous because sometimes Watson is going to have these ace-X type holdings when he calls a check raise. You see Mao checking it over, maybe hoping to get a free card with the double gutter.
Mike Watson checks behind, and it's the 7 of spades on the river, pairing the board. So Mauer does not get there. He is left with 4 high. Nope, he's playing the board. Mike Watson, 10s and 7s with an ace kicker. And as we highlighted on the turn, Mauer has pot behind.
Could he be thinking about trying to bluff in this situation after Mike Watson checks back that turn? Might he see an opening? He does.
He bluff shoves the river for 7.5 million. It is a pot-sized bet. And Mike Watson wants a count. Okay, there was that ace on the turn, but Mike's hand is still pretty strong.
It is, and you know, from Mount, he feels like if Watson had an ace, he's gonna most likely be betting the turn because there are so many draws from the flop that you want to protect, get some value against. But for Watson, he's just wondering, would Mount check raise the flop with middle pair? Would a 7X type hand want to be check raising the flop? And again, so many draws that have missed from the flop, and Watson doesn't really block any of them. I mean, he blocks 9-8.
Yeah.
But he doesn't block the hearts. He doesn't block the exact type of, you know, gutters or, you know, the 8-6 combinations, the 6-4 combinations.
I'm not saying for 1 second this is in any way an easy call. And if you call and you're wrong, momentum shifts again, and suddenly the advantage is with Leonard Mauer. Equally, if he can find the call here, it is over, and he has won his 2nd EPT title. He's played 2 time bank chips so far.
Yeah, and still have plenty of time bank chips to spare. Certainly worth mulling over this decision. It's really just about, you know, what type of hands would be willing to check raise the flop and then check the turn and now shove the river. It feels like it's very obviously polarized to trips here, you know, perhaps some boats, not 10s though, because I think he would have heard from 10s pre-flop, you know, so more like 5s full potentially. But again, so many missed draws from the flop.
Understandably taking his time over this decision. Remember, each time bank chip is worth 30 seconds. He's played 3 so far. Playing a 4th. And considering making this hero call, which will give him the win.
And I like to think that against a less capable opponent, Watson might not even give it this much thought. But against somebody as good as Leonard Mao, you have to be able to be open to the possibility that he's able to make this play without it.
5 time bank chips played. So Watts thinking this through. Can he find the call? Can he end it on this hand?
I feel like Watson is going to be able to. Oh.
Yes, yes, he makes the call, and we have our winner. An incredible call from Mike Watson to win the PokerStars EPT presented by Monte Carlo Casino and become a 2-time European Poker Tour champion, joining a very select club. And like that,
wow.
It's over, and no one can quite believe it. He's done it. He's a winner. Leonard Mauer, the runner-up. Mike Watson, the champion.
And there is the prospect of another 2-time winner here in Barcelona on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We have reached the final 9 on the penultimate day of the 5K main event, and there is a former champ still in contention, Robin Ulatalo, among the players taking their seats at the last table in this tournament, not yet the official final table. And of course, we're going to play down to 6 today before we are done for day 6. A quick reminder, if you want to watch the final 6, play down to a winner. The stream starts at 1 o'clock tomorrow, Central European summertime. Hope you've been enjoying the cards up coverage so far. It's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton and with Nick Walsh.
I'm here. How's it going? Thank you very much for having me.
Good to see you, Nick. And we can see right now, as the players take their seats at a single table, we have got most of the chips in front of Carl Shaw and Simon Witziak. Plus, decent stacks for Ezekiel Weigel and Santiago Plante. And then every other player sub 50 bigs, and short stacks for the 2 Brazilians, Andre Akari and João Seidenstrijker. And this is the final redraw of the tournament. This is the seat order. And of course, as players are eliminated, as we come back with 6 tomorrow, it will just be this lineup minus the 3 eliminations from the rest of today. We've still got to play out the rest of the 60-120 blind level before the blinds go up. Well, Joe has just stepped out because we have been joined by the squid himself, Sam Grafton. Welcome.
Hey, guys. Hey, James.
And this is the money they are still playing for. Yeah, we've reached the 6-figure scores. Everyone's now locked up the better part of 140 grand. Better part of $250,000 for 7th, and everyone who comes back tomorrow will have locked up 300K. More than $500,000 for 4th. The better part of $1 million for the runner-up. And up top, nearly 1.5 million euros, plus the main event trophy. I don't know, Sam, if you had a chance to see the chip counts. A very weird dynamic where you've got 2 chip leaders, Carl Shaw, Simon Witziak, who have more than half the chips in play.
Yeah, and it's a very uncomfortable position for those middle stacks. I saw Mihai and Robin will be opening into Carl with those 2 11 big blind stacks, and they're going to be very handcuffed until the shorter stacks bust.
Well, we'll talk more about the final table dynamics and talk more about the stories of Robin and Andre after we give you a taster of what you can expect after Barcelona has finished. A reminder that our final stream is tomorrow. But then, the following weekend, not only is it the weekend where WCOOP starts, it is also the weekend that we premiere a brand new series exclusive to the PokerStars YouTube channel. Yes, you'll get to see a new 6-part series, and guess what? The squid is a part of it.
Aren't you supposed to be pros?
I told you they cannot come back to Brazil, though.
Stop taking my money.
Down it, Mario! Either keep every hand or muck a 7 and get ace-king suited.
I love it.
I love poker!
I only show because I like to see the reaction.
Pokers,
here she
is.
3,000. We're playing euros? It's like 10 grand.
You want to? We just give her our money. Here you go. Take it. Take it.
Yeah! Is it going to be a cheeseburger?
It is time for the bomb pot.
I will trade this one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
5-second man.
Yes, the first episode of the PokerStars Mystery Cash Challenge premieres Saturday, September 9th on our YouTube channel. 6 parts in total, a brand new cash game format. Not going to get into too much of the detail right now. Sam, you are one of the 6 players in that game, and again, it's tough to discuss it without revealing spoilers. But the sense you get from that trailer, in addition to the mystery prize element, is that everyone seemed to enjoy themselves.
Yeah, Botez particularly enjoyed herself, as you can see, absolutely gleeful there. Yeah, it was one of the most fun experiences that I've had. Really captured that essence of a great cash game, where everyone's having fun, everyone's needling each other, and people all should tune in because it'll be a great series.
And I think it's fair to say that when you've got Griffin to your side, he's obviously going to be the subject of most of your needling.
Well, if you're trying to say it was a soft cash game, yes, it absolutely was.
I wasn't saying that. I was just...
No, it's a great mix of personalities, and you know, we all know each other. Kowalski, of course, as well, for Brazil.
Yeah.
Added a lot of Brazilian flair to proceedings. There's just a lot to be enjoyed in that series. You know, like all great TV series, James, 6 parts, just like the first season of The Office, I guess.
Yes, exactly. And I'm glad that you mentioned Fabiano Kowalski, of course, who made the final table of this tournament last year. And Fabiano was the most recent guest on the Poker in the Ears podcast, looking ahead to this year's Barcelona Festival, looking ahead to the Mystery Cash Challenge, but also just talking about the poker scene in Brazil. And I know that you were part of that for a while, Sam, because you lived there. And Fabiano's saying the reason why we have so many Brazilian players, it's very, very easy for people to scratch out a living playing online poker because actually you don't need to win that much to earn a decent salary to live in Brazil.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a very, very vibrant scene, and it's a great pleasure to play in the live arena with so many talented Brazilians. They bring obviously a lot of energy and great personality to proceedings in Barcelona and around the world. And of course, a thriving live scene there as well, with the BSOP and such events going on.
Now, Nick, we had hoped for a lively rail. Maybe not today, but hopefully tomorrow, especially if we got some Brazilians at the FT. And we do have 2 in the final 9, but they are the 2 shortest stacks, Akari and Seidenstrecker.
Yeah, that hasn't slowed him down, though, yet. Andre has found so many amazing opportunities, a couple really beautiful rivers as well, very exciting sort of roller coaster hands to remain in this tournament, and he's made his way to a final. 11 big blinds, couple doubles, and you're on your way to some big pay jumps. So 11 big blinds now, but so much opportunity remains.
Yeah, and this is a very exciting moment for everyone. There is a certain relief when you cross the line. We saw them in the background there having the sort of final table photo, which is always a sort of lovely moment, and everyone is sort of excited to have made it this far. And yeah, they'll be fighting now for first, but it sort of is a little bit of a release of tension to finally be at the final as Akari picks up a very big hand, but with just 11 big blinds.
Yeah, and he is all in. One thing we should highlight, of course, as we play out the tail end of level 30 is we are now playing 9-handed. These guys have been short-handed for most of the last hour or so. And looks like this is going to be raise and take it for Andre. And I don't know whether you noticed, but clearly João Seidenstrecker is a fan of the Netflix series Money Heist. He's got the Money Heist mask. I guess it goes nicely with the red hoodie, Nick.
Yeah, no, it looks like it is canon at this point, and I believe they wore similar hoodies during that show as well. But I wonder if that's going to be cool to be worn during play. I wonder if that's going to become an issue. Haven't seen him in a hand just yet, have we? Has he been wearing it? I mean, obviously, I've just rejoined comms.
I think it suddenly appeared. Either he's taken it out of his bag or it's been given to him by someone.
Love that. People bringing props to the final table.
Yeah.
Massively in favor of that.
Yeah, I love that.
And Mihai with his leopard skin. I mean, everyone's looking swaggy.
No, I'm loving this. And I feel like there is a little bit more levity at this table. Already we're seeing a little bit of table talk, couple big smiles, and I'm hoping that that's going to bode well for our rail, as you mentioned, James. I'm hoping that we're going to see a lot of that excitement coming out. You know, people at this point winning very significant amounts and just battling for that ultra big money at the top. If we're wearing masks and stuff, I'm hoping that energy is going to come through. We're going to have another excellent Barcelona final table rail.
While we're talking about personal attire, of course, when you were with us the other day, Sam, you will have noticed Robinho's hat. Robin Olatalo, with his collection of Puma hats. He's worn a different one every day. He thought he'd brought about 10 to Barcelona. Actually, he has 7. which is perfect. One for each day of the main event. So he's still got one hat to debut. Should he make it to the final day tomorrow, we'll get to see that 7th and final hat.
Wow, lovely. Yeah, I had breakfast with the great man this morning in good spirits. And yeah, obviously there's a lot of top Swedish poker players he's friends with. I'm sure we'll see them supporting the great man. And this is a nice little situation for Mihai, just of having the deuces in the big blind. Just hoping for a triplet.
Well, we've got all hearts on the flop. And deuce is still ahead for now.
Seems like a nice little C-better, Sam. Monotone board. IP from the cutoff here just probably gets away with a small size. What do you think?
Yeah, of course. Just with the ace high, and that's so much of your opening range on the cutoff. And, you know, there's just so many hands that can't proceed versus a small sizing and gets the job done.
Yep, very nice.
Ziegel Weigel sits third in chips right now, 7.3 million, roughly 60 big blinds. Blinds up in 8 minutes.
Yeah, also a very, very experienced online and live player. Definitely going to be a force at this final. Everyone going to be quite cagey, and you know, just the fact of having 9 people at the table, somewhat limited in what you can do, the maneuverability, because hands are going to be out there. But as things get shorter-handed, the skill level will increase, and experience might be something of a factor. No one, of course, more experienced than Andre Akari if he were to get chips.
Andre Akari looking to make the 6-handed final table of this event for the 2nd time in 6 years. 2017 he was a finalist, eventually finished 5th. Picks up 7s here and is raising. Of course, when we talk about finalists, it was only a few months ago, Nick, that we saw Carl Shaw make the final table of the Irish Open in Dublin.
Quite right, yeah. Shaw, a force to be reckoned with. And obviously, if you guys missed it, go and check the clips. Carl Shaw, nuts versus set for the chip lead on our secondary final table just a few hours ago. Honestly, one of the sickest spots I've ever seen in EPT, and a monumental hold going to the river there. Got him in a great position here going to our final.
Yeah, he's an animal. He's definitely someone you don't want with the chip lead. And he's going to be aware here. I don't know actually how many tournaments Carl actually plays. I know he's more of a cash game guy. Deciding whether he can see a flop against this very strong opening range. 7's going to be way towards the bottom of the hands Andre's going to open. Will peel out of the big blind and has 2 overs there.
Sam, do you anticipate, Andre, wow, just a set right here, right now, but top pair for Shaw as well. I was going to say, do you anticipate him folding probably deuces, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s at this point? You reckon 7s is the smallest pair he's going to open here?
Yeah, definitely. And this is just a very favorable board for the big blind. You see, Carl is not automatically checking. Obviously, because of the ICM, he's not opening 7-6. He's not opening 9-6, which Carl has, etc., etc. Not opening 8-10 suited. So Shaw going ahead and leading. And I actually really like this play.
Yeah.
And Andre impassive. But I do actually think that this is a pretty good play from Shaw. And Andre going to just call.
No, that is a re-raise.
Raised. Wow.
Yeah. 220 has just become 625.
Oh, wow.
Just wants to put some more in right here, right now on this very wet texture.
Yeah, and it's a real tough spot for Carl because ideally you'd like some kind of redraw to go with the 8. The bare 8 against, say, pocket 9s doesn't do too well. You know, it's much better, obviously, to have a 7-6 here than the queen 8.
I mean, one of the reasons why I like this lead so much is that he actually can get away from this combo now, I think. I think it's hard for Andre to have a bluff here, right? I mean, it's so difficult for Andre to have a bluff on this texture given these stacked ups.
Carl and Shaw what to do here. I mean, yeah, what a good fold.
Yeah.
What a good fold.
Another great opportunity for Andre, though.
And he put some distance between himself and Zhao Seidenstricker. Around 20 bigs for Andre, still around 10 bigs for Zhao.
Yeah, great start for Andre, and nice play from the chip leader there. I think sometimes you can feel as you're, as the sort of table boss, it's your job to be putting people all in. But recognizing the strength of Akari's range, recognizing he's going to have stronger hands than the bare top pair there, makes a nice bet fold.
I have to say, we are getting a decent crowd on the rail for the late stages of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, not often you get to see anyone, let alone a friend, play for such big sums of money. I mean, that first prize, we're used to hundreds of thousands. We can maybe get a little blasé about it. But 1.68, that's just an enormous, enormous first prize.
Second year in a row that we've had more than 2,000 entries in the EPT Barcelona main event. Continues to be the biggest, continues to be the most popular stop on the European Poker Tour. Of course, we're going to a brand new destination in October, Cyprus, and then we're back in Prague in December, the last two stops of EPT 2023.
How long was it you were in Brazil, Sam?
Like 8 months.
Would you say your game improved with your exposure to the Brazilians, or?
My tan improved.
Yeah, that did look like a really nice time.
I remember one of the things you said, Sam, and it's something that Fabiano said to us as well, is it's the perfect place to be if you're grinding a big online series as far as the time zone's concerned.
Yeah, absolutely.
So blind versus blind, unraised pre, and we have a 10-7-5 flop. Ace high still ahead.
6-5 check.
What do we know about Mr. Knight, Curtis Knight?
So Curtis Knight is a lacrosse player.
Sick.
Only has about 10K in live earnings.
Wow.
But Curtis is a professional lacrosse player. The team is called the Rochester Nighthawks. I'm told that it's just a coincidence that they're the Nighthawks. This is his first ever EPT cash.
What a life.
Yeah, that 10K live earnings just increased by a whole lot more.
Yeah, I guess this is like a pretty big shot, even playing a 5K. So Carl going to go after this pot now. Obviously, we do clear out some better hands. But ace-deuce strengthened a little bit on that board pairing 10. Obviously, we can see 95% equity.
Bless you.
And an interesting card. Sure does have a spade in hand.
Yeah.
But got to be concerned that Shaw himself might have a 5.
Excited, that's
7.
what I get maybe.
Very rarely going to fold a flush.
But because of the light, I think all the people.
And once again, we see Carl just wave the white flag, took his stab at it, and it will show 8 high. Yeah, I don't think that a river bet was going to work too often unless he went very, very sizably. And Knight relieved to just pick up very valuable chips.
So look at the chip counts there.
Yep. Continued dominance of Shaw and Witsiak, the former professional footballer slash former engineer slash now poker player.
Wow. What a interesting journey.
Okay. I will pay rent. Yes. Sure.
King Jack of Diamonds for the player with just 11 bigs.
Under the gun. Full table, though. Full table of 9.
How much is the blind with the next?
150. Okay. So the blinds are going to be up the next hand.
That's the absolute shortest stack here. Do you see a shove here quite often, Sam?
I think it's pretty close between.
It's close, isn't it?
I would tend to raise.
Yeah.
But, I don't blame him for shoving.
Right. I mean, with that many players stacked behind you, even if you were to min raise here, if you see that much action behind you, you save yourself you know, some chips and also give yourself the opportunity to find a ladder as the shortest stack.
I mean, you're only playing an incredibly tight range of hands from this position, so therefore you don't really need to split your range.
Yeah.
The weaker part of your range is protected by all the super strong hands you're gonna play. A little weird,
Oh, hello.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird with that asking and the time bank before the raise.
How much you have behind?
Yeah.
I have 1,600.
I actually wouldn't hate to see a flat here, Sam.
150.
How are you feeling about a flat in this position?
I don't think there's any flats, but you can do what you can do absolutely what you want.
Sure.
And that makes some sense with your hand against this guy, but I just don't think it's necessary. You just don't have a flatting range here, I would imagine, and you know, it depends what he thinks of Seidenstricker.
Sure.
The hood's up, but the mask hasn't gone on yet.
And this is sort of genuine tank of like, what's my sizing? What do I want to do with other parts of my range? Do I have a flatting range? Do I want to just call? Do I want to make it bigger and make it look weaker? Do I want to give him a chance, a really good price to see a flop?
It was a little bit stringy.
Very technical spot.
But I think we're going to allow it. 1.1 million is the 3-bet.
Wow, he's made it absolutely tiny. He did he half stack Seidenstricker?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so he can't. This is a very unfortunate situation. I thought he just min raised.
Essa mão faz roll, galera. All in.
So all in and a call, and Seidenstricker at risk and way behind.
Tá difícil. É ouros, chama ouros.
No, in that instance, I wouldn't mind. Yeah, and the man looking for a diamond heist here.
Yes, looks like the Salvador Dali mask is going on. He's going full money heist.
Santo har massa marker och kungar. Santo, han har massa marker.
He's going full Salvador Dali.
He's going to need some paint.
Wow, we've got a street flash board.
Wow.
We have a post-flop flip on our hands. Seidenstricker now racing for his tournament life.
It's a big old brick.
Needs a diamond or a queen for the straight. It's the queen!
He's done it! He's done it!
He steals that pot. Money heist successful.
Look at that, the money heist indeed.
Det är 6 millar, så den där spelar ingen roll för han, men 1,2.
I'm having fun now.
I can guarantee that.
Vamos, Brasil!
Vamos, Brazil. So now we have Zhao Seidenstricker playing 24 bigs, Andre Akari playing roughly 20 bigs.
Power of Brazil right there.
Vamos, Brasil, ourinhos. Não bateu ouro, bateu a dama.
Mas começou ourinhos.
Amazing to see that emotion, how much it means to Seidenstricker.
Vamos fingir que foi flush.
Very hard thing to do, outdraw kings
How much is it?
with King Jack suited. Well, he's done it. And happy to
Now
post
it's
the big blind with his newly beefed up stack.
Beefy.
Look in my face. Okay. Sorry.
Do not pass go, do not collect 200, go straight to jail.
All right, on to the next hand. Double up for our shortest stack. That means Andre is now the shorty, but still has 15 bigs, so plenty of maneuverability there still.
Oh, that means the blinds have gone up, right? We've just kicked off level 31. Yep, we've rolled into the 100K, 150K blind level.
That's fun, right?
And that is going to put the pressure on Andre.
Yeah, and we're going to feel a little bit sorry for Santiago. Obviously, it was a beautiful moment there to
Yes.
see the rail celebrating, but kind of sickening to be outdrawn in that fashion with such a strong hand and to get it in so good. He'll have to compose himself, which I'm sure he will.
I have to tell you to enjoy now. You're absolutely having a blast.
They don't allow me to put my mask again.
Oh, really?
Everybody folds? No?
No, Knight has raised the button.
I was happy.
Don't get carried away.
Just needs to keep his head
Such
here.
a dream, huh?
The dream will be later. Now it's the start of the dream.
Okay.
The deep dream is later.
Raise and take it for Knight.
That's why I can put the mask after I go all in. I thought it was okay because I just went all in, but I can't.
You cannot put the mask?
Huh?
You cannot put the mask?
I cannot put the mask.
Even
When I'm all in, I can put the mask.
That's crazy.
Okay, that's sad, but okay.
You still got to put it.
Security.
Huh?
Security at the casino, unhappy about people masking up. It's kind of a little bit of too much of a stickler for the rules, but it's probably understandable.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
can you please not dress like an armed criminal inside a gaming venue?
I'm pro mask. Nishte, nice suited connector here. It doesn't want to get involved though.
Mihai, it's such a great lad, long time grinder. Did one of my most favorite Twitter posts of him using the meme of waiting for the kids to grow up so I could start grinding again. Using the Narcos meme, very, very, very funny.
Oh dear. Seidenstricker here in the small blind. Might be tempted to be all in here, Sam.
Yeah, and sure going to be raising very, very wide. Quite a legitimate open as the chip leader, using the ace to sort of block these sort of hands. But Seidenstricker going to be well ahead of the opening range, and just a powerful hand, blocking the calls. Only one person who can wake up with a hand behind. That's just taking his time to think through the spot.
Well, I don't know if you're aware, Sam, but it is Chat Pro Saturday. Therefore, this comment I'm about to read from QuadFate 3D is 100% accurate and cannot be challenged. ICM is really important this deep in the tournament. King Jack suited is definitely a fold under the gun. There you go. Seidenstricker made a huge error. The Chat Pros have spoken.
And I feel like this is just sort of a genuine tank, actually, because... Oh, wow. And he's made... So I make quite a tight fold a moment ago with Jack 6 suited in the big blind to the button. Oh, my days. What
wow. Inspired pass, Sam. An absolutely inspired pass by the Ace-Jack.
Wow. How has he found the fold there? That's insane.
That is insane.
Andre says, stick it in your eye, pal, and sure ask for a count, but Ace-4 probably not good enough to call.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of a Hollywood here.
How much is 2.3 million? It's like, yeah, it's a lot of big blinds. Akari with the 2Ks. Just playing it exactly the same as how he would play 8s or 9s, not tipping off the strength of his holding. Not tempted to get cute with a flat.
Sure folds.
Yeah, and sure folding the ace-4. Andre, pleased to pick up the open raise, but I mean, when Seidenstricker actually sees the strength of the hand that Andre woke up with, he's going to be over the moon.
So Andre and Zhao both around that kind of 17, 18 big blind mark. Robin and Italo not that much far ahead of them, to be honest with you.
Yeah, he's going to be drawn into the mix pretty quickly as he picks up a hand. But as we've said before, Robinho, you know, almost as experienced as Akari, really similar figure, elder statesman within the community. been grinding a long, long time.
Now, Sam, I know over the years you have mixed up your look from being clear-shaven to full beard. You've never managed to rock that look. I mean, Rubinho is just, that beard is on point.
Yeah, of course. He's looking stunning. Absolutely stunning.
Answer this, though, Sam. Did you run better with beard or without?
Did I?
Yeah.
I got rid of the moustache because I lost so many all-ins with this moustache. Eric Seidel's been robbing me blind. Just like hitting 2 outs on me for so much money. It's unreal.
By the way,
I love that. So basically, Sam was faced with a choice. It's either go back to the lab, run sims, or shave the moustache.
Yeah, exactly.
Sure.
Congrats on your 25K, by the way, Sam.
Oh, thanks, mate.
What's it like to literally never lose?
One trophy a stop. I'm not greedy.
Obrigado. Ô, Vitão, chama ele pegar café. Obrigado.
Água, amigo.
I'm sure you didn't hear it, Sam, because I know that you came back for day 2 of the 10K high roller today, but at the start of the stream, your name came up in conversation when Griffin took great delight in revealing how he basically used and abused his girlfriend to convince you to take 5%, swap 5% of your action in the PCA main that year.
Absolutely shameless, that guy. Absolutely shameless.
Any edge. You got to take any edge you can get, Sam. It's a tough game these days.
Yeah, deploying his wonderful girlfriend on me.
Okay, Queen 10 spades.
It's got a bit of the Brink Kenny look, right? Side and striker.
We're not allowed to use that as a bad look-alike because we're not allowed to do bad look-alikes with other poker players.
What's weird is he was one of 2 Bryn Kenny lookalikes in the final 16. I thought Oshri Lakhmani, the Israeli player, also had a touch of the Kennys about him.
He needs the Jesus piece to really pull it off. Maybe if he wins this, he'll get himself one. So, Santiago with a cuspy hand in the big blind. Once again, everyone, aware that ranges are going to tighten up. The cost of a confrontation that much higher, even against a stack that you cover.
Ace, King, Jack. Just flopping Broadway. That's how they do it in Brazil.
He folds Ace, Jack, and avoids Kings. Immediately opens Queen 10, flops Broadway.
Yeah, and Plante not going to overvalue this King 9, but the King of Clubs is a useful and noteworthy card in this situation.
Wow, that's big for the stacked up Sam. I'm not sure if I like this size.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's just a little bit exploitative, unblocking all the pairs, the flush draws, and the like. Obviously, a board that's very, very good for the pre-flop raiser. And I feel like if he had King 9, no club, against this sizing, as you point out, Nick, on the larger size, might be able to just spin it now. But the King of Clubs going to keep him involved.
Does indeed. By the way, Nick, thank you for reminding everyone of the rules of bad lookalikes, which is you cannot compare poker players to other poker players. So, for example, we can't refer to Santiago as a better-looking Ali Shaban, and nor should we be comparing Seidenstricker to Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, I was kind of more anticipating closer to a 25% flop, 60% turn kind of line from the Queen 10, but it does get action from the King. How are you going to size the turn here, Sam, having given the play thus far?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's a little bit of an awkward stack to pot ratio.
Yeah, I think smaller on the flop and then bigger on the turn makes more sense to me, but 1.57 in the middle.
Second barrel from Seidenstricker is 700,000.
Yeah, and obviously Santiago has some ace-x, has some jack-x as well, has kings plus a straight draw and the like. I mean, it's quite a hard continue even with an ace. And I think he's just taking a moment because the jack in general is a bit of a better card for the big blind than it is for Seidenstricker. So he's
my power.
a bit unclear as to why Seidenstricker is not concerned by that.
Big bluff?
Big bluff?
Big bluff?
Maybe. Maybe pocket twos.
Tens, maybe?
Maybe pocket twos, pocket tens.
Pocket tens, man.
Not a big bluff. So confirmation that this is the first EPT cash for Zhao Seidenstricker, and this has been a good festival for him.
Finished 900th in the Australian main event, absolutely scraping the bottom of the barrel for career highlights, with all due respect to the Australian main. I mean, you know, there's people's grands that and grandpas that cash this tournament. I mean, wow. I mean, just shows how amazing the feeling must have been to outdraw the Kings there when, you know, this is such an enormous, enormous spot for the lad.
Absolutely.
And makes you want to root for him even more to celebrate. No wonder he celebrated with such gusto.
I would say that if you can have on your resume that you cashed the biggest live event in PokerStars history, that's a pretty good achievement.
Well, thank you there, James Hartigan of PokerStars branding. It is indeed a lifetime highlight for anyone that did cash it, but yeah, it's pretty sick.
So a blind v blind here. Santiago completing in the small, and Robin Ulatalo 8-7 of clubs in the big.
I think at this stack depth, you're going to see some limping with King 4. King 5 seems like a combo you might start raising with some of the time a little bit more frequently. Blind v blind.
And we've got a pair of fours for Santiago Plante. Robin Ulatalo with a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, very nice flop for the 8-7 of clubs. A board that, you know, it's not huge, but definitely does favor the big blind ever so slightly. And it's nice to sort of bet now and fold out maybe a Queen 7 or a Jack 8, something of that nature. Clear up the pair outs. And Santiago in a similar situation to the one he was in before, where he's got the kind of, similar to Carl also, where you've got the pair, but with no redraw. Definitely can't be folding as of yet. Going to be the best hand pretty often.
You do have very little Sam Grafton visibility, though.
Yes.
In this situation.
Visibility, very, very foggy. Weather forecast says poor visibility ahead. And now Rubinho with the decision whether to really pump some money in and rep a very, very strong hand, or whether to check back and take his equity.
Yeah, I think I like a second shot here, Sam, but Queen not necessarily the best hand in the world. There will be some floats that still drill the Queen once in a while, but I think there's probably more combinations just like 4x, 3x, and possibly some ace highs as well, right? With the gut shot, 2 overcards and a gut shot that still might be in there.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to continue very, very wide to the flop bet.
Fold.
And Rubinho gets it done.
So Robin, the last remaining former EPT champion, he won his trophy back in London in 2013.
Ulatalo a 73% favourite, not just to win this hand, but to win the EPT London main event. 5-5 deuce.
Robin wants this so bad.
The turn card is the 8 of clubs. A flush draw for Ulatalo. He's now an 84% favourite, and he will win unless there is an 8, a non-club 6, or non-club deuce on the river. It's the Jack of Hearts, and he has done it!
Beautiful to see.
Obviously, at the time, I didn't know who that was stood next to him when he lifted the trophy. The legend that is Lena 900, Nicholas Ostedt.
Well, the thing I'd say about that crew is you know, of the 7, 8, 9 faces there celebrating with Robin, I bet you nearly all of them are on this trip. And I saw some of them having breakfast with Robin today. It's a very close-knit, incredibly successful group of guys. You know, amazing results. And Robin sort of led, was blazing a trail at that time and was the best amongst them. And then obviously guys like Darwin and Lena have come through and you know, made poker history, made online poker history. So really nice to see that in that step down memory lane. I remember that final well, and I was pleased for Robin then, and be amazing to see him lift another one. Sweden's Vicky Corrin, you could say.
I have greater recollections of you being on the rail of EPT London the following year when Jake Cody made the final table, Sam.
Leather jackets for everyone.
Absolutely.
One of the great poker lines. No one likes to fold Jack 10 suited. That's just matter. ICM, 1.7 million. No one likes to fold Jack 10 suited, especially not when you got 103 big blinds. Wow. Whipping out the hood. Love this. And a very delicate spot for Robinho now. See, we can see he does have the strongest hand dealt. But once again, dealing with under the gun open from a mid stack. And a pretty strong looking flat under the gun one.
Yeah, he does have that 24 big blind stack though, Sam, so squeeze not completely unreasonable.
Yeah.
Well, we did get, I don't know if you
Very
saw
delicate.
it, a fold out of turn. Mihai Nishta didn't realize that Robin still had cards and folded the small blind.
Okay.
I checked here, the cards were not here.
So no penalty, but just a kind of please pay attention.
Yeah, it's pretty significant. And Robinho also sort of half stacks. Something wild happens, there is a small possibility of getting away, and will pick up a very juicy pot.
So Robin Onatalo currently sitting in the middle of the pack, hovering around the 30 big blind mark. We are currently at the 100,000, 150,000 blind level, and will be for another hour or so. Both Carl Shaw and Simon Witziak have more than 100 bigs each. Still nine-handed. Since the final redraw of the tournament, we have not lost a player. We've had a couple of double-ups, 2 Brazilians. No busts outs yet.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine this King Jack is going to be something of an iconic moment. Really remarkable with the mask. I mean, not something you see every day at the poker table.
Kari opening with ace-jack.
So important to get dealt these kind of hands and just sort of stay afloat as the short stack. Once again, you see there's no need to jam, even with the relatively short stack. And Knight here with the ace-8 off. Will go to a flop.
Okay, so it is a domination situation in Andre's favor. And he's still ahead on this ace-5 deuce flop.
Very dangerous flop for Knight. Definitely going to end up doing some chips here. No chance he's going to get away from at least 1 or even 2 barrels. Does have that club in hand as well.
Knight calls the 225. Turn card is a 6, and Andre is now better than a 9-1 favourite.
Yeah, not really a scare card for Akari.
9-bet, 525,000.
Second bar, 525,000.
Yeah, and now it's getting very serious for Knight. Trying to imagine how Akari's range looks. Whether he has to be stubborn on the turn and potentially the river.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue against an experienced player. This turn fold is almost impossible for me anyway. It just, I guess you can adjust, Sam, specifically for the player. If you think they're sweating the money a lot, they're probably a lot less likely to have a two-barrel bluff here, but Andre's so experienced, definitely going to be capable.
Yeah. Might be that you just need to force them to put it in. And does call again. 2.3 in the middle, 1.7 behind. Oh, my days.
Wow. Well, guaranteed to get another bet paid off now.
Well, hold your horses there, Hartigan. I mean, we shall see.
You can't have an ace, you got a blocker.
Yeah, and Andre now very, very comfortable with his holding. Very, very rarely going to be beat. Let's see. You know, the bad cards are 3 or 4 a club and the like. An ace, absolutely delightful. Taking his time, probably, you know, if this is me, I try and think, okay, what would I bluff? Give yourself something real to think about. But we'll almost certainly go for value, go for the lot here.
9-bet, 400,000.
What? Go small.
Wow.
It's a tickler. 400,000 into 2.35. Is he trying to induce something from Knight?
Very unorthodox river bet from the great man. Very unusual to see a downsize on this card. And Knight going to be happy, certainly, to pay that off.
So Andre Akari is going to add to his stack, to the delight of the Brazilians on the rail. 1.7 million. He's up to 4.5 million, now playing 30 bigs.
Yeah, and it's been a great hour for Akari, starting on just 11 big blinds and now up to 30 big blinds at the higher blind level.
So Andre Akari has played this event 5 times, including this year. His best result came in 2017 when he made the final table. Back here in 2023, guaranteed 9th place, but looking to improve on that result from 17.
Yeah, that's amazing. Just the consistency of the man and the experience.
Yeah.
Unafraid to do things others wouldn't, including that river sizing. Got himself paid off.
To be fair, I think Andre may have played the Barcelona main event more times than that. Those are clearly his 5 cashes, including this one.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Andre Akari ain't missing the Barcelona main, mate. Don't think so.
Yeah.
Not when he's taking nearly $500,000 out of the economy already. he can afford the flight over.
Correct.
Sure, the chip leader and also Simon been pretty quiet, actually. It's been a lot of short stack and mid stack jostling, which is not necessarily how you might expect it to go. Of course, something of a product of the distribution. Knight limping in, and Simon
with a very large stack. A hand that sometimes you might want to check, but I think perhaps, yeah, it does check the weakest ace. Seems reasonable.
Meanwhile, we've got this Leo watching on Twitch who is very excited because the Nottingham Forests have scored. I'm very glad for you. So ace high still ahead here.
No one connecting strongly.
Witsiak now has a lock on this hand.
Trying to take queen high to showdown here. The ace being somewhat disguised now, Sam, right, with that check pre-flop.
Yeah.
Seems like a great spot to start speeding up. When your opponent checks flop and checks turn here as well, I do anticipate they have some semblance of showdown a little bit more often. If they've got if they just have, you know, 5-6 or something like that, they might just bluff flop, they might just bluff turn. So definitely some pairs in there you're still going to get value from betting out on that turn with the turned top.
So just under an hour left to play at this blind level. The penultimate day of this year's EPT Barcelona main event.
Yeah, and a lot of people on the rail.
I know.
The crowd filling up to see these guys in action. And it's been a tough start to this final table for Santiago. Folding the queen jack here. He's someone that has sort of chipped down while others have like Robinho and Andre have chipped up. Had a lot of awkward spots, third pairs and second pairs and the like.
And we should highlight that no one is super short right now. The low man at the table is Yao Seidenstricker, but he's got more than 20 big blinds. Then you've got Curtis Knight and Santiago Ponte around the 25 big blind mark.
No, Hollywood just into the muck. And nice pot for Mihai.
And we did expect things to slow down at this stage. It happened in the Estrellas main event as well, and it's happened in other EPTs we've covered. We're now at the point where there is a money jump with every single elimination. But not just that, the sums of money they're playing for are now ridiculously big.
Yeah, of course, it's life-changing money for a lot of people, and it's twice as life-changing if you go up one or two places on the ladder. And of course, the very nature of playing nine-handed, you know, we're playing eight-handed, but some of the time there's 7 at your table as well during the mains, and you're playing buttons and cut-offs.
That's stressful. Take 2 of them.
Yeah, and a bit of chat amongst the veterans. Certainly gives me a little bit of hope. That's something for the old guys with Mihai and Robinho and Andre, players that were already legends when I was beginning. I mean, I thought I was too long in the tooth for this game, but it's great to see some of the superstars of yesteryear making a big run here. And yeah, I mean, this is just, here you go, an under the gun open. Great to have aces, but you know, no one sort of incentivized to go wild after what is going to be a very strong opening range.
It is going to be raise and take it for the aces of Ezekiel Weigel.
Gotta show the aces.
Did he show?
No, he didn't show.
What a pro.
I'm not sure if he's giving much away by indicating he opens aces UTG, but that's fine. You know, that's cool. We'll keep it chill.
It's going to be Santiago first act here. Was chip leader for most of yesterday. Now one of the shortest stacks with 9 remaining. Folds.
So what actually picks it up? Is it the camera or the box?
The box first and then the camera.
Okay.
When you look at that. Thank you.
Robin Olatalo
You want to be sure they see the card.
folds. He folded the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit. Good man, Robin.
And now to the dealer. It's like three-step authentication,
Yeah.
you know? Like.
King-Jack of spades for Knight.
Hand of the day so far.
Knight starts the hand with about 26 big blinds, guys.
Online is getting down. Too much legislation.
You really for the
don't like
absolute
government
min.
Which? Like in general? Yeah. No, I don't.
Every level, you're jumping him.
Yeah, a little bit against the rules.
And
why not?
Covering
It's like never
so
ending story.
comfortably the opener.
We can switch it to religion.
Seems like you can potentially go to the flop with the 7-6.
I always get in trouble.
It's going to be the situation pretty often where they've got the high cards. So you can potentially call with the low cards. Close though, I guess.
Yeah, I don't.
You just put everything on the table from the beginning.
No friends.
You don't wait for dessert.
Is he actually going into the time bank?
Wow.
Making this decision. And I do this very often when I go 3 seconds into the time bank and then decide, and then I'm like, well, now I might as well take the other 20.
It's like, I've spent the card, and I'm going to get full value for spending that card.
And he 3 bets.
Okay.
That's not something I was expecting at all.
Okay, then. Bogdan says, why is that hand called the Spraggy? Did he do something with ace-7 off? Yeah, went all in with ace-7. It didn't work out for him. Some people say the play was totally standard, but I just like to make it sound like he completely punted.
So Knight here, tricky spot. Obviously, one of our shorter stacks, second from the bottom at the moment. Still 24 big blinds, though.
Yeah, and if this was, you know, earlier in the tournament, would be a very conventional flat in position. But that a little bit more problematic at finals. Will be interesting to see how Knight approaches it.
There might technically be a 4-bet jam, right, Sam? King, Jack, spades might sneak into there from a GTO perspective.
Yeah, I think that is, I mean, if he's using 7-6 off, like, let's just put it in his eye here. He's obviously way overdoing it, but this is sort of understandable from perhaps a slightly less experienced player. And now we're actually playing a 3-bet pot, 7-6 versus, wow.
Wow.
And the poker gods have action in mind. The poker gods choose violence as Weigel flopping middle pair with the straight interaction and a spade, and Knight absolutely hammering this flop.
Yeah, pretty hard to make a mistake from here. Even if you're losing, you still have significant equity against pretty much all the hands you're going to get it in against here.
So Weigel is the 3-better pre, continues flop for 400,000. Knight with 94% equity.
Yeah, and Weigel's got himself in some trouble here with sort of, yeah, maybe a little bit of, I don't want to be too results-oriented, but a bit of ropey hand selection, and a 4, an 8, a 3 could be disastrous for Weigel. And also an interesting card. I wonder what Weigel thinks about his 7 now.
Just gets better.
Yeah, got a reasonably strong Omaha hand here.
Yeah, exactly.
Trips, flush draw. And
Trips in the second nut flush draw.
Yeah. Yeah, and Weigel now not going to be able to get many better hands to fold. Going to check and maybe hope that somehow he can get to showdown against an ace-queen, an ace-jack of diamonds, or the like.
I mean, SPR is less than 1 now, Sam, right? So Knight's the effective stack, 2.6 behind, 2.8 in the middle. Checking the turn, definitely not completely unreasonable. You don't struggle to get the chips in, right, later on.
Love this.
Yeah, I love this line. Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. PLO hand.
I love it.
Somebody told Knight we're not playing PLO.
Just flop top pair and the second nut flush draw. Improves the trips on the turn. River a full house.
Yeah, and the 7 showing down for significantly less on that river. Does, I think, still beat an ace-queen suited, an ace-10 suited. Perhaps going to be a little too high in his range to bluff. We shall see. Very unorthodox spot. Range is very, very narrow. And checks again.
Yeah, I mean, a big question here, Sam, is if Knight had ace-10 of spades, for example, would he really be bluffing this river, right? He had a showdown with the ace-high, theoretically, so it becomes really difficult to hero call with a 7, even when there might be some missed flush draws out there, but a lot of them, I think, actually have enough showdown to check river, right?
Yeah, could be the case. I mean, Knight also with a decision how to size his hand. See, with the board so locked, you might want to just card match with the times you do have ace-jack and you're value betting your weaker hands. And
oh boy.
No, can't help himself but go big. Understandable with such a strong hand. Hoping. Yeah, and Weigel against that sizing. Straight out of there.
Imagine if Weigel had queens. Oh, baby, that would be a tough one.
I'm sure that's what Knight was imagining. Hey, everybody.
Hello, buddy.
Hello, my babies.
Hey,
Great
welcome
to
back.
have you back. Incredible name, Curtis Knight. In the sort of Jake Cody levels of cool names.
Pretty cool. Professional lacrosse player. The team he plays for is also called, like, the Knights something or other. So I don't know if he's, like, the owner also, if that's just synergy.
Yeah, and by the way, it's amazing, you know, and this is something we're used to at the EPT, to have both sort of legendary online players, you know, high-stakes live cash game guys like Carl Shaw, and then, of course, you know, people making their first ever EPT cash. Quite amazing to see.
Yeah.
Obviously, that, you know, a World Series final table, albeit in the tag team event, you know, not insignificant, but this is big money and under the lights.
If I'm not mistaken, Curtis does have some, or many more online results. I think he might do some work with Poker Code and those boys a little bit as well.
He's a Poker Code guy. Wow.
Yeah.
That's big. Get him in an orange hoodie. Where's Ibiger? Get your boy patched up.
Man, Pete Davidson must have some great PR. See, okay, so Curtis Knight plays for a team called the Rochester Nighthawks. K-N-I-G-H. Rochester, New York is a town that Pete Davidson talked so poorly about that the cops ended up pulling him over and tried to arrest him. But he's got such great PR that when you Google it now, all that comes up is his show tickets in Rochester. It's probably community service. Rochester, just a couple of hours from where I grew up. Knight not involved in this hand. It's Weigel and Planty. Top pair for Weigel.
Yeah, and this is potentially going to work out well for Weigel. I think, you know, that stepped out of his ranges there a little bit, going for the unconventional 3-bet and getting put back in his place.
This is an incredible matchup. We've got Walter versus Lebowski.
I see what you're saying. He's like a, you know, if there's a Lebowski prequel.
Yeah, the early years. And then we've got, you think this guy's ever pulled a gun in a bowling alley?
This aggression will not stand, man. This aggression will not stand. Like, you know,
there are rules for a reason.
And Planté, who also hasn't had the most auspicious start to this final, getting rid of the ace high.
Thank you.
Maybe we could get Andres, the young Totoro.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just a couple of EPT stops left here in this calendar year. It goes Barcelona, then Cyprus, then Prague. Streaming the main event from both stops. It'll be our first time in Cyprus, and I've heard the resort there is all you can eat and drink. So
yeah, a great buffet, nice swimming pool to kick back to. Of course, you'll be locked in a dungeon with, handcuffed basically to James Hartigan, so you won't see any of it. But for the rest of us,
correct.
It's going to be
a very good time for everyone else.
Exactly.
They make sure I'm close enough to Hardigan that he can smell booze on me. That's how it works.
Now, somehow, I want to take this card.
Luckily, just one table to contend with, not the final table. I know it's weird.
Oh, this is the unofficial?
Unofficial final table.
Yeah.
They wait for one more person to bust, and then everyone takes photos. The Hendon mob comes down and gives everyone a little pin.
Yeah. You cannot, if you're eliminated now, you cannot say you were on the final table.
We will track you down. We will sue you.
And they're like, it's literally is. There is no more tables.
It is the last table.
What could be more final than this?
Not official.
It is the last table, but not the final table. Because EPT tables are 8-handed, so this is really an 8-handed table with a side table, with a kid's table.
Sure.
Sam doesn't know what the other tables are called because he's always on the final table anyway. So he's like, I didn't realize there were other tables.
Well, the tournaments I play, there's only 2 tables anyway at the beginning. So, you know, you start 2 tables left.
I'm sure they've covered it, but congrats, Sam, on your win this week.
Thank you so much.
Nothing.
Sam plays the tournament so big that you make the final table and you're not in the cash till 4th place anyway.
So that's absolutely true.
So I mean, I don't want to assume, but you must be profitable for
Yeah,
this trip.
mate, I actually final tabled the 1K Hyper just the other night as well.
Really?
Yeah, first time I played a 1K in ages, and it was very sort of summary of what poker's like. I just didn't care at all. I was all in many times. And I had no expectation of doing anything. Then I made the final, and I was like, "Wow, I'm going to win! Like I can win this. There's a trophy."
As soon as you start thinking about it,
got it in with Ace Queen suited versus Queen 10, and immediately, like the one all in that I really was pumped for and wanted to win. You've got to have no hope in your heart.
Yeah.
If you're just dead inside, you're rewarded.
Yeah.
As soon as you start to care or dream, it all comes crashing down.
I had a similar experience once where Daniel took me to Romania, and they held a free roll tournament for him. And we're playing the free roll, and I'm just like making moves, jamming, you know, 4-betting light. And on the break, we're like, he's like, hey, you know how much this free roll pays for first? And I'm like, no, how much? He's like, 50. I'm like, oh, 50 euros. Like, cool, whatever. That's cool. Like, I'll just keep playing like that. And then I'm bebopping and scotting, running up a huge stack, and then all of a sudden someone's like, no, it's 50K for the winner. I did not win another pot the rest of the tournament. As soon as I found out there was real money on the line, it was over.
Yeah.
Did DNC, as they say. And DNR. Do not resuscitate either.
Another stack of blacks.
This stack, speaking of Year of Romania, gonna defend King 4 suited. Ace 10, 6, 2 clubs.
Yeah, not going to be sad to see an ace flop, but not too worried. Jack's still very, very strong on this board. Yeah, I played a charity tournament with in New York that Vanessa Selps organised. And in that, the first prize was...
The David Einhorn Invitational.
I was around a lot of people were either incredibly good looking and on TV or incredibly rich. And the first prize was like a 25K PCA package. And I got like third or something, and then you got to pick in order. Like basically, it was 10 prizes.
It was like a Yankee swap,
and you could pick which one you wanted. But they were all experienced. It was like box at the Miami Dolphins in like, or it would have been the Giants in like, or like dinner here. But I was in New York for like a day more. So even though I came third, I had to pick the iPad, which was like the booby prize basically of the 10
It was
prizes.
the iPad or nothing.
You know, I could have been having, you know.
You could have had a 5-course meal.
Yeah, exactly. Shown around the set of suits or whatever, you know, like these kind of things. It's like very, very unfortunate.
I hosted one of those. I don't think it was the one you went that deep in, though.
No.
Incredible.
It was it was nice to step into that world every once in a while. I mean, very rarely that I do, but celebrities to the left of me.
Regular in that
bankers
scene.
To the right.
Andy Frankenberger came out to my show in New York.
Wow.
Last week.
Speaking of incredibly rich men.
Yeah, he not only did he come, but he brought one of his pals who had just been on CNBC that day talking about like the biggest stock jump in the history of the universe.
Yes. Yeah, Frankie Bogan was there. Wow. I
Free
haven't
show,
thought
by
of
the
him.
way.
I haven't-
Totally free show. Not even.
Haven't thought of him in a while.
Ooh, interesting spot here, Sam.
Weigel. Why 3-bet the king 10 suited when you can wait for 7-6?
Exactly. Yeah, I really thought that might have been an interesting moment just to have a really small 3-bet there from that position, but just decides to fold it. Seems fine. And we're in the small blind now.
Yeah, you just build around the ace, I think. You don't want a 10.
Nista.
Nista been dead inside for coming on 10 years now, so he's going to.
He's ready then. He's got the right mindset. See, I like this Sam Grafton mindset.
Exactly. He had children and had a few years of hope, didn't cash at all, and now he's gone back to. You don't want to have those
You
kids.
can't want it too much.
Because they make, yeah, exactly. So same speaking to girls in LA. If you have any hope, if you have any, like.
Do you remember that movie,
yeah,
the Tao of Steve?
No.
Rule number 1 of the Tao of Steve is eliminate the desire.
Sure. There we go. There we go. I don't think I want to think about you eliminating your desire. But anyway, Shaw with the king 6
Not what
off
it means.
in the big blinds as the chip leader. Again, a potential 3-bet candidate will take a flop. Hasn't done much chip leadery stuff thus far, but still maintaining his preeminence on 104 big blinds.
Jack 10-6. 3 hearts. Top pair for Seidenstricker. Bottom pair for Shaw. Seidenstricker does not want to pump this pot up anymore. Deuce of spades on the turn.
Yeah. Sort of hoping to manage the size of the pot, see a brick before putting in money.
Attends.
Looks like it's safe for him to go ahead and start betting turn.
Yeah, it looks visibly uncomfortable. Sure, definitely someone I think is going to be very attuned to people's physicality and the like. But not, you know, very, very nice, quick fold of the bottom pair there. Aware of the strength of the range and how it interacts with the Jack 10 high board. Really important if you are going to see flops with these very junky marginal hands that you're able to get away on certain textures.
I'll allow that, by the way. That's fine.
Folding flipper?
No, down the shirt. Coughing down the shirt. I have nothing to say about the poker. You guys can handle that. I'll handle etiquette, coughing.
Sure.
Various other activities.
Loving the Top Gun shades. I have to reintroduce this. I could pull that off. Probably not, actually.
Feels the need to raise with Queen Jack under the gun.
Cara, muito break pra fumar, velho.
All the way over to Ulatalo, who's got a much better queen. And they're suited as well.
Yeah. Beautiful looking hands. And again, potentially, might play differently. No, he's going to go for the flat. It's obviously a hand which in general people don't 3-bet. You don't fold out better. You strengthen your opponent's range, etc. You keep in hands you dominate with the flat. Some people might have 3-bet it here. No, with the Jack 10 off in the big blind.
I think you're 25.
Seems like a nice combo to call and go multi-way with.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, yeah, this is a good fold, by the way, because look at the exact hands they have. The flatting range really, I really love to see that, by the way.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say because.
Save a big blind there? Jeez.
Yeah, it's really nice. Really nice.
I mean, hold on a second. I like to play results. Okay, good fold. Good fold.
Yes, and
top pair for Ulatalo. flush draw, backdoor straight.
Yeah, and it's a significant card in hand, the Jack of Hearts. Really limits the amount of flushes it's possible for Ulatalo to have. Nice to put out a little bet, just particularly against
Rips on the turn for Robinho.
Yeah, and you actually think of the combos of King Queen. There's only one available. There's obviously 2 King Jacks, but only 1 King Queen suited. And I wonder if Simon goes on the attack here, right? Pressurizing 8s, pressurizing 9s. Against 9s, you would have a flush draw and 2 overs, right? Lot of equity. And as I said, some sort of card removal against King Queen and against flushes.
Here's a question I've wanted to ask you for a long time, Sam.
Yeah.
When you're constructing ranges, right, like you're just doing right now, you're starting with 9s.
Yes.
Where do you start with
Well,
this?
this flatting range is a very limited number of combinations. He's not...
The cutoff flatting range.
Yeah, versus under the gun. And a big river incoming here.
That river is a miss for hearts.
Yes. And Simon here doesn't show down for anything. He's open under the gun. He's going to have a lot of pocket pairs, some ace-x. This is pretty low in range. Certainly he's not going to open, for instance, many worse offsuit hands. So he's not going to have many one-heart combos. Maybe a bit of ace-queen, ace-jack.
So is it better to like start high with your opponent's hands they could have and eliminate them that way rather than just...
Yeah, and is that a time bank card? Yeah, he's having a think of... really dialing into, like, what is Robinho's hand here, almost? And can he get something to fold? Does his opponent have ace-queen with the ace of hearts that he can get to fold? And, also, what does he want a card match? Is he going to represent a flush? Is he going to represent pocket jacks? And he's gone for... snap call.
Quick call from Ulatalo.
Yeah, went for a sizable bet, 1.3 on the river. And I don't really blame him for that. Robinho's check on the flop certainly helped get him paid. And, that's one of the most experienced tournament players in the world, chipping up to nearly 50 big blinds.
I mean, there's a lot to be learned from that hand, the biggest of which, in my opinion, the biggest lesson to be learned would be how to fade the heart.
Indeed.
Not really sure how you do that.
Yeah, and it's a significant pot indeed for Robin, bumping him up to 3rd in chips. Best of the rest in many respects. And Shaw's chip lead also extended over Visiak.
He's the chip leader of the non-chip leaders.
Yes, exactly.
Side and stricker on the jack suited later. Okay. Andre with ace, deuce of spades.
You normally call that acey deucey, right? That's a Stapleton.
I don't say acey deucey.
Oh?
No.
I thought I could. Memories of you saying
Should I?
No.
Okay.
No. Suited wheel draw. That's what Johnny Bax used to call it when I used to watch his trading videos.
Suited wheel draw. That's something. I might say suited wheel cards. Yeah.
Suited wheel cards.
Wheel. Yeah.
And Shaw on the button with the king queen. This is definitely, well, let's see how it goes. This is definitely a good spot to call in position, I think. Covering the stacks behind. Not inconceivable he'll go for 3-bet. Yeah.
Koshki on Twitch says, Kingy Queenie.
Queen. Yeah, someone.
I say Quing. Now,
Quing.
Quing is one of mine.
Quing is definitely a
There
Stapleton.
we go.
Stapleton staple.
Yeah, and goes for the 3-bet. On the button. Decides that, I think if this was suited, would always flat. Using the blockers, leveraging his opponent. And Andre, I would imagine, just thinking about whether he can ever shove this. I don't imagine it's Andre's style to just put it in his eye here, but I wouldn't blame him if he did so. And we could see it would work, by the way. Sure, 3-bet folding here.
Wow.
What's he doing?
That is a 4th bet.
He's clicking it? No, he's calling. Ah, okay. I was completely
Sorry.
wrong.
Me too.
Andre going to the streets.
A little bit of thing.
Wow.
Oh, because I didn't see the re-raise yet. That's why. Because the re-raise is 775.
Off 25 big blinds.
Honestly, we've seen Andre have some really stellar situations, and once again finding a very favorable board to get paid by the King Queen as well. Yeah. Both players improving in a pretty meaningful way.
Yeah, pretty hood from the great man, the Brazilian legend. Very happy to continue against a small bet. Got some backup in the form of the flush draw.
Yeah, would be happier to see a spade on the turn, which is 7 of diamonds.
Yeah, reasonably inconsequential card in terms of the two actual holdings. And sure, with the second pair, beats the Queen Jack suiteds and the Queen 10 suiteds of the world.
So
see, only a couple of combinations.
How much can Ace Deuce be
no,
pressurized here, Sam? Yes, exactly.
By the way, this is kind of gangster.
This is 1 million.
This is a bit out of line when you have a queen yourself.
Yeah.
You know, and obviously a plethora of other hands to bluff, King Jacks and King 10s and such like. And it might be that he's looking to go for it here. Andre, a little bit worried now. Would love to have seen it go check, check on the turn.
This is for more than a third of what Andre has left.
Yes, and
leaves Andre with almost no chips for the river.
Yeah, and this by the way is the downside of the call. You get put in these tough situations with a bluff catcher. Lot less appetizing, and does lay down the best hand. And that is pedal to the metal stuff from Carl Shaw.
Yeah.
Putting this big stack to work. Little bit out of line, little bit unorthodox, but we can see how he's accumulated chips.
Pressurized, as Sam Grafton would say.
Very pressurized.
Pressurizes top pair and gets one of the best in the game to fold the best hand. Shaw at 114 big blinds. Andre Akari, now the shortest stack, just dropped below 20, and his pal in the pink shirt, easy to spot there, EPT London champion last time we were there in October of 2022.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Ian Hamilton.
Yeah, I don't know this firm of UK guys quite as well, you know, but on the come up, obviously, you know, seem to be a strong set of friends and putting up some big scores. I'd love to see it.
One of his friends actually got in touch with me on Facebook to say, his friend Johnny Kelly.
John Kelly, yeah, said, Stapleton, you're the worst. You suck. No, John Kelly, big legend of the UK poker scene.
Said, I'm on the rail with Ian Hamilton for Carl. Ian won the EPT London, which we know. I won the Poker News Cup in Vegas in July. And Jamie Lee is a GUKPT winner, so the rail.
Shout out to John. You're getting fed your lines by people on Facebook?
Everyone feeds me my lines. I mean,
he'll say anything that you type in chat.
There's my nose for facts versus people who are having a laugh are pretty good. Is pretty good in general.
Yeah, you can rely on anything Johnny tells you. I'm sure of that.
Ulatalo opening King 10 suited.
Yeah.
Knight, Ace 5 of the same suit.
It wouldn't be a final table without an Ace 5 suited 3-bet.
Sourdough, artisanal.
Yeah, and
the most powerful weak ace in poker.
It's it's just an acceptable hand to go bust with, basically, or acceptable hand to, no one's ever going to blame you. So Robinho, obviously with a very beautiful hand, and will release. This is a little bit more what I expect of a final table, but you know, like not seeing flops, not peeling 3-bets as much, but you know, it's one of the amazing things about the, you know, and the dynamic nature of poker, even at the highest level, is if people aren't playing by the rules, if people are flatting you with hands like ace-2 suited, now your bluff selection has to completely change. Your pre-flop strategy has to completely change. You know, if I were 3-betting you from the big blind and knew you would only shovel fold, I want certain sort of hand. If I know you're going to a flop, playability, suited properties go way up in value. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys recalibrate.
How do you make that adjustment? You just have to wait for the stream to catch up.
Well, yes, they're going to eventually sort of find, okay, you know, people are going to the streets a bit more. I mean, they already know this. There's situations where the flatting range is almost non-existent, where people are playing poker.
Ulatalo this time one better, ace-10. Shaw with the deuces.
Yeah, and Shaw with a bit of momentum after that big king-queen bluff.
We see Shaw doing now what Witziak really hasn't been doing. Has had the chip lead all day today. Hasn't really been going for it like this.
You know,
oh
no! And by the way, I was about to say I'm loving this from Carl. I am loving it. I am loving this kind of approach. All guns blazing, putting it on people. But the downside is this: what's exactly about to happen? An incredibly tight player about to go all in. See, when we talk about card removal, this is no. Don't make it look stronger than.
Not quite all in.
Oh yeah. How much is he keeping back? Just a
not much at all.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
90% of his chips in the middle.
Yeah, and Shaw in a pickle here because he is actually getting a good price, and there is a little bit of a possibility that this could be ace-king. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a big problem that you've put 900,000 out there with deuces, and now it's very unclear how you should.
That's 3 million, or is it 3 million total?
It's 3 million total.
3 million.
Yeah.
Unfortunate outcome for the Brit. How will he proceed? How many big blinds did
I mean, can't you fold this and make the same move like 9 more times and not have this done to you and get those chips back and then some?
Yes, I mean, yeah, I think that is the case. Yeah, and
Seidenstricker picking up a big hand there, getting the chip leader to fold. And we talked to one of his friends.
What's the race? 2 million?
On the rail.
To support my friend John Seidens and of course Sakari. I mean, João is from Samba team. He's a coach in the basis of the team, and he's like a grinder forever. He's a really hard worker. He's been playing so many tournaments, like more than most people, and he didn't play much live. He's like I think he had one cash like quite a while ago, and now he came to Barcelona to enjoy a trip and have some fun and play the tournaments. So it's amazing that he's on the final table. He's a great guy, and yeah, we're here for him.
That, of course, Brazilian superstar in the making, Fabiano Kowalski. Fabiano made the final table this event last year, featuring in the PokerStars Mystery Cash Challenge. Coming out a week from today, I believe, is the premiere, and is the founder and leader of Samba Poker. If you want to hear more about Samba Poker, Fabiano was the last guest we had. Not the last guest we had on the Poker in the Years podcast. Wasn't in the Barcelona preview show. Oh, yeah. Turns out it was. Nope. Fabiano Kowalski was the last guest we had.
And if I can also add, a complete sweetheart. Love that guy.
Very, very nice fella. Absolutely. Yeah. Back in play here, blind on blind. Akari limping in with the ace-8 suited.
Yeah, Weigel can't help himself here. A lot of people, I mean, maybe you want to do this on occasion, and it's going to open the door for Andre Akari.
Would you have preferred the ISO with ace-8 off here as opposed to its suited counterpart, Sam?
Oh, no.
Sorry, excuse me. With
Yeah.
10-5 off as opposed to its suited counterpart?
Perhaps a little bit of a waste. But you do, maybe you are supposed to mix in some suited hands occasionally, but
yeah,
you know, when someone's playing limp only, basically. And yeah, look at, you can see on Easy's face, another one. Didn't go my way. But, you know, obviously being aggressive as the covering stack, really, really important to maintain that aggression and find spots to pick up chips. But, you know, unfortunate there.
Saggy asks, who is the player that is likely to win, in your opinion? I don't think anyone's going to win, in my opinion. They're going to win in Barcelona.
Yes. No one can win your opinion.
No.
You have disdain for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, the tournament's in Barcelona, not in my opinion. But thank you for your question.
4+.
Here we go.
Here's the guy.
Let's go, Carl.
This hand matches what he looks like. I know that's a weird thing to say. He looks like the Queen 10 of Spades.
He's come to a fancy dress party dressed as the Queen 10 of Spades.
As the Queen 10 of Spades, yeah.
Surely the King 10 of Spades, no?
I don't know.
A little bit more.
We did this bit yesterday, Sam, where I said, well, Joe said, Queen 10 of Hearts is like a hand I would take out to dinner and like really romance. And I said, okay, chat, what's the hand you would take out to dinner and why? And you're absolutely right. Queen 10 of Spades is Carl Shaw. I think Queen 10 of Spades needs to be the Carl Shaw.
Or maybe it's his party date. Yeah, I guess.
You know what's sick about Akari's name is he's both got like the AA, the Andre Akari's, and the KK.
He's got it covered.
Yeah, it's got like it's got all the premiums.
It's a great Omaha hand.
Yes.
Yeah, like what? Like how? Why?
Yeah, in fact, the first part of his name is just an unbelievable Omaha.
Also, so it would make sense to do 75. Yeah, that's so random, but. What level we play after this? 100? Yeah.
Stack's actually pretty condensed from 20 big blinds, Andre Akari, up to 42, Curtis Knight. I mean, certainly 5 guys, 42, 42, 36, 32, and 30. Really jostling in the middle.
I figured out.
Mihai. Out. Me by.
Like full pin days.
Curtis Knight. Not going to play.
When are you born?
Fitziak.
What year are you born?
96. Folds.
96.
Side and Stricker. Looking like he's dying inside. But no thank you. Andre out. Button. Weigel. Ace King. Big slick energy.
Yes. Very nice spot to find oneself in.
Oh man, you can get shoved on here too, huh? Are you hoping for that? Are you hoping somebody shoves on you?
Absolutely. Let's say out.
Plenty. No. Robinho in the big blind.
Dolly Parton.
A 3-gapper. Unsuited.
Yeah, and Robinho does cover, but not by a huge amount.
4.7.
Just making an assessment on whether he can defend this hand.
He's giggling inside, though. He's like, I'm never playing this hand. How much is that? How much you got? How much you got? How much you got? Hey, Sam, how much you got there?
Sure.
Can you put the big chips in front, please? Thanks. Thank you. No, it's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Thank you. All right, I fold.
One of the joys of poker. Just a little bit of gamesmanship, a little bit of chit chat.
It's a little bit of pageantry, you know,
yes.
And it's a little bit of showmanship.
That's a good way to. I've never heard it described like I like that a lot, pageantry.
Yeah.
Main event, day 6. I mean, it's a lot of poker, by the way. You know, making these decisions. I always try and emphasize it because when I see that, I would be shattered. I mean, you guys doing 6 days of commentary, I'm like in awe a little bit, but actually being out there under the lights.
No. It's almost as impressive as winning $1 million in 3 different poker tournaments. It's close, super close.
It pays slightly better, your job, though, right, Joe? With the golden handcuffs contract, no?
I don't know if you saw me doing my washing in the sink, Sam, but not quite at the golden handcuffs yet. Bronze, maybe.
Yes.
I'm out here 7 days in a row guessing the action and getting it right at least 20% of the time, Sam. It's really exhausting. It's really exhausting.
Yeah, and if there's someone that likes to play pots, it's Weigel. I mean, it's going to really be an exciting final table. Let me tell you this, if we get the right combination of characters. There's been a lot of bit out of line play, and particularly if Shaw and Weigel get chips. Yeah, and this flat. Yeah, mixing it up on the cutoff. Cutoff, mate.
Hey, it's the Grafton. It's the Grafton.
Yeah, I love it. Let's go.
I knew that hand looked familiar for some reason. I couldn't figure out
why. If I were a hand, this is the hand I would be.
It would be... What suit would it be, though, Joe? What do you think is the Grafton suit?
I think Sam shines like a diamond, personally.
Oh, mine's in a diamond. There you go. That's the official Grafton.
It's like, you know, you could have gone that way. Sam's all heart. You can't really go spades. You know, that's just like, but he's kind of dark and
pointy.
Yeah, sharp and.
Sam's so crunchy. He's just the clubs every single time.
All right, we're going 3 ways to this flop.
Yeah, very rare on a final table.
6-4-6, diamond.
Yeah, and 6-6-4. The 6 is. It's almost like there hasn't been a flop. No one, you can have someone have 4s full, but almost no one's got a 6. Maybe Knight with just the ace-6s that he opens. So Weigel deciding how to proceed. Going to have a lot of pocket 8s, pocket 9s, pocket 10s. And this hand matches up with that pretty nicely. See, it's not relevant here, but like folding out a king 9, folding out a jack 10 off. Or let's say an ace 10 off that opens.
Queen jack? Can you fold out queen jack?
Yeah, I mean, potentially. Certainly queen jack of hearts.
Okay,
and
being generous.
Rubinho into the muck. Come on, now. Let's go for a check raise here. 3 straight, 3 flush. Like, let's put it on him, bro. Fold, like, he's trying to fold you out. Now you try and fold him out. Come on, let's go, bro.
You got backdoors.
So many good things can happen here, mate. 1 million? Yes, there we go.
Let's go.
I'd love to see it, Knight. And but by the way, this is a scary man to check raise. I wouldn't, you know, you see, Weigel doesn't just snap fold. And this, of course, why would you do anything quickly? But he's not, he's a sticky customer, let me tell you. I think he's going to fold, but this is a very nice check raise, by the way. Very
lovely
nice.
stuff. Lovely stuff.
Knight channels Sam Grafton.
Beautiful, beautiful.
With the Grafton.
Yeah, and it's one of the problems of playing against top-level players. You know, as I said, what hands are you representing? Okay, great, 8s, 9s, but this guy can have 10s, this guy can have jacks, this guy can have queens. So, you know, you really, and you've got plenty of stabs like that. It's very, very hard to continue enough.
What do you think of this statement on Chat Pro Saturday? By the way, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I don't quite understand it, so I'm hoping Sam will say yay or nay. Small blind can't deny any equity with 0 dunk line. Yay or nay?
I mean, we don't get to ban them, right? But there's like a word salad of jargon and.
Oh, perfect for Chat Pro Saturday.
Yeah, exactly.
Well played.
So what you're saying is he's absolutely right.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, good.
You
Thank
nailed
God,
it.
because it's Chat Pro Saturday.
They understood the assignment.
It looks like Yilatalo's name is someone's surname backwards, I think.
Sure, yeah, I would definitely think that if I saw that screen name.
Like Martin Jacobson's screen name on it is Nuskabodge.
Yeah.
It's like, looks like that's happened, basically.
Ola Tili.
Yeah. And
hey, Niste.
He's looking up. Just, oh, my.
And limps with the kings in the small blind. Shaw with the pocket nines. Strap in, everybody. Strap TF in.
Yeah, and Mihai limped here, expecting Short to raise
Attack.
with a lot of junk, and Short with a very strong holding in the form of pocket nines.
Niste doing a great job of looking stressed out by this raise.
Yes. Speaking of pageantry. But, I mean, there is some...
It's still stressful, I'm sure.
I mean, by the way, it's still a big question of whether to limp re-raise or just limp call.
Right.
Right, because what you were saying just then is that you're expecting him to do this with everything.
Yeah, I mean, if he's got 10-5 off, you want to probably just limp call and let him blast off.
He's probably the player with the widest range, right, as well. So
yeah, and so this time bank, by the way, it is a complex spot.
Great chat pro comment here from Jux JC, who says, this is the end of Shaw. Predicting it now. Somehow, despite having a 4-1 chip lead over Mihai Niste, Shaw will go broke on this hand, is the chat pro prediction.
Going to pull out of his pocket another million and say, I'd actually like to wager 15 million with this hand.
He's going to put the car keys in the middle.
And
that was a re-raise from Niste. 1.65.
Yeah, Sam, how is this?
Shaw moves in. Snap call from Niste. Niste in an amazing spot to double up.
What a cold deck for Shaw. You're just always going to do this every time at this effective stack depth. There's just no way out when you're playing a good player like Niste.
Unfortunate for the chip leader.
Shaw
5 cards to come.
Runs into the buzzsaw.
Let's not forget the stars nuts for Shaw, though.
Yeah,
85% of the time, Niste is going to double through Shaw. The flop is ace, jack, jack.
Yeah, and lucky for Niste that he didn't limp call. See this board.
Turn
Probably
card
the money wouldn't have
is
gone
a
in.
6. Same shape as a 9. I got scared for a second. I'm not going to lie. And there's only 1 9 left in the deck. River card ain't the 9. Niste finds a miracle spot. The sort of thing you dream about.
Absolutely.
Doubles up to 8.5 million in chips. That leaves Shaw with 12 million. And Witziak with 12.5 million. So Witziak and Shaw now nearly even. Shaw technically second on the leaderboard now. Niste third.
Yeah, huge moment for Mihai there. As I said, a legend of Romanian poker, European poker, long time online grinder, long time live pro as well. Leaps up the leaderboard into 3rd position, and Shaw's wings clipped.
Gracias for the nice callback here. Bro, why is Shaw still at the table? He lost the hand.
Toby Stone just comes, taps him on the shoulder. Sorry.
Sorry, but the chat pro said you were going to be out.
You've been eliminated. Like, that was actually for your tournament life. We didn't want to worry you. But
Mr. Shaw, do you know what day it is today? Yeah, I'm afraid you're gone. They're always right.
Sorry, we'd love to let you stay, but it's Chat Pro Saturday. And
wow, look at this.
They called it.
The rail swelling.
Let's go. Love to see more rail action. Not even final day yet, guys. If we keep building off this, we're looking really good for another exciting FT rail.
Bouge asks, was Shaw in the Irish Open too? I believe he was.
Yep, final table list.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, you know, I may be underestimating Kyle's experience, but I do think of him primarily as a big cash game guy. Obviously see him on the scene a bit, but amazing results. Obviously super talented card player.
I think he's got great table presence, Sam.
Yeah,
like he scares the shit out of me.
If someone says that you come across like Queen 10 suited, I mean, that's for sure a compliment on your
Not just suited, spades.
I mean, imagine seeing Joe Stapleton sit down at a Venetian 2-5 game. I mean, he's not sitting down like Queen 10 suited. He looks like the guys in rounders that they all like laugh at, you know, when they're at,
These chumps have no idea what's about to hit them.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like a Jack Deuce offsuit. That's what I look like.
No, but there's a bit more hope. I mean, it's Jack 7 off. It's like, no, you're not Jack Deuce.
I'll take Jack 7. All right, sure. Fair enough.
Jack 7 of hearts. Like, you know, you can justifiably enter a pot with it, but it never wins anything.
We've got another chip leader with pocket nines now.
I love you, Joe. Telling you guys, 2024, the year of Joe Stapleton. Positive.
Wow, there you go.
Positive mental
Jack 7.
attitude. Just called it. Joe's going to publish his book, Flopping Mindsets.
That's right. My mindset book.
Flopping Mindsets with Joe Stapleton.
Flopping. Yeah, we won't say what's
3 spades. 2, 4, 6. What a delightful flop for 9-9. Pretty tough for Jack 7 of clubs to continue, and does not.
You buy?
Okay.
550 over here.
All right, we're buying up chips for a color up, looks like. We're going to get rid of the small chips during the break.
I mean,
and that break is coming up in 2.5 minutes.
This tilts me when they do this. People start doing it like it's like 10 minutes to the end of the break. Like it's like, guys, you're on a final table, you're playing for 1.7 million. Like
they'll do it.
We'll do the color up on the break. By the way, it's like you can't play like one less hand. Each hand's worth so much money.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Anyway,
well, if
that's my personal.
If
foible.
it's a person who's like got some incentive to slow it down for a second right now, like who just passed the big blind or something.
Want to make sure you get the button on the, on the next level. I mean, this can't be correct. We got, 100,000 people.
They're dealing.
Here we go.
It's a great point. Like, why are we doing this now?
175.
Biggest stage in the world.
By the way, Visiak's like, get a photo of me, though, because it's like, this is when it's great. When
the
you
winner's
got,
photo.
When you got like towers and towers, pull the color up.
All your non-poker player friends extra impressed. Yeah.
There's that great one of, what's his name, the Canadian guy, where he's like resting on the chip stack.
I don't know that one.
Big legend.
Griffin Benger?
No, that can't be right.
No.
I mean, it sounds like something he would do. It would just be someone else's chip stack. Side and Stricker.
Stalling under the gun.
It is very likely to end up in the big blind next hand when the blinds go
it's
up.
the opposite. He should want to fold quickly, I guess.
And maybe get one more in, yeah.
I guess it's not going to happen.
Folds around to Plante.
Yes, sir. Cinema a little more.
It's like the equivalent of wearing like a Vivid Video sweatshirt.
Very cool look for the young dude.
Fresh air. That's it.
They just really want to go a break, eh?
I guess we're going to make sure that this is the last hand of the level.
Really tied the room together. In cinema.
Everyone's going to do their part, tank 10 seconds, and the clock will reach 0. Yep, show the camera. We don't use it.
Did they all agree that they only wanted to play one hand? Well, he's trying to tank the short stack into the big blind. I don't know.
Wow.
I think it's just to make sure they can get up and go. That's all.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any.
Yeah. Of course.
Hey Sam, when you're going on a break and you're in one of these situations where you're coming back to some very serious life-changing money. What are you doing on a break like this? You doing some push-ups, doing some meditation?
Yeah, straight on prime mind, bro. No, I mean, I think I'm joking, but actually that's quite good. Yeah, getting some fresh air is key. I mean, not being on your phone as much, like you're going to get a lot of good luck messages, and just putting that aside. You don't want to get too caught up in anything
You
else.
have to thank every person individually, or it's bad luck when you come back.
Sure. Night here.
Is that not what you do?
You put it in my head now, Joe. So
with a strong hand, very, very strong hand, and deciding, can we just shove? Do we 3-bet? What's the 3-bet sizing?
No, what are the answers to these questions, Sam? Don't just ask them.
No, I mean, this is just what's going through his head, and he does go for 3-bet. I think seems pretty good idea.
Well, especially since he's shown that he will shove sometimes, right?
Yeah, and also, like, just what's the sizing? What do we want to incentivize to happen? Sure, not immediately releasing. Knight has been active. Seems like King 5 off is not, you know, most people would maybe just windmill it into the muck a bit quicker, but when you dressed as the Queen 10 of spades, you don't need to do anything.
No windmill, but into the muck it goes. And that is yet another level of play completed here today. 9 players still remain. The goal is to get down to 6 today. Let's see how those 9 players stack up. Big, big level for Mihai Nishta, who doubled up through the former chip leader, Carl Shaw. And what was over 100 big blinds apiece for Witziak and Shaw is now right around 60. We are going to break. That break is going to take about 18 minutes, but more live action from EPT Barcelona when we return.
Roberto Machado, first to act here. Folds. Lena 900 has folded. Steve O'Dwyer has pocket fours.
Boxes.
O'Dwyer, fewer than 10 big blinds. And he has moved all in. He's been presented with the red triangle of death.
He didn't leave the single chip behind.
How much?
Oh, and he's dominated by Eduardo Rodriguez, who's got pocket fives. And here we go. O'Dwyer at risk and behind by a significant margin. 4-1 underdog.
Hey, don't discount that 3% split, James. I'd take 3% of infinity, wouldn't you? I'm not really sure how that works. Seems like a lot, though.
Flop has a 4 on it.
You could just go for the outright win.
You see, if I don't tee it up, it happens.
The luck of the Irish, you mean? You know, you could have really jinxed this. There's still 2 black 5s in there.
No one ever hits a 2-outer on the river.
Oh my God! You did it to him twice.
GG.
You did it to him twice, Hardigan.
I can't believe that just happened.
You are also Irish too. What are you doing?
Stephen, I'm so sorry.
How did you do that?
17th hand of the day. Action starts.
Keep one fast. You have to keep your cards on the square for 2 seconds, yeah?
Wait.
Yeah. On that one, like this. Six,
Yeah,
three, fast, six,
just
five,
one
fast.
side by side.
6, 5, fast.
Just so they can.
Is mine?
No, that
Yeah,
one, but just like this.
Ace Jack for Alenka.
Face up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is that clear? 6,
I understand.
13,000. Good. 6, 7, fast. Only if you raise, you know. Yeah, he forgets all the time. It's annoying.
Aces for Hannafy. Johnny Overkill. And the 3-bet gets called. Here we go. Oh, the case ace. Johnny Overkill strikes again. Smell you later, Alan Carr.
I mean, Alan Carr isn't a risk here. Hannafy likely to get a full double up.
You get the idea.
He only had 30 big blinds behind. Continues for 30K.
How was your summer?
Pretty good. Spent in Montreal. Didn't go to Vegas much. So.
You didn't go?
I went only for the main event.
Okay. And then what sort of... No stops?
No, I was in Europe on a trip with my girlfriend, and I played the online. I didn't make it. I didn't make it. So
Same here. I didn't make it, and I didn't want to go there. But
so we made another trip to Italy instead of going to
Beautiful.
Rosada. Yeah.
So what was the first trip?
In Italy I wasn't with my girlfriend.
4 diamonds.
She had to go
A
back
little bit of
home.
an action killer, maybe?
In, Poland and Croatia before.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
Alan Carr
it was amazing. It's a really nice country.
Yeah, I haven't been there in a long time. I guess I've never been. Where are you from? Austria.
Wow.
It's close.
And Alan Carr
Croatia
moves all in.
We really love Croatia. Like
Shoves on Hannafy. It's all into call here.
I don't know how you can call this.
VIS.
I fold this
It's a remote island.
100% of the time.
So far.
I just came from
From there, yeah.
From Croatia.
Yeah. How did you like it?
Oh, amazing.
It's amazing.
Amazing.
Remember, those cards buy you additional thinking time. Shot clock is 30 seconds. Every card played buys you an additional 30 seconds.
Some people told us like this year wasn't that good, like in tourism wise, but like the past few years it went up like 400-500%.
I can't blame a guy for trying to
HVR?
Yeah, that's
talk some tells out
very
of this
long and
guy.
skinny. They have music festivals there.
Yeah, it's more like
I think it's known for party, right?
Yeah, like Ibiza, a little bit like that. But the other one, this is
2 time bank cards in the middle.
Really,
I don't think I like to fold.
He calls.
And he is right, and he will double up through Alan Carr.
Dude, I would be so mad if I got called by aces there. Oh, let's see
how many chips in.
Sure.
And John Hannafy is now going to have a 70 big blind stack. Alan Carr down to 50 bigs.
If I was a professional, I would have folded there. Didn't I?
If you were a golf professional, you would have.
I would have folded.
Yes.
But you look scared. You look scared.
Justify it however you want, pal.
The tail on him.
just one battle, it's not the war.
Don't tell him, just keep calling him. You're golden.
Slightly bigger pocket pair for Alan Carr. Pocket jacks. Queen jack for Kamel. He's in. And I imagine ace deuce of hearts will also be joining the party.
17? Yeah.
Much like me, late and uninvited. 3 ways to the flop. Queen 9-7, top pair for Kamel. 1 heart for Jedlichka, 1 overcard for Alan Carr. And now 2 hearts. for Jedlička. Checked around on the flop. Kamel not wanting to give another free card as this board gets straightier and flushier. I do not think he will be eliminating the nut flush draw, however. Nah. Stefan calls. Pocket jacks now after a bet and a call. I feel like you can probably confidently fold pocket jacks. What do you think, Fenton?
It can be reasonable, multi-way, particularly when you have the heart. Makes it less likely that your opponents are going to be on draws, have hands like Jack 10, King Jack. And I love watching Brazilians play poker.
He
I
said
really
it.
do.
He said it before. He will say it again, and I have to admit, he's got a point. This raise coming from out of nowhere. Last to act on the flop, doesn't bet. Decides that this raise on the turn will be credible. Gets top pair to fold.
How much? 80?
84.
Yeah, Lishka just trying to work out if he's getting the right price to call here.
He's getting like, what, just under 4 to 1?
Of course, we can see that he's less than a 3 to 1 dog, so would expect him to call, particularly with more chips to play. Probably not counting in his head that his ace is likely to be a live out though. I think he only has 9 outs, but still needs just a little over 4 to 1. And with the rest of the chips to play for, maybe he stacks his opponent quite frequently on a heart.
It's a call. 250K in the middle. River card is not a heart, but it is far from a brick. Top pair for Jedlička.
Very interesting.
And it looks like Alencar may think that he can bluff Jedlička off a queen.
Problem with bluffing with the jacks is that you just block the hands that you want your opponent to have as the auto folds. The king jack of hearts, the jack 10 of hearts, maybe even just jack 10. You don't block any of the pairs, any of the sets, any of the 2 pairs, but he is going to pull the trigger. This is a very tough spot for Jedlička with the ace deuce of hearts.
Man, when somebody puts out a big stack like that and then immediately looks to me the way Alencar just did, that does not seem super strong to me. Looking very interested in what you do next. I think when you're strong, you seem less interested. You're less invested. You know you're going to win the pot no matter what.
Show one.
Jedlička does lay it down.
Show him the jack of hearts.
How can I call with a flush?
Robert Hydorn and Sergei Rychak. So it was an under-the-gun raise to 35,000 with the King Jack of Hearts called by Hydorn in the big blind with 4-3. Top pair against an open-ended straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. And a continuation bet of 30,000 into 94,000.
Probably just a call, would you say? I mean, some people might try to check raise, but you like that equity. You like to try to hit it.
130.
Well, okay, I should have stopped when I was good.
That was a classic. Why couldn't the break have hit?
Yeah.
Just 2 minutes earlier. Yeah, the check raised to 130,000.
Of course, if the 2 of hearts comes to something now, it's going to be very difficult to come and get away from.
So Rijak now with second pair. Idon still with the straight draw. Would have been happier if that was the queen of diamonds. Idon checks. Check, check, and Idon catches a small piece on the river. Oh, wow. Idon bluffs the river and bluffs big. It's all into call for Rijak.
It's kind of a strange, I mean, from Rijak's point of view, it's kind of a strange line, because if Idon had a set or something similar, he wouldn't have checked the turn, because there's so many draws out there. So I'm sure that he feels like there's something that doesn't make sense there, but I have stopped making predictions.
Can he find a call?
I mean, it could be that Idon tries to rep 7-8 of some form, right? Maybe just 7-8 that wasn't a flush draw or something, because he had, if he had 7-8 of clubs, he would probably just shove the turn instead. It feels like that's one of the few hands that could have played it this way.
He folds the best hand, the bluff gets through.
Watch TV. Watch TV.
Not going to tell him.
Nope.
That was 2019, this is 2023. It's the PokerStars European Poker Tour from Barcelona, day 6 of the main event, which means it's the penultimate day. As we play down to the final 6, we're already down to 1 table, down to the final 9. Those 9 players, led by Simon Witziak, has the slight chip lead over Carl Shaw, both deep stacked, 64, 59 big blinds respectively. Nobody else is that deep right now. And we do have a couple of shallow stacks. Santiago Plante playing 16 bigs. Andre Akari down to 15 bigs as we kick off the new level. Level 32. Blinds 100,000, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante. James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone. Let's do this.
And we can see that everyone is now locked up 137,000 euros. Big jumps with every elimination now. And huge scores up top. 664,000 for third, 931K for the runner-up. Nearly 1.5 million euros for the winner. Of course, those sums will be paid tomorrow. And again, just want to flag, Sunday is when this tournament concludes. 6 playing down to a winner. If you want to see that champion crowned, if you want to see every single hand from the final table cards up, make sure you're here at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That's 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time. So players back from break, including Santiago Plante playing 16 bigs.
Hello.
The last remaining former champion looking to win his second EPT title here in Barcelona. So we've got 2 Brazilians at this table. João Seidenstricker playing 24 bigs right now. Andre Akari, the other Brazilian, down to 15 bigs. But to be honest, he's been nursing a short stack and laddering up for the last 48 hours. Mihai Nishta from Romania sits third in chips right now, 8.6 million.
Big double up before the break.
That is the current chip leader, the start of day chip leader, Simon Witziak.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Ezekiel Weigel playing 26 bigs. And then we have Carl Shaw from the UK, who did take the chip lead earlier on today, has now slipped into second place, but still has a very comfortable 11.9 million, a very comfortable 59 big blind stack.
Yeah, it got cooler towards the end of the last level, but what you gonna do? That's what all that work was for, getting all those chips. You can afford to take a hit like that.
We also have Curtis Knight at the table, the professional lacrosse player and poker coach. As we kick off level 32, blinds 100,000, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante. And looks like we will be taking a 45-minute dinner break at the end of this level. And I'm going to go out there and say, chances are we will need that dinner break. We will get to the end of this level with more than 6 players. So first hand back from the break. Action's been folded to Carl Shaw. Pocket nines.
Hope he's not too triggered seeing this hand after what it cost him last level on that huge all-in against Nista.
He's raised it to 400,000. King Jack for Simon Witziak.
Yep, pocket nines cost him dearly.
Witziak is a former football player. Played professionally in the French leagues. Has also worked as an engineer. Now, trying to grind a living playing poker and is guaranteed a 6-figure score in this event.
2 chip leaders are both former professional sports players.
What did Carl Shaw do?
Isn't he the lacrosse one?
Oh, no, that's Curtis
that's
Knight.
Curtis Knight.
Look how James says, trying to carve out a living playing poker. He could win an entire lifetime's amount of money in this tournament on this final table.
I think you'll find that Carl Shaw spends most of his time taking out Dominic Toretto's family.
Or at least trying to.
Family. No, he takes them out and then they come back 3 movies later,
Yes.
inexplicably still alive.
Speaking of, did you see the most recent Fast movie?
I didn't, but I've heard the spoilers.
Can you believe it?
So these are our 2 biggest stacks, guys. Don't forget, these are our 2 chip leaders going at it in a 3-bet pot and nines call.
And nines are good on an 8-8-5 flop. Shaw calling the 3-bet.
This is going to be a pretty strong call a lot of the time from Shaw. You're not really getting stubborn with the likes of even as strong as ace-10 off here, chip leader on chip leader. I think you're just sort of like folding and worrying more about you know, taking advantage of those other stacks that are more worried about ICM. So I think Vichak's going to be quite aware that this is a pretty strong range from Shaw. Sort of your ace-jack suited, sort of pocket sevens plus, maybe some suited king-queens. But any hands worse than that, it doesn't really feel that worth it to battle in a big pot with the other chip leader. But Jack still wants to continue the story. I mean, you know, if Shaw is holding, let's just say ace-jack of spades, might just fold on this small bet. And you know what? Shaw is going to say, let's do it like this. Let's just raise you here and see how that makes you feel. Throw you in the blender.
So, Griff, riddle me this, though. I feel as though this raise, under these circumstances, is going to be a lot of stuff that looks a lot like pocket nines.
Yeah.
And under those circumstances, if you're Vichak, how about you go, no, I don't think you understand. I do actually have kings, and you just pump it back in.
Yeah, I guess I would say that the inherent problem with that is that... Oh, my God.
Oh, that's right.
Is that you have to have big old brass balls. And Vichak.
But wait, Griff, now riddle me this.
There's
if
more.
you did have kings or aces, why would you click it back and not just let him continue barreling?
That's
so
what I was
what's the story?
The story is, this is two dudes trying to see who is the true table captain.
I am loving this chip swinging contest, and it's amazing news for players like Plante and Akari.
3.4.
Shaw so confident throughout this tournament, though.
No, 3.1.
No.
Oh.
That's not allowed.
Okay, a little bit of controversy here.
I see 3.5.
Oh my God, he's so nervous. He was
Yeah.
like, no, I did say 3.5. Oh my God, this is so...
Oh, is that a huge tell, though, Griff?
I mean, Shaw's gonna have to kind of just like shove at this point.
Yeah, right.
Because there's just so much money out there that if you just don't believe it, you got to be a boss and just do it.
So ridiculous. So 3.4, it seems, is the size of the 3-bet.
And imagine you're wrong and Vichak just has aces and then you're just out in ninth. I mean, the pressure that this is, even though you just don't believe it. Oh my God, he calls.
He is calling. He is calling, and somehow we have got a 10.4 million chip pot with 2 cards still to come. The 2 biggest stacks of the table.
Oh, man. And imagine the turn is just a jack.
It's a queen. Shaw is now better than a 4-1 favorite, and at this point, does he shut this down?
Nobody else on the table has as much as what is in the pot right here. This is an incredible turn of events. And Vichak is waving the white flag, but Shaw's going to, you know, not want to give a free card at this point. Gonna have to imagine that if your opponent is bluffing here, that even if you bet, you know, 2.3 million here, that the air will just fold and not check shove, which would be the only aggressive action left. You don't want to really give that free card. Come on, 2.3. Because you could also be trapping with aces and stuff here, and that's going to really scare Vichak here. 2.3. 2.3.
Shaw checks it back.
And
it's
hits
a jack.
I don't want to do it. That's why you can't do it that way. Oh, God.
Vichak hits his jack.
There's no justice in this game, Griff.
Cruel game. And now does Shaw ever consider turning it into a bluff to bluff out a river jack? You know. Oh,
no! That's a real shame for Shaw.
A huge pot for Simon Vichak that will see him move up over 18 million, more than 90 big blinds, and see Carl Shaw slip down the rankings. He is now 4th in chips with just shy of 35 big blinds.
Oh, man, what a shame for Simon Shaw. Sorry, Carl Shaw, excuse me. Too many Simons. That's Simon Witziek. That's who I'm making reference to.
I mean, it's hard to fault Carl Shaw for getting rivered like that, but you wonder how this hand would have turned out had he just bet the turn or perhaps called on the flop. And either way, once a river gets put out there, he loses. So,
well, remember, Griffin, it is Chat Pro Saturday, so this comment from Jammer Party is objectively 100% accurate. He deserved that for not shoving when he had the upper hand. Robin Nulatalo folding King 7 here as we move on to the next hand. Yeah, Pedro on YouTube is 100% correct when he says the poker gods will always punish bad players. All comments that I can't argue with because someone decided it was Chat Pro Saturday. So Witziek now with the commanding chip lead, better than a 2-to-1 advantage over the player who sits in 2nd place. In fact, no player other than Simon Witziek has more than 50 bigs right now. The average stack is 35 big blinds. This is getting a little bit shallow now. Five for Robin Nulatalo. Ace King for Mihai Nista. Obelix has been deployed. Chips go in the middle. It's a raise to 400,000.
Griffin, do you ever use card protectors? Do you have any knickknacks that you take with you when you play poker?
I have at times, you know, but nothing that really stayed consistent for a long period of time.
Andre Akari has 10s in the small blind, and he's all in. So we are going to have a race at this table.
Andre doing so well to ladder to this point. James mentioned already, 48 hours of just finding a way to remain in this tournament. Can you do it again?
Akari at risk, but is the marginal favorite with 5 cards to come.
Does Akari, the cat, have many lives left? Surely has used at least 3 or 4 of them over the course of this tournament.
The flop is 7-5-4 with 2 spades.
I'd say a wheel spade for a sweat seems reasonable. A 3 of spades would also give opportunities.
Turn card is the Queen of Diamonds. No additional outs. Only an ace or a king on the river would eliminate Andre Akari. River card is a 6. Andre Akari doubles up.
Andre Akari can dodge bullets, baby. He is doing a fantastic job laddering in this tournament. 29 big blinds now, James.
Andre is no longer the player at immediate risk.
So there was a little anecdote from Andre Akari, I believe it was yesterday, about final tabling in EPT. I think it was this EPT, right? He has the final table EPT Barcelona and how he lost with pocket kings to ace king with an ace on the river, a Barry Greenstein. And I can only imagine that moment right there as his whole rail is behind him, just waiting to dodge, you know, what could be an ace and the flashbacks he must be getting. But he dodged it. It's a new day. It's Akari's day.
The Brazilians are out in force as Akari moves up into 6th place on the leaderboard. Santiago Plante now the shortest stack with 14 bigs.
If we could see the actual data graphed, Griffin, from Andre's run here, because he's been winning some very, very key all-ins for mountains of chips to remain here in Barcelona, and I'm so excited for him. Repping Team Pro, fellow Team Pro member. Go all the way, buddy. Do it for Brazil, do it for Team Pro.
Seidenstricker in the cutoff, Jack-9 of clubs opens.
Six. Like, he's just going to get it through. And you love finding the bottom of your open range and just getting 3 quick folds.
Hey, don't call too quick like that. Sorry? Don't call too quick, man. You almost give him a heart attack. Shove 10s and okay, I call it.
It's too young. Can't know that. It's impossible.
You wouldn't do that with 9s, right? Oh, okay.
I did actually think about that when that shove and quick call happened. That must have not been feeling too good from Andre Akari, because the snap calls from an early position open against your small blind shove for 18 big blinds. I mean, it's queens ace king basically plus, you know. So lucky that it was the ace king combo and was able to hold. Rubino notched here with the ace-9. Just got to hope for his sake he gets lucky with a 9 or a board that doesn't have an ace on it.
5-5? 6 in total before the hand.
Well, both players hit a pair, but it's still a domination situation in Witsiak's favor. I know it's Chat Pro Saturday, but I can't leave this unchallenged. Jeff Newman says, I'm not a fan of the big blind ante. He just moves the pressure to the big blind instead of draining all stacks at the table. Jeff, you do understand that a different player posts the big blind each hand, right? And then in a single orbit, it's going to drain the stacks of all the players.
Try giving me a stack then.
And Robin here with a bit of an opportunity to make a tight fold. I mean,
huge.
You hate to do this when your opponent's just betting something like ace-7 suited or 2 6s. But probably a bit too strong. Could get some shutdowns if you are ahead. So I think the flat is fine. It's just difficult to win. But a lot of pots are. Wow, and a remarkably thin value bet here. Just feeling so confident after that incredible massive pot, expecting that your opponent's going to be in that weaker 10, sort of strong 9 range. You're repping kind of not thin here, but it's like one of those spots where, well, wouldn't you bet a king twice a lot of the time? If you did have clubs, wouldn't you barrel? So modern bells might be coming off for Robin here. But if he is value betting ace-10, he's also value betting pocket jacks, pocket queens. Could have a very weak king that decides to check back the turn. Let's say, you know, the king 6 of hearts. And that is the call. Well value bet from Vicek.
Thin value paid off. And Robin Ulatalo drops down 22 big blinds.
Very nice, very nice.
Meanwhile, Simon Witziak has moved over the 20 million mark, has more than 100 big blinds. Huge advantage over the rest of the table right now.
He has more chips than second, third, and fourth combined.
Yeah, no one else at even 40 big blinds. Simon with just over 100.
Curtis Knight. King Queen.
400,000.
Raises to 400k. Jack 7 of clubs for Seidenstricker. Ace Jack for Andre Akari.
And I really like this from Akari. You want to be able to have some 3-bet folds in your range at this stack depth. And this is a pretty good candidate. Oh, but now Plante. 8 big blinds on top of the 3-bet. That's going to be a very awkward decision for Andre Akari.
We've seen so much of this all day today, guys. Lots of good plays being played. Lots of good opens followed by good 3-bets, but players waking up with monsters behind, and it's been quite the theme as we entered final 9. And sure enough, Queen's here. Going to be pumping it up here.
And yeah, this is also the problem, though, about 3-betting. Sometimes your opponent's behind are just going to have it. Oh, and then you see how quickly your first opponent folded. Like your 3-bet would have worked.
375 behind. How much you have in total? How much?
No,
what's the bet?
This is 2,375,000.
It is a virtual all-in. He's left himself less than a big blind behind.
Yeah, and Akari's going to be aware, you know, he's put in 6 big blinds here. It's effectively 8 more to call. I mean, the prices you're getting is pretty remarkable. You're going to be 30% a lot of the time against those queens and kings and ace king. Yeah, and there it is.
Okay, so we could be seeing Santiago double up here. Obviously, if Andre spikes an ace, we're down to 8 players.
Is it Andre's turn for a big ace river, Griff?
I mean, I would just like to see Andre Akari finally get lucky for once.
Me voy a quedar sordo si salen.
The flop is 993. Queen's still good.
No, c'è stato presente in
What are they calling for?
Oh, wow.
But it is the spade, James.
It is indeed. Spade or a queen on the river. Santiago survives. It's a spade.
Oh. Wow, what a run out.
Bien joué, Santiago.
Never easy.
Flash. T'as perdu 100 all-in depuis les derniers jours.
Biggest spot of the young player's poker career. And that's the run out. Still in there.
I didn't see the space.
The poker gods giveth, and they also taketh away.
7.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll take it. Sickness.
750. Follow the queen too.
32 big blinds and a
Like she
Akari.
dropped the river, I saw it flash black. I was like, come on, just turn it over. Come on.
The Akari is now the short stack again with 15 bigs.
Yeah, I saw it was black. But I was like, I'm celebrating.
Porra, dei soquinho.
Like, turn it.
Aí quando ele viu ele pagando, é o quê?
Monte clearly having a good festival here in Barcelona. Is that 3 events plus this one?
Oh, that's you.
Well, Gingerbread Boy 93 is not concerned about Andre Akari playing a 15 big blind stack. Akari's got them right where he wants them. He is unbeatable as a short stack. Chat Pro Saturday, can't argue with that. Meanwhile, confirmation that this particular tournament, this main event, is Sante's 4th cash at EPT Barcelona.
Big hand to get on the button there for Rubino with the ace-king. Sometimes the big blind will wake up with a hand that is comfortable to shove for the 20 big blinds effective. Something like your ace-jack or small pocket pair, but air for both Nista and Shaw.
King Jaybird 92 asks, what are the chip colors? They are white, green, red and black. Thank you for your question.
Just don't ask Nick Walsh, who is chip colorblind apparently.
Only when it matters.
Only when it matters.
So Andre back in the mix here. King 10 suited UTG +2.
Yeah, Knight looked interested, didn't he?
Yep, he did indeed, and going to run into it again. Doesn't have many big blinds after that raise. 13 behind after putting in the min raise. 100K, sorry, 200K up to 400K.
Yeah, very fair open though from Andre. Couple big blockers suited for playability. If the big blind calls, you just gotta dodge someone waking up with a big hand. You block one of those big hands with a king in your hand, but you know, ace king is very happily just shoving him from the big. And Andre is going to head home with his tail between his legs.
Yeah, annoying, definitely a hand you want to play there, just no response to the shove.
Remember the song Colorblind by Darius Dinesh? R.I.P. Darius.
How does it go?
Obviously, I can't sing. I'm not Griffin
Jesus, Nick.
Benger.
My God, he's not Griffin Benger, Nick.
All right, Griff, how does it go?
So,
No.
I'm glad you asked.
I doubt Griffin has even heard of
Colors
Darius.
in the hills. Colorblind today. That's all I can say.
Oh, no, I know it
We're only
well.
allowed 4 words.
I know it well.
Yeah. It's like
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
And then that would be the last.
Now you have to give him. Yeah, it's correct. 100%.
I don't like this. Honestly, if I open, it's because I have it.
We can reshuffle if you guys want.
I don't like what just happened.
I'm assuming, Griffin, that Darius
Bad
of
juju, I feel
Pop Stars and Pop Idol fame is not on your radar.
So that was actually around the time that I moved to the UK, or it's slightly after, so I'm aware, but I don't know the song.
Hang on a second. You moved to the UK in the 90s.
Yeah.
Pop Idol and Pop Stars were early 2000s.
Yeah, sorry, in the late 90s I moved.
Yes. So Darius kind of had hits around 2002, 2003.
This was Gareth Gates' era, right?
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah, so I was a big fan of Gareth Gates when he was first pop idling. Do you want to know why? Fun fact about Nick Walsh. I had a really bad stammer when I was a child, and I really
related to Gareth.
Yeah, and I thought it was really cool to see him succeeding.
You still have
regardless.
it, by the way, but just don't bring it up.
I do.
I have a great Gareth Gates story that I cannot say on air. So remind me, Nick, during a break to tell you my Gareth Gates story.
Okay.
Don't worry, everyone. I'll record it.
Jack 8-5 on the flop here. Just the one diamond.
My heart started beating.
Yeah, another ace king for bearded
Probably
Swede.
that's like 2 weeks of.
But not the board you want to be getting against the chip leader that'll put you in a bind with pretty much any kind of draw. And that's, I think, why Ilatalo says, you know what, I don't want you taking your 7-9s and popping it up and making me look like a fool on international TV, internet TV. See, national television has a way better ring to it.
It does.
Because we're not, we're more than national television, aren't we? And look at that. Our chip leader is just saying, oh, you want to show weakness? Huh, Robin? On my table? You know what I do to weakness? I bet pot.
PD asked on YouTube, but where is Maria Joe? It's Maria Ho. She was playing the high roller earlier, but will be with us for the final level of the day. I say final level of the day, I mean the 5th level of the day. I was kind of thinking we would be done inside of 5 levels. Now I'm not so sure. We've been playing 9-handed for more than 2 hours now.
Curling Master suggests Supernational Television.
Supernational.
Yep.
I like that.
Yeah.
You're hired.
Curling Master was hired long ago. Don't you worry about that. PokerStars, Twitch,
You're promoted.
VIP. You can't be promoted. Already a VIP.
Yes, Neon Rise, that means Maria is out of the high roller. I think she went out relatively earlier on. I think she didn't come back with many chips today.
Okay. Let's try it again. If at first you don't succeed, keep banging your head against that wall expecting a different result. Is that the expression?
Something like that.
Wait, is that the definition of insanity? That's what that is. Well, let's see if this insane open goes through. We're all rooting for him. He is the folk hero of this final table. And this is the nice thing about these kind of opens is you get some better hands to fold, like an ace-7. You won't get a hand like ace-king to fold, as we learned last time Akari tried this. Don't you do it. Don't you do it to him, Knight. Ooh, fair fight. Fair fight with Knight.
Okay, you've set yourself up for a huge fail here, Griffin. I want you to wrap the rest of this hand. You establish it's a fair fight with Knight, so now I want every line rhyming. The deck's getting cold. He decides to fold. Action on Simon. Time to move, calm on. You know, this kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I get it. Vichik ain't playing games, not against Akari. Here we are. We're not playing Atari.
How much do you have behind?
I think we actually have gone into so bad it's good territory, and I'm
Flat
all
the-
for this to continue.
Flat the apple juice. Sidden Striker's loose. He's got the snow men's. He's not ready to make amends.
Not as good as 10.
Brazil on Brazil. That's the kind of thrill. We're here on Twitch and YouTube. And
Anything else?
Yeah, I think this is the best review I've ever seen. Cruel Tech writes 3 words, Lord have mercy.
He was pissed when he... He's like 19.
Are we going to a flop?
Then the other guy...
Ace Jack 9, advantage Vitsiak.
I think I'm like late second, but I have a bunch of people like 5 to 7.
Jag vet inte. Jag
big time advantage.
Ja, stort hörnbett. Så alltid
Top
så
tizzy
jag
in the hizzy.
veta. 750 är rätt mycket med stack och så...
Oh, shizzy? I'm rapper now.
Nej, ingen jack. Och knäckt 8-5 är väl bättre.
Can't fault Akari for continuing.
Pissa annoying. 750.
You're running out of maneuverability here. You're running out of chips to sort of bluff with, but and Simon here has something like a queen jack. Might call once, but maybe you can turn a spade and shove, or turn a queen and make Broadway. So I hope for Akari's sake, we do see that queen. A spade. I mean, I could see Akari taking one off. Ooh. So a shove here would pretty much surely get a jack to fold. Would probably not get an ace to fold, but you're also gonna, and does take the free card. What a mouse. Queen him. Spade him.
Hey, look at that. Backdoor spades for Akari.
Andre and his Miracle Rivers. A tale as old as time.
Yeah, I love that check. If you don't think you're gonna fold out an ace, let's just take the freebie. Let's just get there. Oh, you got 3 pair, dude? Guess what? I got a king eye flush.
Don Peters asks, why can we hear another reporter in the background speaking Swedish the whole time? Space is really limited here at Casino Barcelona, and we're actually sharing the office with the Swedish correspondent for PA. We have got an all-in and a call. Andre Akari calls it off with the best hand, and he is going to double up again.
Here come the cheers when they realize 3, 2, 1. Oh, yeah, baby. Boom.
Amazing. Amazing. World-class commentary from Griffin Bendu.
I gotta admit that was strong.
Nice work. Do not mess with the Akari.
Are your crowds this good in lacrosse?
1-7. That's where you play.
It's a little dig at lacrosse.
What's the Christmas city?
You get crowds this big at the lacrosse field?
Buffalo.
I don't know. Yeah.
Saskatchewan's pretty good too.
No curling master, not the Swedish embassy. As I said, the Press Association do have a bureau here at Casino Barcelona, and their reporter is always filing material.
No, that's it.
Good pair?
Mid pair. I've been in Saskatchewan.
Akari now vaulted back up to 5.5 million, right in the middle of the pack. Wow, and let me tell you right now, these stacks are jam-packed between 2 and 9. Curtis Knight with 38 big blinds. Sidden Stricker now in last with 20, so not even double between second place and 9th. I mean, the way this can end up is there's just so many different ways this can shake down.
Can't believe we're still at 9 at this point, guys. Really feel like we've seen enough action to have eliminated a player, but Certain individuals, not naming any names, Andre Akari, just won't go down without a fight.
He's like that Randy Marsh meme, huh? I didn't hear no bell. Just keeps on getting up.
You take the spot on the river? You take it on the river?
Andre with 5s in the big blind, facing this raise from Carl Shaw, who has ace-3.
Isn't that nice? You just get a little double up, backdooring a flush, and then you just get to set mine. Like there's nothing wrong with set mining here. You're in the big blind. It's one more chip.
Griff. I think you mean set mime.
Set mime.
Yeah.
Oh, are you? I always thought it was set mine.
No, common misconception. Joey's
It's
always
set
telling
mime.
people. He's always setting them straight.
So top pair for sure here. By the way, Nick, I'm assuming from this exuberance on Twitch that you are a fan of the Brighton Seagulls soccer squadron.
No, just the Seagulls in Brighton that live outside my flat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow, that is deep inside joke stuff. I like it.
It's actually a callback to stream jokes as well, but never mind. Only the OGs will know.
Yeah, this is kind of a national broadcast here, so maybe we should keep it in-house with our references.
Super national.
Instead of your little Brighton streams.
Oh, are Brighton playing today? Oh, fantastic. Great to hear.
Yes, apparently the Brighton Seagulls are... oh, someone posted the score and I missed it. They're playing against the Newcastle Magpies.
Oh, I see.
Are they swooping down and stealing fries from people's plates?
650.
The Magpies or the Seagulls?
That's what the Seagulls do in Monaco. If you leave anything out there, they come there on the porch.
Wish those Seagulls would leave me alone, James.
You know what you need to say, Nick? Seagulls. Stop it now.
I don't reckon Akari's going to fall for this. I mean, you do have a bluff catcher. You also block the straight if you wanted to do something weird and try to rep 5-4 or something, but you shouldn't really have 5-9. Only 5-4 suited, really. But, like, Akari, you know Shaw's betting the flop with, like, Queen 10 suited or something, or King Jack off. He's not just going to check this down and bet big, right? Right, Andre? Right? Everyone's watching. Good job.
A few people confused about where Carl Shaw's chips went. Here's the thing. If you look away from the screen, if you stop listening, if you leave the stream for a while, you're going to miss hands. And in those hands, people play poker. Chips exchanged. Pots won, pots lost. There was a huge collision at the start of this level between Carl Shaw and Simon Witziak. That's why Carl Shaw no longer has that many chips.
He gave him to the chip leader.
Everyone on YouTube agreeing with you, Nick, that it is very much set miming and not mining.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into the whole hole card situation because we all know what that's about.
Yeah, actually, I lied. Fan Fox is right. Shaw was in the big blind getting his stack drained. Had to post the big blind and the ante the whole
Game
time.
over.
Didn't stand a chance.
Every hand.
If everyone had posted the ante, he'd be in much better shape right now.
Much better shape.
There's got to be a better way to do this, guys. We've got to have a better system than this.
7, 8, 400,000.
Chip leader with the equator. The cutoff here. It's a new hand nickname I'm going to try to have catch on.
Sorry, what's this?
The equator. Queen 8.
Okay.
Takes it down with the equator. I've got some other ones I actually want to workshop here on the stream. So that's just the beginning.
When the DU says Hartigan's about to go full Bill O'Reilly, that doesn't sound good to me. Actually folded around to the chip leader. He's out. Seidenstricker folding 10-9. So it's Akari raising the button with ace-3 of diamonds. Gets a fold from the small blind. And a fold from the big blind as well.
Effie Jerome asking, what was Akari's biggest tournament success? Henenmob.com, my friend. You'll find out there. I know Dean is going to know it, but
I think Andre Akari won a World Series of Poker bracelet. I want to say like 15 years ago now. I think it was soon after he got signed by Team Pro. Or maybe it was that summer, 2007.
okay, so Plante with a bit of a decision here. Not a bad candidate for a 3-bet bluff at this stack depth, but it's just tough against the chip leader that's playing so hard. You can't really call here. There's ICM considerations. You know, you're somehow fourth in chips with these 29 big blinds. I think it's a good disciplined fold. Rubinho here with Studio 54. When it's diamonds, 'cause it's like, you know, like a disco club. What do you think about that one, Nick? 5-4 diamonds, Studio 54? No?
I mean, I think you need to write a book, Griffin. How many possible card combinations are there? How many combinations of hold cards are there? I want a name for every single one of them.
I'll do it. I will do it.
Okay.
Gonna have a little trouble with the ace-9 off. That's tough.
No, I'm sorry. I said all of them.
I'm just saying.
Okay, let's see.
Well, Joe Stapleton is about to come back to the stream. And something I know Joe is very excited about is what's happening in the state of Nevada in November. In case you missed it, we're bringing back the North American Poker Tour.
This is the NAPT, my babies.
Comeback time.
Yeah, we can play for real now.
One time, come on. Yeah.
Hey, Mom, I'm playing heads up on TV. I'll see you later.
Why are you so good, Vanessa?
Congratulations to Tom Marchese. William Reynolds is the champion. Vanessa Selps is the first ever two-time NAPT champion.
No better place to play poker than in Vegas.
I think I'm going to have fun playing with you today, sir.
It has been a minute. See you on the strip. The NAPT's triumphant return to Las Vegas and Resorts World, November 4th through 12th, $16.50 for the main event, $5K for the high roller. Streaming, coming at ya. Hopefully we'll have the whole gang there. Hey, Griffin.
4.5 around?
I know you said you were having trouble with ace-9. I've got one for you.
Okay.
For ace-9. It's the same nickname I'd use for you and the same nickname I used for this book idea. Asinine.
Oh, my God. That is good.
Tell your mom. Just like the North American Poker Tour. Also, you know what's happening the
Oh,
next
you know what's
week?
good too?
What else?
It'd be
is
like
good?
Assassinine. Like the assassin, but it's the Assassinine.
So glad you stepped on the NAPT promo for that. That's totally worth it.
Speaking of the NAPT promo, I love the end when Helmuth says something to the effect of, "You're going to be fun to play with," and then it's a shot of me.
I can promise you that was not unintentional.
I think I'm going to have fun playing with you, my friend.
The fellow who puts those together knows exactly what he's doing. Griffin, have you played with Phil Hellmuth?
I have, yeah, I did. Probably about 9 years ago at the World Series at an event. Played a couple pots with him. It was quite an experience.
And how many times do you ask him to check his privilege?
I hadn't reached my final form with that one yet.
Okay, you still working on that one?
No, yeah, that was still being workshopped for my great debut in 2016.
Weigel v. Nishta going to the turn. 6 is still good. Lots of, well, there were more ways for Nishta to win, I guess. Same number of ways, one fewer chance to hit it. I have the honor of having been berated by Phil Hellmuth on television. And that is on YouTube.
Okay, I got a good name for 6s. Upside down 9s. Do you see it?
As long as 9s are upside down 6s, you can knock 2 out there. And no upside down 6 on the river for Nishta, which means these 6s will be good at showdown. And Nishta looks like he's going to try to avoid that showdown. Queen high bluff. 725,000 into 1.7 million.
I would never bluff this guy.
You would never bluff Walter from the Big Lebowski?
I mean, it's a real quality Obelix, isn't it?
Have you seen knockoff Obelixes before?
I'm sure they exist.
I actually have a store. So I really know when they're real.
GriffsOddities.com for all your odds and ends.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually called Griff's Gifts.
Griff's Gifts.
Griff's Gifts. Weigel does snap off the bluff. Almost a smile. Almost. Weigel going to take down a 3.2 million chip pot. That's going to put Mihai Nishta back down on the bottom. 18 big blinds for him. 18 big blinds for Ulatalo. Weigel up to 30 big blinds. And you can see how much everyone is bunched together below Simone Witziak, who's got 97 big blinds, and everyone else has 20 big blinds between them. 38 for Knight, 18 for Nishte. Nobody super comfortable. $38 minutes left on this level. And I would be shocked, I tell you, shocked, if we came back from that dinner break and didn't start seeing some eliminations. Mike Wilkla with a great Chat Pro Saturday question, who says, don't think it counts as a snap if you use a time bank. Of course, I wasn't referring to snapping off the bluff. I was only referring to how long the player took, so you're absolutely right. Great job, Chat Pro. Perfect use of Chat Pro Saturday.
Disciplined fold, I think, with the 3s here at the cutoff for Plante. Just not an envious hand to play on 30 big blinds when there's some bigger stacks. You can put pressure on you, and I think this ace-10 would have been heard from. And Nishta's just going to take those 18 blinds and put it in the middle. And some hesitation from Shaw, who has the kind of hand. We had a situation earlier, Nick, last level, where you were talking about how the sixes need to be a call because of all those deuces to fives you're going to be shoving from this spot. Your ace fives and ace fours too. And then, of course, all those hands you're flipping against, like an ace 10.
Yep. You got to call here.
You got to do it, man.
You just got to do it every time you're crushing too many of those hands. And you are technically in front of the ace 10 here, of course, specifically in this scenario.
I got 6. So we are flipping for Nishta's tournament life.
As 10 2 6. Il a As 10, il est à risque. Il est à risque avec As 10 à 2.
Like the El Camino versus the Appalachian Trail, one of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Je m'en fous qui gagne en vrai, parce que là, moi, ça me. La tête va durer plus longtemps, c'est tout.
It is the year of Romania. That's right, wave to the homeland.
Both players with their rail.
Nishta needs a hit.
The hand that you.
So far, no good.
The upside down 9 still ahead on the flop.
Nishta does have running hearts potentially working for him.
Running straights.
What if he had?
Ah, I didn't know. I didn't see.
Oh, you didn't see that?
Ah, no, I didn't.
9 would be interesting. A jack, a king, a heart.
Turn is a right side up 9.
Oh, wow. Huge spot for Shaw once more.
8 outs for Nishta. The final card is another 9. No pair for Nishta, 6s for Shaw, and we finally have reached our official 8-handed EPT Barcelona 2023 final table.
Just an incredible performance all the way around from Nishta. We've seen him on the feature tables for many days, playing very strong, very solid poker, and, you know, just ran out of a bit of luck there at the end. A big flip would have made him second in chips. You know, that's how much things will change with the flip of a coin. And a well-deserved applause here on day 6.
Nishta being congratulated by his rail. Out in 9th for 137,700 euros. Year of Romania. Year of Romania. And there you are. There's our official 8 players who have made the final table. Everyone now guaranteed an additional 42,000 euros. Next player eliminate gets 179,000 E's with a line through them. I guess all E's have a line through them. You know what I mean. Queen Jack suited for Andre Akari, who is laddered like Donkey Kong today.
It's more like a C with a line through it, isn't it?
It's like a C. Yeah, you're right. A C with a line through it. More accurate.
And doesn't Donkey Kong go down the ladder? Isn't it Mario who goes
like
up
like
it?
the game of Donkey Kong.
No, I know, but doesn't Donkey Kong throw
In the
barrels?
game Donkey Kong, there are ladders.
Yeah, okay. Oh, you were saying, oh, okay, yeah, all right. I was personifying Donkey Kong too much when you said the metaphor.
How do you think he gets to the top? Does he drop down from the heavens?
That's a good point. Maybe.
Domination situation. Carl Shaw having just eliminated Mihai Nishta. Is re-raising the Queen Jack suited.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily think it would be Shaw's intention to play. Oh, does just decide to play for stacks because of the big blind stack here, not giving Akari the opportunity to shove in, and going to be very difficult for Andre to find a hand to call with. It would really have to be ace, king, jacks plus. I don't think 10s even call here with the ICM implications. So good power poker there from old boy Shaw.
Yeah, Shaw got to be feeling a lot more confident now, having taken some pretty significant hits early days coming to this final table, the chip leader. Now 58 big blinds after that pot.
I will say, though, I mean, I don't know the guy personally, but he's been giving me boss energy.
Yeah.
The whole time, even when he lost the kind of pot that people just would be sick over. That river jack against the chip leader.
Yeah.
And then just to stay cool, like some sort of character out of a Guy Ritchie movie.
I mentioned it earlier.
Wait, stay cool like Guy Ritchie?
Huh? Nice. Okay, I deserved that.
I mentioned earlier, Griff, yeah, I do think he is pretty bossy, pretty serious, great table presence. The only time I saw that facade falter for even a moment was when he won that huge pot nines versus Queen Jack, having the absolute nuts, had to fade the paired board, and I think anybody would have been excited by that moment.
Sim, sim, imaginei. 9, 9, 10. Eu imaginei 9, 9, 10, 10. Sim, 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 de graça.
Actions folded around to Rubinho.
The equator.
With the equator. Folds. Shaw on the button. Now up to 58 bigs.
I know what this hand. I know what this hand is.
The Atlanta Olympics. Ace-8 for Knight. He's gonna just call. Actual chip leader, Simon Witziak. 10-8 suited in the big blind.
Yeah, I think this can very comfortably be played as a raise. Fold out those hands that are intending to
no raise.
Limp fold, but all the same, does play nice. Would hate to get, it's a hand that flops so well, you would hate to get sort of limp raised, so.
Man, this would be such a great flop for the equator.
Let's go.
Witziak taking a stab at this with the one club, the gut shot.
Yeah. Witzy attack.
Knight does call with the best of it for now, which is ace high. Jable on the turn. 8, 9, 10, Jack, Queen, straight for Witziak.
And with this straight, unblocking all the pairs, all the queens, you're going to expect that when your opponent has a pretty strong hand, it's more likely than usual. Of course, Knight with the ace-8, I think, will be able to comfortably find a fold facing a bet, but against a lot of Knight's range on this board, you would expect to see some continues, so you want to get paid. And there's why we see the 85% turn bet. You know, if Knight has something like King Queen, not going to fold here. Jack 10, probably not going to fold.
Equator,
not going to fold. You're getting it, Joe. Oh, there you are, Joe.
That's such a stretch. It's such a stretch.
The thing is, I know exactly what he's referencing, and it makes me so mad that I know it.
Me too. I know.
Because he's such a maroon.
Oh, there you are, Peter.
Excuse me, time bank. Oh, I believe you said 100 big blind. Okay.
With what hands?
Tip counts.
Do you really want me to answer this question?
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, wasn't a bluff.
Maybe a 10, a jack. Sorry, a 10 or a...
Yeah, no, it wasn't a bluff.
No, it was not a bluff.
That's okay.
I like the way the word bluff sounds in a French accent.
Not nearly as good as
Second
second bow.
Not quite.
It's just the way you
Second bow.
makes it pretty clear that it wasn't a bluff. I don't know. Maybe?
But doesn't mean it's not possible to bluff this turn.
It's definitely possible.
Ulatalo with the Grafton.
I mean, if you bet 10-3 on the flop, I
Completely tied for bottom stack. 18 big blinds. Tied with Seiden Stricker.
What brand is his sweater?
Couldn't tell you. Lights out on the button with 8-3 of the same suit. Vitsiak, queen, Trey suited. No.
How much are you playing for?
8. The exact same as you, pal.
Yeah, don't talk to me.
3.3 behind.
We have them on having literally the exact same number of chips.
Ducks fly together. Ducks fly together.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's just doing it.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you know.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We get the idea. It doesn't have to be pretty.
You know what's cool about this, Griff? You can get tons of better hands to fold by doing this. 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s.
True. That's a positive way of looking at it. Instead of saying how many better hands there are out there.
No, you show one, you have to show.
No. Quack, quack.
You don't see? Okay.
You read.
You'll see it on TV, on Supernatural TV.
Supernational TV, that's right.
You'll see it on the information superhighway.
Yeah, aggressive action there from Sid and Stricker. Just saying, you know what?
If you show your rail, you have to show everyone's rail.
I don't. I didn't show him.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
But I could show.
I think it was less excitement.
I'm just making a joke.
Yeah.
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 The best kind that you have to explain after.
Griffin, you know what that's
yeah, it's kind of my whole shtick.
It's your wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Sometimes he'll explain it first. He'll just get right out in front of it.
Yeah.
He'll be like, you know how 9s look like upside down 6s? Well, that's...
Again.
Oh, wait.
That's more believable than the other time.
The red that I saw didn't look like a deuce.
No?
Like this?
No. But it was red. And
You will see later. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
could be a deuce.
And Arias on,
Didn't look
excuse me, Twitch asks, how are we doing, folks? We're not doing any, folks. This is the wrong website, if that's what you're looking for. Thank you for your question. Robin Ulatalo opening king, queen, offsuit.
Once you don't succeed, then raise into the chip leader's big blind button who has trouble folding 5 high.
This is 5 high, but it's suited for Vitsiak.
It also has a name, Studio 54. The glitzy and glamorous 5-4 of diamonds.
And Vitsiak is going to have a difficult time folding this hand. Is going to call in position. Seiden Stricker is going to fold 10-7 off. What do you say there, big blind? Andre Akari has Jack 3 of spades. And Andre is going to peel.
Oh, sorry.
3 ways to this flop.
Boom.
Ace-7 deuce, 2 diamonds, so quite a few draws for Vitsiak. Not much going on for anyone else. Ulatalo does have the best hand for now, despite having only the second most equity. Continues relatively small.
Thank you. Do you like this continue, Griff? I feel like you're just going to get called by the button a ton here, and you're just going to have very few moves on the turn.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times I think it's just going to be a one and done. You would hate to check this and have, you know, Witchick have been flatting something like Queen 10 of hearts and big blind folding their Jack 3 suited, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and also like the size he uses here as well, right? Doesn't have to get it right too
Just
often.
like,
Nice
let's
and
just
small.
see if this works.
Right.
And if the big blind calls, maybe I have some maneuverability if I can, you know, target the 7 on the turn or whatever. Yeah, but you're pretty much, you're looking at your chips is what you're doing.
Ulatalo firing into the inferno.
This surprises me, to be honest with you.
Another 600K being torched while drawing to no outs.
This is like a straight up target of like your pocket 8s.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, some of the smaller pairs.
You know, maybe you're prepared, if you're doing this, you're prepared to shove the rest on a brick river to try to fold out a low ace. Oof, this is just
not exactly a brick river. Ulatalo.
Robin, you don't need to be the hero. You're already a hero.
Not a ton of showdown value at this point after getting called twice.
I mean, he can get diamonds to fold. He can get 8s to fold. He could get pocket. Well, I was going to say pocket 5s. That's a set now.
Robin moves all in and gets this time snap call. Yes, snap called. And that's going to be the end of the last remaining former EPT champion. Took down London in 2013. You see he's a little bit sick right now. Still doing the right thing and congratulating his opponents in a strong show of sportsmanship. Hugs and handshakes all around. Robin Ulatalo, he went for it, but ran into the veritable nuts on that hand.
Yeah, guy's a legend, real class act. 8th place finish, 179,000 euros. I mean, this guy's a crusher and great run here in Barcelona.
And we are now down to 7 players, which means we're 1 elimination away from the end of the day.
You know, the thing about having a king-queen without the diamond there, too, is that you are unblocking those flush draws that your opponent's going to have. And you're thinking, well, if you unblock those, then king-queen high could be good. Well, if you check the river there, your opponent's just going to shove with that missed draw, and then you can't win with your king-queen high. So, you know, it just happened to run into the exact top, stone nut top of the range there. You know, is sometimes going to maybe fold out some weak aces,
some weak aces once in a while, maybe.
Every once in a while, and then all those diamond combos are going to be folding instead of shoving to your check. So important, I think, not to be results-oriented, but hard not to be when you're sitting at the rail with all your friends and you just went in with absolutely nothing. I know how much difficult this must be for Robin, but I think that he's a professional and he's going to be able to shake it off and expect to see him at many more EPTs to come.
Yeah, I can see a lot of merit to that line. I know it looks silly when you just run straight into it, but I think that here's an individual that really knows how to play poker well, and I have no doubt that that's going to be really, really decent over a bigger sample.
Also, the ace was the a diamond too, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you know, on the river, I mean, it's filling out the 4 to the straight, and your opponent shouldn't have ace-4 really, because he won't have ace-4 of diamonds. So hard to run into the top of the range, but just happen to have 5-4 suited. So sick.
Cutoff versus big blind. Witsiak still with all the chips.
Sorry, you check? Oh, okay.
Does have the best hand with jack high. Weigel defended with 10-9 off and doesn't have a whole lot to be excited about here, and that should be the end of this hand. Yup. Witsiak over 120 big blinds with 7 players remaining.
Feeling it now. If he wasn't already.
Seidenstricker, the shortest stack now that we've lost Ulatalo. And more or less neck and neck with Akari.
It's also kind of difficult for Witsiak to have a lot of aces on the button there, you know what I mean? Like, gonna be pretty weighted to diamonds, I think.
Yeah, Stozy in the chat says lots of 5-4 suited in the button range, though. Well, there's only 4 combinations of 5-4 suited.
Yeah,
so
and
that's
he's not always playing them. By the
yeah,
way.
exactly.
He's not always
and
playing 5-4 suited.
That's definitely not an insta play by any stretch of the imagination either. So. All right, on to the next one, guys. 7 remain.
Just have to lose one more player. If we don't in the next 17 minutes, we're going to take a 45-minute dinner break.
And honestly, one of the most important skills I think to have in tournament poker is to know how to wield a chip lead. And I'm telling you, like, having watched the EPT for so many years, more and more often the person that does get that big chip lead knows exactly how to do it. And this is a perfect example. You're seeing the big opens with these sort of wide ranges, you know, sweet little 3-bet, 4-bet spots, putting pressure on opponents. And Wicciak understands the assignment and is just delivering today.
No, there is no redraw. We keep the same seats.
Keep the same.
No more redraws. You're stuck.
I believe so. Not sure.
You are stuck. Now, you may be able to spread out a little bit after some players go broke, but that's about it.
And a small pause of consideration for the 3 new suited, but you gotta let other guys play.
Seidenstricker with King Jack in the hijack. Oh, can't play 8-7
So
suited on the
pretty.
button. I know. There goes Plante. Oh, a raise and take it? Or is chip leader gonna get mean? Nah.
Voila.
That ain't no chip leader.
You're right. You're right, it ain't the chip leader. Just 56 big blinds for Carl Shaw. Here's a comment I'm going to allow because it's Chat Pro Saturday. Yay, we have 2 proper commentators and a comedian. Good balance.
When is your next show, Griff?
I'm actually not performing for a while because I'm writing a book at the request of James Hardigan for a name for all combinations of hands. Workshopping some of them today.
You just make sure
Studio 54, the Equator.
Just promise you're not going to publish it before Flopping Mindsets with Joe Stapleton.
His name's Carl Shaw. He's our best operative.
Limp in with King Trey. Knight with a chance to take a free flop with 10-8.
We've sent him in blind to kill a knight.
King 7 Trey, top and bottom for Mr. Shaw. Griff, you sure you don't have a show this Tuesday in Ealing, London?
No,
You positive?
I decided to give up my spot to a struggling comedian who needs it.
You sure that it's not at 7:30 p.m. at the Lodge Tavern in Ealing?
Wait a minute, Joe, don't you have a show there?
Oh, wait, that's me. Oh, my goodness, I'm so sorry.
Wait, where was it? 550. Where was it?
Oh, you mean the Lodge Tavern?
Yeah.
At 7:30 p.m.?
Yeah. So what day was that?
Tuesday.
Oh, man, that sounds like a great show.
September 5th.
Have to check that out.
Knight does pair on the turn, and that's going to make this bet very tempting.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, how do you not lose 550,000 here?
You just do, Joe.
You do.
You splash it in there.
You lose it, yes.
And, you know, you hope for an 8 and that your opponent doesn't have, like, kings up.
Luckily, no 8. Kings and sevens now for Shaw. Tens and sevens for Knight.
3 pair.
Shaw checks. Interesting. What
Yeah.
What a dream for Knight, who gets to check back.
Yeah. The counterfeit King 3. Could have gone for value for against a 10, but a lot of draws too that plays nice to just check call.
Save yourself a few bucks against a river at 7 as well. A few EPT bucks.
Still see EPT, the last EPT London champ, Ian Hamilton on the rail. Bright pink shirt. It's so weird. It's like almost like I mean, it stands out more than any other shirt.
It's almost neon.
It's like it's like in a movie where they want you to draw your attention to one person. The matching man says, "Oh no, who did I miss going out in 8th? That would be the 8th place finisher." Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. Tom, our super mod bust outs in chat now.
Shout out to Tom and the rest of the mods. Thank you for your hard work. Pompeu says regarding the last hand, Shaw thought he got counterfeited. No, he didn't. He didn't felt anyone. He won a small pot. Thank you for your comment.
And was in fact counterfeited anyway. Just still had the best hand.
Full.
Oh, wow. Oh, you love those.
That's respect.
You love those, man.
Monte takes it down with Jack Black.
The chip leader just gives up when you reach for your chips. That's the sort of thing that puts years back on your life.
T'as une réservation resto dans...
10 minutes left on the level. Well spotted, Santiago Plante.
It's going to be the next one.
I think 250.
150.
That's good, yes.
Then we're going to have a 45-minute dinner break. Every time I click on these streams, the commentators are talking. They never seem to stop. It's kind of in the name. The silent taters? I don't know what you're looking for, pal.
Taters.
Why do you feel the need to pass comment on that, Joe? It just seems like... Oh, your comment. That's right. Okay, sorry. I see. I never put 2 and 2 together. I always just thought it was, you know, something that we did.
Yeah, oh, Brazil's in the house.
Okay, so I carry this side and your side is...
Where have they been? It's Brazilian tradition. The more inconsequential the pot, the louder they cheer.
So far, right?
During the double up, silence.
We are all over the world.
Yeah, apparently.
Andre picks up the big blind, and it's singing time.
You missed an opportunity there, Griff. I thought you were going to count down to the chant again.
Oh yeah.
That was a good one.
No, Pie Face, they are right. We are always talking.
It's true.
I've actually become a bit insecure about it now that he said that, so I'm going to be quiet for a little while.
I'm all in.
And the big stack bully maneuvers have come out in force.
Wojciech with the queenie.
quinine, how about, Griff? It's an actual element.
Quinine is?
I mean, it's not one of the on the periodic table elements, but it's what they make tonic water out of.
The periodic table?
All right, let's just focus on the poker here for a second.
Just making things up.
Andre ditches the ace-5.
Yeah, you gotta.
Survive this long.
Yeah, power poker there from Simon Wojciech. And I think that Andre probably is well aware of the fact he could have had the best hand there. Just too many big blinds to gamble with at this stage, especially not being the shortest.
C'est mon jeu aussi un petit peu.
No, but you're
At the
always
moment.
what I mean,
Yeah, I'm not saying.
you always want that fold. There is not a single hand you want that call.
Yeah.
Quinine is a medication used to treat malaria and babes-ziosis. Who would want to be cured of
But I have
babes-ziosis?
big equity, I think. Otherwise, you will have.
When shot directly, always wants a fold and always happy with fold.
The Banhammer, 8-6 into the muck.
It's an alkaloid, a naturally occurring chemical compound.
Isn't it like when you get like banned from somewhere, you get 86? Is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
Nice. Not bad, right?
Got an 86 to stake today. We got none.
Or we could also call it the IOU one.
Oh, boy. 6 minutes left on the level.
6-8 IOU one.
Oh, Griff. What was it called, Joe? Babes-ziosis?
Mm-hmm. It's probably something really awful.
Got a real bad case of
Probably something that kills babies. We shouldn't make a joke about it.
taking you to dinneritis. Doctor tells me it's critical.
Jack 9 versus ace 5. Ooh, this is fun. Top pair versus a 9-high flush draw.
Nothing interesting.
You want to see me wiggle, wiggle.
Ben on YouTube says, babes-ziosis is a very debilitating disease where babes cannot get enough of you. Some men just don't know the debilitating effects of this. I really like the first half of that. I should have read the whole thing first, though.
Oh, jeez.
There's our chip leader. Nearly 26 million chips, looking like he's totally cool. Everything's fine. This is every day. It's all good.
Yeah, 25.5 million, 127 bigs, just monstrous.
Looking like Carl Urban.
He's got just shy of the same number of chips as second, third, fourth, and fifth combined.
And if anyone doesn't think he looks like Carl Urban, then you can be Carl your band.
Pretty good.
Claps on that one.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that was solid.
Keenan on Chat Pro Saturday, letting everyone know that final table is officially 6. I remind you, that is a Chat Pro Saturday comment. So, you're right.
Nailed it.
Excuse me. Teletobi asks, new here, do they all start tomorrow with the chip amounts from today or all equal amounts? If somehow they end up with all equal amounts at the end of the day today, yes.
Plante trying to figure out what to do with the fork. The fork. Queen.
Can you imagine if that happens now?
One can only hope. King 7 tray, pair of 7s for Wojciech. No clubs. Why the commentator is focused in the stupid comments in the chat and not just in his own stupid comments? That is a great question. That is a great question. Guys, why don't we focus in our own stupid comments for a while?
said by Gus F., also known as the Chicken Man.
How about some F's in chat for Gus, who is banned? 2.5 minutes left on the level. Will it be one more hand, or will it be two more hands? We're about to find out. No spoilers.
I'm taking one. Nick? I'll take the over or the under.
Scott Harris, I love this question. Do you have to be wealthy in the first place to make it to this point professionally? Are there any rags to riches stories in pro poker? Yeah, all the time.
And riches to rags stories, too. But we
also true.
True.
Those are less
Now, it is
to talk
pretty
about.
difficult to go from complete newcomer to winning a tournament like this. You got to be pretty good, but you don't necessarily have to play high stakes to be good at poker. There's so many resources out there now that you can learn and study. And I think now more than ever, like, look, there's no substitute for actual practice playing for actual money. However, I think now more than ever, it is possible that you could be a really great theoretical poker player without playing for very high stakes.
Yeah.
PokerStars.learn.
It also helps if your name is Moneymaker. That seems to be a big contributing factor to Rags to Riches story. Of course, the famous Chris Moneymaker being one of those famous ones.
Yeah, if your last name is Rags to Riches, I think you should take a shot.
It's about the only thing left at this point.
This is a real Rags to Riches story.
Interesting
Oh,
that
yeah, what
Weigel
happened? Nothing.
has limped the button here with
Yes,
King Queen
so
suited.
this is very intentional from Weigel. Really wants to make sure he realizes some equity with this hand. You would hate to raise and have Shaw just like shove for your 26 effective, and then you have to fold for ICM. You know, you keep weaker queens and kings in there, weaker diamonds. Of course, had Weigel just opened, we would have seen folds from both these players, but this is a fine way to play it. I like it. I dig it. I feel like King Queen of Diamonds should be called like royalty, you know? Because it's like the sparkly kind of, you know, but I guess they're all royalty. But just diamonds in particular, it's like, you know.
The glitterati.
The glitterati.
Because they're diamonds. And it's like the king and queen.
Shaw's fold coming just after the clock ticked down to 0, so there will be no more hands this level. Players are headed for a much deserved dinner break. And that's what the Brazilians are passionate about. Food.
They love their food.
And they love their Sagrada Familia. And this is our Familia right here, right now. So we get down to 6 players. Sidden, Stricker, and Akari, the players most at risk. Weigel, Planty, Knight, not much more comfortable. Shaw doing okay, but it's Witsiak, the chip leader. We're taking a 44-minute dinner break. Back from Barcelona after this.
The penultimate day of the EPT Barcelona 2023 main event is underway. Blinds are 40,000, 80,000 with an 80K big blind ante. This is hand number 1 of the day at the main feature table. Action starts with Andre Akari. He is under the gun.
8 big blinds. Has to post twice in the next hand.
Oh, wow.
And he has pocket queens, and he is all in.
The last representing Team Pro member. Hashtag Team Pro.
Oh, pocket 7s for chip leader Simon Witsiak.
It's a good job.
And he calls the all in.
So even with all those chips, you don't try to ISO at all?
Ooh!
What? I guess that's why.
Curtis Knight, the second biggest stack at the table, has pocket 10s.
Oh, man, what a weird spot.
Such a weird spot. I mean, okay, I know this is crazy.
can you just call and then hope that no one tries to squeeze the chip leader?
I honestly think that calling would not be the most ridiculous move. I think it really depends where the other short stacks are placed here, Joe, right? Because could this be a trap?
Well, this is going to be a re-raise. Knight is 3-betting with the 10s, making it 1.85 million. Let's see if anyone else wakes up with a hand. Looks like Mihai Nishte's folded. Mercia Fluter with Jack-10 of diamonds folds the button. Sidden Stricker folds the small blind. Plante folds the big. So back on Witsiak, who folds the 7s. Showdown. Andre Akari could get a triple up here.
Oh my goodness, this is a huge moment right out of the gates, you guys. First hand in day 6, Team Pro.
And yes, we did see the 10 of diamonds folded. Andre, a 9-1 favorite near enough to get the triple up.
Andre the Giant, let's do it, buddy. Been running real hot last couple days. Can he keep it going?
Doesn't need a miracle this time, just needs to fade one for Knight.
At risk, but way ahead.
It was the first.
9. First hand of the day.
Queens.
Oh, that was later. The 9.
The flop.
Oh yeah, I was there. I was there all day. Yeah.
Has a queen on it.
GG.
Looking good for Andre Akari. Looking real good now. Knight with just 2% equity. Running cards required. It's over on the turn. And Andre Akari has gone from 9 big blinds to just shy of 30 big blinds.
Vamos Brasil.
So want the button somewhere else?
Give me that button. I gotta be the big blind. I don't care about it.
Vamos Brasil. Primeira mão triplicada.
I don't give a fuck about the big blind.
Que começo. Bora.
I mean, guys, in one single hand, he's gone from our shortest stack up to about a middle of the field now. Right in the middle, he's got about average now. What a great way to start day 6 for Team Pro. Let's do it.
Don't exaggerate, Nick. Half average. Half average.
Half average.
Van Marcus.
Get in the van.
Raising with kings. Round to the button, and Side the Stricker's got jacks.
Ooh, baby.
So Marcus is the effective stack here, guys. 22 big blinds. I don't see how this doesn't just go all in right here, right now, pre-flop. This is a hijack open, so not particularly early. We are obviously a full table as well. So it's going to be 3-bet. It's going to probably be jam. And I think we're probably going to see this all in pre.
Three bet is to 650,000, and now we have aces. All we need now is for Andre to wake up with queens in the big blind. Actually, we don't, because I don't want to see Andre go broke here.
I'd prefer that not happen.
Commentator curse, not a thing here. Come on.
1 million.
If I woke up with aces here, I would be laughing so hard. I'd be like, wait, what? There was a raise and then a 3-bet, and I have 8. I'm all in.
Oh, man, what a cold deck from Marcus here.
Nick?
Yep.
Fold kings?
Never.
What if you were covered?
Never.
What if you were covered and the guy said that he had aces?
I'd be calling even faster. Okay, how about this, Joe?
Yeah.
What if
Yeah.
instead of the all-in coming from Plant, it came from Joe Stapleton? Yes, snap fold kings every single time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do get the shove from Marcus. Jacks, get out of the way.
And I believe I have 30 seconds.
You have 30 seconds.
Okay, so we're keeping it to one time bank when you're in this situation.
Ah, yes, of course, because Plante did leave himself 80k behind. We are on a pay jump right now.
I actually should have. I was thinking about doing.
You've just been told, no speech plays. Shut up.
If I called you, so now you still fold.
There's the call.
Right, okay, well, this looks like a great double-up spot for one-time chip leader Santiago Plante.
I got positive DVT running during this event, so I think I feel a black king is going to go.
I would hope it would be a black king.
Manifesting.
Otherwise, we're all in big trouble.
Manifesting.
If it's red, we're going to have to shut it down for a while.
What were you waiting for? Was there an all-in somewhere else?
I mean, we're directly on the 10K pay jump, so I would take the free 30 seconds just in case.
I like it.
We'd love to hear Plante explain high sticking.
Gonna run the board. The queen high flop. Now you wish Andre had woken up with queens.
And you do want to hit a black king, but probably the king of clubs if you were choosing.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
It's going to have to be a king on the river for Van Marcus. 2 cards for Santiago Plante to fade on the river. And that is going to be more than a double up for Santiago.
1, 2.
He's going to have 33 bigs now. We're coming back to the feature table. Hand in progress.
Oh boy, that's a lot of chips in the middle.
Yeah, we've gone to the river here, so let's recap the action. It was Plante who opened from the hijack, raised to 200,000 pre, got called by Nishte in the big blind. Nishte check called the flop for 140k, check called the turn for 415k, has checked the river, has the best hand still.
Not only has the best hand still, but rivered a very strong hand, especially on this board. There's not a lot to be afraid of with your trips. And with Plante betting flop and turn, Nishta really laying the groundwork here. What?
Gets shoved off, snap calls, and is going to get the double up.
Year of Romania.
Year of Romania, indeed.
We just referenced the fact that Santiago had that amazing boost and was back up to like nearly 40 bigs. Well, now he's down to 15 bigs. Meanwhile, Mihai Nishta playing 36 bigs.
Heck yeah.
So we've now got 3 short stacks on the main stage. Plante with 15 big blinds, Van Marcus with 12 bigs, and Mercia Fluter with 11 bigs. Queen 10 suited for Mercia Fluter, who's down to just 8 big blinds.
A lot of players to get through when you shove under the gun +1 with Queen 10.
Oh, including Curtis Knight in the small blind, who's picked up Ace-Jack.
Yep. Here's another spot, guys. It's only 8 bigs. Ace-Jack going to dominate a bunch of the ace combos that you ship here. Some of the...
Small 3-bet here? Small 3-bet so you don't give a crazy good price to the big blind?
Well, it's not a great price, though. It's still 8 bigs. The remaining player here being Nishte, who's sitting on about 30, so it's a big chunk of his stack. I think a flat's totally fine.
Flat's okay.
Cool. Yep, I think that's my line too. And then, you know, it's not a situation where Nishte is likely to start turning, you know, a hand into a bluff when there is a player at risk already. So you keep him pretty honest.
Mai bine venea dama direct. 10-le se face primăvară.
So Queen 10 at risk.
Well, there is a jack on the flop. Ace high was already ahead. But Fluter only has 1 live card now instead of 2. Needs to see a queen on the turn. Now needs to see a queen on the river. Or we lose the last remaining online qualifier. What a thing to happen in the year of Romania. Mircea Fluta KO'd in 16th place. Cashes for 63,250 euros. Obviously, a great return on his original investment of 27 euros. Sadly, though, probably not enough money to buy a McLaren.
The EPT Barcelona trophy and the McLaren will not be going back to the Fluter.
So we have finally lost a player today, and we're down to 15, and there is now a money jump, 73.5K for the next player out. Nishta announces all in and puts Obelix in the pot.
Love that.
And Van Marcus will have to fold the 9-3.
Year of Romania.
Year of Romania.
Years of Romania. French play will be soon will be.
Someone spilled their drink.
Too aggressive, Chippy.
I'm sorry.
So those gentlemen on the rail are Soiree and Robert, and they are friends of Mihai Nishta.
Sorry.
I guess that was a real soiree foul.
Oh, soiree foul. Let's make that a thing, chat. Yeah, I mean, Joe, if we keep seeing...
I better be first ballot in the Romanian Poker Hall of Fame, I'll tell you that much.
Berlin part 2.
If we can see a couple more cold decks like we've seen thus far, I think we'll definitely start getting through some players.
5 years from now, when I'm eligible, when I'm 40 years old and eligible to be in the Romanian Poker Hall of Fame, I better be first ballot.
Put it on Simon.
Sorry, Nick.
No, you're quite right. I back you and support you 100%, Joe, as always.
Rounds the blinds, Van Marcus in the small with ace-9. Only has 9 bigs.
And you punish him like a 3-arbit.
A penalty?
Yeah, he drop everything, put him out of the tournament. 1 hour. 1 hour.
How much is it, please?
All in.
Make him play blind.
And I heard Side Stricker ask for a count because he's woken up with 6s in the bag.
Side and flipper.
Blind, 2 orbits. It's the same anyway.
Yeah, it's a call every single time. It's a call every single time. Absolutely can never fold this. You don't love it. It doesn't feel good. The problem is, guys, Marcus is shoving deuces, 3s, 4s, and 5s, which you have massive equity against. He's going to shove ace deuce, ace 3, ace 4, ace 5, ace 6 as well.
Well, he's made the call, Nick, and we are off to the races.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too good. I know it doesn't feel fantastic, but it's too few chips, and you're dominating way too much for that reason. Blind v blind against that range. Big flip, big moment here in Barcelona, guys.
Yeah, Van Marcus needs to hit to survive.
Like croquettes versus paella.
Domnul de la Australia.
The flop is queen 10 deuce. 6 a holding. Aces and 9s live for Van Marcus.
Great start for the 6s. Can they go all the way?
Change.
Last chance for Marcus to hit.
4.
It's an 8 on the river. That's not enough. And Van Marcus is KO'd in 15th place. Cashes for 73,500 euros, got the money jump by making it to 15th place. And now we have 2 tables of 7, down to the final 14 in the EPT Barcelona main event.
Hey man, Van Marcus played really, really well. Let's not forget, this is the guy that got cooler in kings versus aces for chunks earlier in the day. Blind v blind there, gonna shove that hand every single time too. By no means a mistake. Great performance, great run. I think we've seen some really great poker from this individual, so mad props to Van Marcus. Fold around to the button. Plans here. Has an ace. 8 big blinds. I think we know where this is going, guys. Joe?
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't look like it's all going in.
The effective all in.
Money jump time. 14th place pays 73,500. 13th place pays 88,200. So yes, a virtual all-in from Santiago on the button. And Andre Akari in the small blind with king, queen off.
Am reținut, am băgat la cap.
All right.
Andre calling the 675K.
Yeah, still waiting to see what the big blind does here, but at this point, it's going to be all in on the flop no matter what, I imagine. There's only 2 big blinds behind Plant, and King Queen is just a little bit too good here. I think you're going to be ahead of that range a little bit too often. I mean, good luck, Team Pro. Would love to see Andre do it here as a fellow member of the team. Let's see what the flop has in store. It is ace high, but there is a queen.
Top pair for Plante and second pair for Andre, who has checked this flop. Oh no, he's bet 300,000. Sorry, enough to put Plante all in.
Yeah, he's got the lead. That's pretty much for all of it. This is actually a situation where Plant can probably negotiate his way into a couple extra time banks. Because
it's a decision.
He can argue that this is actually a decision.
Yeah, that's why it was on my table. I didn't
longer than the other circumstances where, you know, more of the chips had gone in pre-flop, but also there wasn't actually a change in information.
So here we go. Andre's going to be left with 19 bigs. If he doesn't improve, obviously, if Andre gets there, we will lose a player.
Yeah, absolutely. Still pretty decent sweat here for Plant. Player at risk.
Not needing to fade a king or a queen on the river. He does. So doubles up through Akari, who is now pretty much tied with Santiago at the bottom of the leaderboard at this particular table, around 20 bigs each.
And that's only for another 8 minutes.
Yes, the blinds will go up again very soon.
The sweatometer was running on this one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Starting to feel human.
Over to the secondary feature table. It's Daniel Oberkarov versus Carl Shaw.
Oh, this could get even bigger.
Oh, this is a monumental cooler for both players.
These are 2 massive stacks.
Yeah.
Oberkarov's got 7.5 million behind. Shaw's got 8.5 million behind.
Oh, wow.
And Oberkarov with the set is called Shaw's bet of 550,000.
Shaw's got to be out.
No, he's raised it.
Yeah.
He's check raised to 1.4 million.
I was going to say, it looked like more chips, but Shaw's got to be loving this action. He's got to play it slow, right? He's beating so many 2 pairs, just smashing so many 2 pairs.
I mean, what bad card for you is there?
I mean, at this stage, from these positions, 9s is probably one of the only sets you're going to be encountering here. And
Not
it
a
just
bad card for
gets
you.
better. Okay, so no paired board will mean Shaw continues to have the nuts here on the turn.
Like 4.85 million in the middle. The effective stack 6.1.
Check, 1.5 million.
Oberkarov having check raise flop checks the turn. Shaw has improved to Broadway.
Oh man, this has got to be a great spot to put in a bet for Shaw. Getting check raised from under the gun. Just going to be so many strong hands here that you're still getting value from. There's already 4.8 in the middle.
Oh! The double check raise, and this time it's all in. Snap called by Shaw, And if the board doesn't pair on the river,
wow.
This is so sick.
This is a seriously big moment.
we are going to see an elimination and a new chip leader in the EPT Barcelona main event.
Oh, the turn of a card here will change everything.
7 outs.
I'm not sure.
The case 9, a 10, a king, or an ace. The river card is a 4. We see an elimination, and we see Carl Shaw move to the top of the tournament leaderboard. He's going to have 18.6 million chips. Celebrates with Ian Hamilton, the winner of EPT London last year.
Guys, Shaw usually so composed. Even he felt the gravity of that situation in that river. Finding a brick on that river.
What a cooler for Daniyar Obakarov, who is out in 14th place, cashing for 73,500 euros.
Is that near chip lead now?
No, that's definitely chip lead.
That is the chip lead. We've got Witsiak on the main stage with 15.6. It's 18 point something now for Carl Shaw. King Jack of Diamonds for the player with just 11 bigs.
Under the gun. Full table, though. Full table of 9.
How much the blind is the next?
150.
Okay. So the blinds are going to be up the next hand.
That's the absolute shortest stack here. Do you see a shove here quite often, Sam?
I think it's pretty close between.
It's close, isn't it?
I would tend to raise.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't blame him for shoving.
Right. I mean, with that many players stacked behind you, even if you were to min raise here, if you see that much action behind you, you save yourself, you know, some chips and also give yourself the opportunity to find a ladder as the shortest stack.
I mean, you're only playing an incredibly tight range of hands from this position, so therefore you don't really need to split your range.
Yeah.
The weaker part of your range is protected by all the super strong hands you're gonna play. A little weird,
hello.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird with that asking and the time bank before the raise.
How much you have behind?
Yeah.
I have 1,600.
I actually wouldn't hate to see a flat here, Sam.
150.
How are you feeling about a flat in this position?
I don't think there's any flats, but you can do what you can do absolutely what you want.
Sure.
And that makes some sense with your hand against this guy, but I just don't think it's necessary. You just don't have a flatting range here, I would imagine, and you know, it depends what he thinks of Seidenstricker.
Sure.
The hood's up, but the mask hasn't gone on yet.
And this is sort of genuine tank of like, what's my sizing? What do I want to do with other parts of my range? Do I have a flatting range? Do I want to just call? Do I want to make it bigger and make it look weaker? Do I want to give him a chance, a really good price to see a flop?
It was a little bit stringy.
Very technical spot.
But I think we're going to allow it. 1.1 million is the 3-bet.
Wow, he's made it absolutely tiny. Oh, he did he half stack Seidenstricker?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so he can't. This is a very unfortunate situation. I thought he just min raised.
Essa mão faz joia, galera.
All in.
So all in and a call, and Seidenstricker at risk and way behind.
Tá difícil. É ouros, chama ouros.
No, in that instance, I wouldn't mind. Yeah, and the man looking for a diamond heist here.
Yes, looks like the Salvador Dali mask is going on. He's going full money heist.
Santoi har massa marker och kungar. Santoi, han har massa marker.
He's going full Salvador Dali.
He's going to need some paint.
Wow, we've got a street flash board.
Wow.
We have a post-flop flip on our hands. Seidenstricker now racing for his tournament life.
It's a big old brick.
träffa den eller?
Needs a diamond or a queen for the straight. It's the
Oh,
queen!
he's done it! He's done it!
He steals that pot. Money heist successful.
Look at that, the money heist indeed.
Det är 6 millar så den där spelar ingen roll för han, men 1,2.
I'm having fun now.
I can guarantee that.
Vamos, Brasil!
Vamos Brazil. So now we have Zhao Seidenstricker playing 24 bigs, Andre Akari playing roughly 20 bigs.
Power of Brazil right there.
Vamos, Brasil, ourinhos. Não bateu ouro, bateu a dama.
Mas começou ourinhos.
Amazing to see that emotion, how much it means to Seidenstricker.
Hey, Niste.
He's looking up, just, oh my.
And limps with the kings in the small blind. Shaw with the pocket nines. Strap in, everybody. Strap TF in.
Yeah, and Mihai limped here, expecting short to raise
Attack.
with a lot of junk, and short with a very strong holding in the form of pocket nines.
Niste doing a great job of looking stressed out by this raise.
Yes. Speaking of pageantry. But, I mean, there is some...
It's still stressful, I'm sure.
I mean, by the way, it's still a big question of whether to limp re-raise or just limp call.
Right.
Right, because what you were saying just then is that you're expecting him to do this with everything.
Yeah, I mean, if he's got 10-5 off, you want to probably just limp call and let him blast off.
He's probably the player with the widest range, right, as well. So
yeah, and so this time bank, by the way, it is a complex spot.
Great chat pro comment here from Jux JC, who says this is the end of Shaw, predicting it now. Somehow, despite having a 4-1 chip lead over Mihai Niste, Shaw will go broke on this hand. Is the chat pro prediction?
Going to pull out of his pocket another million and say, I'd actually like to wager 15 million with this hand.
he's going to put the car keys in the middle.
And
that was a re-raise from Niste. 1.65.
Yeah, Sam, how is this?
Shaw moves in. Snap call from Niste. Niste in an amazing spot to double up.
What a cold deck for Shaw. You're just always going to do this every time at this effective stack depth. There's just no way out when you're playing a good player like Niste.
Unfortunate for the chip leader.
Shaw
5 cards to come.
Runs into the buzzsaw.
Let's not forget the stars nuts for Shaw, though.
Yeah,
85% of the time, Niste is going to double through Shaw. The flop is ace, jack, jack.
Yeah, and lucky for Niste that he didn't limp call. See this board.
Turn
Probably
card
the money wouldn't have
is
gone
a
in.
6. Same shape as a 9. I got scared for a second. I'm not going to lie. And there's only 1 9 left in the deck. River card ain't the 9. Niste finds a miracle spot. The sort of thing you dream about.
Absolutely.
Doubles up to 8.5 million in chips. That leaves Shaw with 12 million. And Witsiak with 12.5 million. So Witsiak and Shaw now nearly even. Shaw technically second on the leaderboard now. Niste third.
So first hand back from the break. Action's been folded to Carl Short. Pocket nines.
Hope he's not too triggered seeing this hand after what it cost him last level on that huge all-in against Niste.
He's raised it to 400,000. King Jack for Simon Witsiak.
Yep, pocket nines cost him dearly.
Witsiak is a former football player. played professionally in the French leagues. He's also worked as an engineer. Now, trying to grind a living playing poker and is guaranteed a 6-figure score in this event.
Two chip leaders are both former professional sports players.
What did Carl Shaw do?
Isn't he the lacrosse one?
No, that's Curtis
that's
Knight.
Curtis Knight.
Look how James says, trying to carve out a living playing poker. He could win an entire lifetime's amount of money in this tournament on this final table.
I think you'll find that Carl Shaw spends most of his time taking out Dominic Toretto's family.
Or at least trying to.
Family. No, he takes them out, then they come back 3 movies later,
Yes.
inexplicably still alive.
Speaking of, did you see the most recent Fast movie?
I didn't, but I've heard the spoilers.
Can you believe it?
So these are our 2 biggest stacks, guys. Don't forget, these are our 2 chip leaders going at it in a 3-bet pot and 9s call.
And 9s are good on an 8-8-5 flop. Shaw calling the 3-bet.
This is going to be a pretty strong call a lot of the time from Shaw. You're not really getting stubborn with the likes of even as strong as ace-10 off here, chip leader on chip leader. I think you're just sort of like folding and worrying more about, you know, taking advantage of those other stacks that are more worried about ICM. So I think Vicek's going to be quite aware that this is a pretty strong range from Shaw. Sort of your ace-jack suited, sort of pocket 7s plus, maybe some suited king-queens. But any hands worse than that, it doesn't really feel that worth it to battle in a big pot with the other chip leader. But Vicek still wants to continue the story. I mean, you know, if Shaw is holding, let's just say ace-jack of spades, might just fold on this small bet. And you know what? Shaw is going to say, let's do it like this. Let's just raise you here and see how that makes you feel. Throw you in the blender.
So Griff, riddle me this though. I feel as though this raise under these circumstances is going to be a lot of stuff that looks a lot like pocket 9s.
Yeah.
And under those circumstances, if you're Vicek, how about you go, no, I don't think you understand. I do actually have kings, and you just pump it back in.
Yeah, I guess I would say that the inherent problem with that is that...
3 million 5.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's right.
Is that you have to have big old brass balls. And Vicek.
But wait, Griff, now riddle me this.
There's
if
more.
you did have kings or aces, why would you click it back and not just let him continue barreling?
Say. That's
so
what I was
what's the story?
The story is, this is 2 dudes trying to see who is the true table captain.
I am loving this chip swinging contest, and it's amazing news for players like Plante and Akari.
3.4.
But yeah, no.
Shaw so confident throughout this tournament, though.
No, 3.1.
No.
Oh.
That's not allowed.
Okay, a little bit of controversy here.
I see 3.5, 3.5.
Oh my God, he's so nervous. He was
Yeah.
like, no, I did say 3.5. Oh my God, this is so...
Oh, is that a huge tell, though, Griff?
I mean, Shaw's gonna have to kind of just like shove at this point.
Yeah, right.
Because there's just so much money out there that if you just don't believe it, you got to be a boss and just do it.
So ridiculous. So 3.4, it seems, is the size of the 3-bet.
And imagine you're wrong and Vicek just has aces and then you're just out in 9th. I mean, the pressure that this is, even though you just don't believe it. Oh my God, he calls.
He is calling. He is calling, and somehow we have got a 10.4 million chip pot with 2 cards still to come. The 2 biggest stacks of the table.
Oh, man. And imagine the turn is just a jack.
It's a queen. Shaw is now better than a 4-1 favorite, and at this point, does he shut this down?
Nobody else on the table has as much as what is in the pot right here. This is an incredible turn of events, and Vicek is waving the white flag, but Shaw's gonna you know, not want to give a free card at this point. Can have to imagine that if your opponent is bluffing here, that even if you bet, you know, 2.3 million here, that the air will just fold and not check shove, which would be the only aggressive action left. You don't want to really give that free card. Come on, 2.3. Because you could also be trapping with aces and stuff here, and that's going to really scare Vicek here. 2.3. 2.3.
Short checks it back.
And
it's
that's
his
why you
jack.
don't want to do it. That's why you can't do it that way. Oh, God.
Vicek hits his jack.
It is just
There's no justice in this game, Griff.
cruel game. And now does Shaw ever consider turning it into a bluff to bluff out a river jack? You know. Oh,
Yeah, that's a real shame for Shaw.
A huge pot for Simon Vicek that will see him move up over 18 million, more than 90 big blinds, and see Carl Shaw slip down the rankings. He is now 4th in chips with just shy of 35 big blinds. 5 for Robin Olotalo. Ace King for Mihai Nista. Obelix has been deployed. Chips go in the middle. It's a raise to 400,000.
Griffin, do you ever use card protectors? Do you have any knickknacks that you take with you when you play poker?
I have at times, you know, but nothing that really stayed consistent for a long period of time.
Andre Akari has 10s in the small blind, and he's all in. So we are going to have a race at this table.
Andre doing so well to ladder to this point. James mentioned already, 48 hours of just finding a way to remain in this tournament. Can you do it again?
Akari at risk, but is the marginal favorite with 5 cards to come.
Does Akari, the cat, have many lives left? Surely has used at least 3 or 4 of them over the course of this tournament.
The flop is 7-5-4 with 2 spades.
I'd say a wheel spade for a sweat seems reasonable. A 3 of spades would also give opportunities.
Turn card is the Queen of Diamonds. No additional outs. Only an ace or a king on the river will eliminate Andre Akari. River card is a 6. Andre Akari doubles up.
Andre Akari can dodge bullets, baby. He is doing a fantastic job laddering in this tournament. 29 big blinds now, James.
Andre is no longer the player at immediate risk. Jack 7 of clubs for Seidenstricker. Ace Jack for Andre Akari.
And I really like this from Akari. You want to be able to have some 3-bet folds in your range at this stack depth. And this is a pretty good candidate. Oh, but now Plante. 8 big blinds on top of the 3-bet. It's going to be a very awkward decision for Andre Akari.
We've seen so much of this all day today, guys. Lots of good plays being played. Lots of good opens followed by good 3-bets, but players waking up with monsters behind, and it's been quite the theme as we entered final 9. And sure enough, Queen's here. Going to be pumping it up here.
And yeah, this is also the problem, though, about 3-betting Sometimes your opponents behind are just going to have it. Oh, and then you see how quickly your first opponent folded. Like your 3-bet would have worked.
375 behind.
How much you have total? How much? What's the bet?
This is 2,375,000.
It is a virtual all-in. He's left himself less than a big blind behind.
Yeah, and Akari's going to be aware, you know, he's put in 6 big blinds here. It's effectively 8 more to call. I mean, the prices you're getting is pretty remarkable. You're going to be 30% a lot of the time against those queens and kings and ace king. Yeah, and there it is.
Okay, so we could be seeing Santiago double up here. Obviously, if Andre spikes an ace, we're down to 8 players.
Is it Andre's turn for a big ace river, Griff?
I mean, I would just like to see Andre Akari finally get lucky for once.
Me voy a quedar sordo si sale nada.
The flop is 9-9-3. Queen's still good.
No, ci sei tu presente in Brabant.
What are they calling for?
Oh, wow.
But it is the spade, James.
It is indeed. Spade or a queen on the river. Santiago survives. It's a spade.
Oh. Wow, what a run out.
Bien joué, Santiago.
Never easy.
Lâche. T'as perdu 100 all-in depuis les derniers jours.
Biggest spot of the young player's poker career. And that's the run out. Still in there.
Well, those were highlights from earlier. Now we're back to live action from the EPT Barcelona main event here on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. The penultimate day of this tournament, playing down to the final 6, returning from the dinner break with the final 7. Simple math dictates one more elimination and we are done for the day. 2 shortish stacks right now. The 2 Brazilian players, Andre Akari and João Seidenstricker, 18 big blinds each. But Ezekiel Weigel, Santiago Plante, Curtis Knight don't have much more than that. Carl Shaw's playing a sub-50 big blind stack. Simon Witziak, the start of day chip leader, has more than 100 bigs. A 2-to-1, better than 2-to-1 chip advantage over the guy who sits in second place on the leaderboard. It's James Hartigan alongside Maria Ho.
Hi there.
And Maria, a very interesting chip dynamic right now.
Very interesting, and ICM pressure, of course, at a high, and so these players, the ones on the short stack, but not altogether that short when we talk about 18 big, certainly enough playability, but they are going to be playing quite tight. And then a lot of these like bunched up stacks also really handcuffed. I mean, Carl Shaw is the only person that can really afford to mess around post a lot, but I mean, how much messing around is someone gonna do in this situation?
So the players returning from that extended break. 90 minutes on the clock. This is level 33, blinds 125,000, 250,000 with a 250K big blind ante. And here comes the chip leader doing what he's been doing, putting the pressure on these 20 big blind stacks, understanding the power he has right now because all of these guys want to just stay out of the way and hopefully ladder. He's opened with ace-5 off. Santiago Plante on the button with ace-tray of clubs. Well, that is not a call. That is a re-raise. A cheeky 3-bet to 1.35 million.
Yeah, this looks quite strong because you don't expect Plante to be messing around too much. But Plante obviously understands
First
that
of many.
Vitsiak is going to be opening
First of
quite
many.
wide given the situation with all the condensed stacks, so gets away with that one.
So he chips up 26 bigs. And it'll be Zhao Seidenstricker first to act on this next hand. During the dinner break, had a brief chat with Fabiano Kowalski, of course, was at the final table of this event last year, confirming that Zhao is part of Team Samba Poker. And of course, everyone in Brazil very excited about the prospect of Andre Akari being at the final table of this event for the second time in 6 years.
I was with Akari on day 2, and, you know, definitely a few times where he found the double, and throughout the last several days, just been managing to stay in there, and I think really masterfully playing a stack size that, you know, not a lot of players, they feel like they might be comfortable there, but it's not one where when the pressure is on, you're able to stay patient and pick good spots, but Akari's done just that.
Well, this is how you get the chip lead, ladies and gentlemen, at the final table of an EPT. Just keep flopping straights. And Andre Akari, with a pair and a backdoor flush draw, could lose some chips here. Fortunately, it goes check, check. However, well, I guess a good thing that he's picked up equity on the turn, but...
Yeah, Akari going to try to get to showdown. It's nice to have that additional equity, and certainly will be calling a bet here if Vitsiak decides to lead, which I think he will, because you just expect that Akari's not going to be betting this type of board once he checks back that flop. But, you know, I think Akari knows better than to get too crazy, even with this turned nut flush draw.
500,000 apiece going to the river. It's a heart.
Ooh.
Akari continues to run pure. I mean, that was a very good point made on Twitch, that we can't really talk about the good fortune of the chip leader when Andre Akari is in the same hand. A very good point, Nikki, because Andre's had his fair share of good luck today. And Vitsiak's betting into him for $1 million, and just double checking, yes, Andre has the nuts, so he has to raise here.
Yeah, and when it's just, you know, 3.6 total and $1 million to call, I think he's just going to put the rest in there and hope to get called in this spot where, you know, it's definitely a situation where you know Akari's not going to be going all in. Exactly, without a flush here. So I think Vitsiak could get away.
Vitsiak reluctantly folds, and Andre Akari wins a sizable pot and chips up to nearly 7 million. Andre now third in chips, albeit still a sub 30 big blind stack.
Vitsiak really didn't
take... Was it a good fold or bad fold? Every time you ask me a question, I answer. Okay, I will see if you lie to me. Sorry?
He's telling you the truth. You asked the last time, you tell the truth. Right?
Okay, yeah, okay.
Tell him the truth.
No point lying about something that's going to be revealed to the world in 30 minutes.
Well, unless you're Will Kassouf, right?
I mean, terrible river.
I'm not sure Will Kassouf is representative of most poker players. Let's welcome Joe Stapleton back into the mix.
It's okay.
Are we talking about Will Kassouf, the poker player, or Will Kassouf, the roulette player?
You think so? You said it.
The poker player, Joe.
Okay.
The poker player.
Can we also talk about how Joe's feelings don't mean anything? This guy was like, oh, I had a feeling you're going to do really well in the 10K. Guess what? I snap busted. Never tell me that again, Stapes. Don't appreciate you riding the broom on me.
I think that's the first time I've ever tried to weigh in. Oh, wait. I see chips moving in.
Yeah, well, this is the shortest stack at the table. Zhao Seidenstricker with the virtual all-in from the big blind gets a quick fold from Carl Shaw. Just telling Maria, Joe, that Fabiano Kowalski confirmed during the dinner break that Zhao is part of Team Samba Poker.
Yeah. We ran a little soundbite of Fabiano pre-dinner break in which he also confirmed.
That's when I was on dinner break, probably talking to Fabiano in real time. Those two things probably actually happened at exactly the same moment.
The time lords might have to prune.
Raise.
How much you have around?
Andre with Montana Banana.
6.
When you're quite deep, then you might see players, of course, defending all of the suited combos, but some of the weaker ones you can let go, you know, when the chips really matter and, you know, you don't really have a hand that has a lot of value outside of flopping the flush. You know, certainly a 9x or a deuce x here isn't really going to make one feel too comfortable. But Akari defends.
$350,000. The continuation bet.
Seems like a small price to pay to draw to this gut shot.
Does he get there on the turn or on the river?
I think the turn. It's always coming 7.
Oh, hold on a second. That's not a call from Andre. He says check raised.
Yeah, I think he's trying to just take it down on the flop, but Plante not going to let this get through just yet with the nut flush draw. And sometimes, you know, players will check back, you know, the ace high flush draws here just because ace high does have some showdown on the flop and you want to try to realize your equity. But when you put in the bet, you can't fold to a raise.
One-time bank card played already.
You know, Zach from High School Musical in this guy's face, huh? What's his name?
Zac Efron.
Little Zach Efron there.
I'll allow it.
In this spot, Akari can certainly have a lot of two-pair combos. Could have straights, you know, and be fast playing here.
Oh, no!
Oh, my word.
Come on! Okay, so remember how you said my feelings don't count for... I was going to say my neck feeling is that I feel the 7 of diamonds on this turn, and I just didn't think there was any way that the 7 of diamonds was going to peel off.
Always coming 7, and in this case, the 7 of diamonds that gives Andre Akari the straight and gives Santiago Plante the nut flush.
Well, even a broken clock is right twice a day, Joe. And so because of that, you know, we will give you this one. But Akari knows that that's not a great card for him, even though he did make the straight. He knows that Plante chose to continue against a check raise, so certainly can have a lot of flush draws in that spot. Sometimes, perhaps even a hand like Jack-9 suited, gonna be in there opening under the gun +1, and that would be a higher straight.
I'm with Nicki Minaj on Twitch who says, give him another diamond on the river, please. So 3.2 million in the middle. This doesn't look like a very big bet.
How much?
675.
What is that? A fifth of the pot?
Yeah, very small bet. You know, setting up for the river sizing to come.
Okay. Andre has called the bet, and yes, a fourth diamond would help him enormously. Instead, it's the 8 of spades pairing the board.
Not as obvious a bad card, but still bad.
The good news is you know that, you know, on the turn, your opponent is going to have just the very strong value hands that are going to be willing to bet the turn, you know, on a 4 to a straight board with the flush out there, and then now the board pairing on the river, just around pot back here.
The it's after midnight in some places, right, James? Because I'm ready for Chat Pro Saturday to be over.
Oh, what a pity.
I mean, well, I'm going to read you the comment. You can tell me what you think. AKA No Way says, just a little correction. The nut flush at this point would be the 10-9 of diamonds.
Yeah, Chat Pro Saturday's over.
It's over. It's not. A straight flush is a different hand than a flush. The nut flush is an ace of diamonds with another diamond.
Right. We said the nut flush. We didn't say the nuts.
Correct.
AKA No Way. First time chat. Last time chat. You banned.
3 million.
Thank you for your comment.
We talked about how small Santiago went on the turn. He's gone big on the river, 3 million, leaving himself 1.43 behind. Can Andre Akari get away from this?
I think this is just a spot that is very under-bluffed, if ever really bluffed at all. When we talk about the continuing range here from Plante against a check raise on the flop and then willing to bet the turn and fire the river when the board pairs, I think you just have to give them so many flushes in this spot. You know, even some sets on the turn might just check back when the flush gets there and when a straight is possible as well. And so, granted, Plante could have boats. Of course, sets are going to continue on the flop. But really just going to be a lot of nutted hands, going to be a lot of suited hands opening here pre-flop. Obviously, all of the good suited hands, you know, the ace-x suited, the king-queen suited, king-jack suited, queen-jack suited, jack-10 suited. I just feel like
this is bad news for Andre too, that he can call and still be in the tournament if he's wrong.
I do feel like Andre is going to be able to find the fold. That's my feeling, Stapes. We'll see how that works out.
How much you have behind?
Andre calls. What is he hoping to see here?
I was just going to say, are there any value hands that he's beating?
No, I don't think there's...
There you go.
Yeah, I just don't
What a
think
laydown.
there are any value hands that he's beating there, and
That is such a tough fold. Come on, get up, stand up, everybody. How hard is that? Sorry, Maria, but that is full of straight there. You hit the gutter and you fold it.
Well,
Sorry, Maria.
Andre Akari may have saved himself some chips on the river, but he's still reverted to last place on the leaderboard. Andre Akari now playing 18 big blinds.
Did you want to continue that thought? Again, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to.
no, I think that it is definitely a hard fold to make, but also, again, just a spot where I think people are rarely bluffing. And Akari recognizes again that I don't think people are going to be taking off too often right now with this much money on the line, and you know, players still very aware of the ladders.
But I still have only one. I was talking about those chips.
Question from
Not the
YouTube.
first pot of many. No, it wasn't like targeted at you. It was like the first 500.
Is this commentator lady that Mexican Maria Howe or something?
No, no, I'm not that kind of guy. Not personal.
Maria spends a lot of time in Mexico.
I do. Cabo is like my second home.
Not my thing.
We've got Carl Shaw first to act. Second in chips at the table. He's folded. Curtis Knight has also passed. Round 2 chip leader Simon Witziak.
Let's go.
Raises to 500K.
Oh.
Well, you see the power of being the big stack and the ability to get really out of line with your opens. But definitely going to hear from Sidon Striker here.
5 million.
5 million.
The virtual all-in with pocket queens from Zhao Seidenstricker. And back around to Witziak, who quickly folds.
First of many ones.
That's
Now,
adorable.
I don't want to make any assumptions. I don't want to be preemptive. I don't want to jinx anyone. There is the prospect of having 2 Brazilians at the final table tomorrow, just as we had last year. They've already populated the rail this evening. Are we going to see scenes similar to last year if either or both of these players make it to the final 6?
My feeling, I've only been right once today, so a broken clock is right twice. My feeling is that yes, we will. And we're guaranteed to have, nearly guaranteed to have a Brazilian on the final day tomorrow.
That's true. And of course, Akari has a huge fan base, a lot of friends, a lot of colleagues on the PokerStars roster who may also decide they want to be on that rail. Then, of course, you've got Team Shaw.
Certainly going to be raising up this combo from the big blind against a limp, but the beauty of limping in with a hand like Queen Jack suited is that you are going to be able to call the raise and see a flop, and a hand that normally plays quite well against almost all hands, but in this case dominated.
I don't see how you get away from this pre-flop against the chip leader in this dynamic.
Oh, I was just about to start dancing.
That'd be like 8 million total. 9 to start, I think. Maybe yeah, a little less.
Ace high flop.
Now you can get away from it.
No hearts.
Yeah, Plante pretty disappointed with this flop, but is going to get away pretty cheaply. Shaw giving him a little bit of rope with that check, you know, just fairly dry board texture. Really want to allow your opponent to catch up. I think when your opponent limp calls the raise, you can put a lot of the middling cards in this range. So, you know, you're really hoping that perhaps maybe like a 9 or a 10 comes off on the turn, and, you know, a jack, those types of hands that would give them some connection. But now Shaw with the delayed C-bet.
Do they know who won the hand? Is this an English ditty I'm unaware of? I think at this point we can all just cough into the air.
I definitely need to.
I hope you have a plastic tube.
I was gonna say,
you
like,
can sleep in.
Is there some type of bubble I can enter into before joining the booth?
I don't think there's any hiding from it at this point.
I just don't want to travel sick. Like a 17-hour travel day when you're sick is a little brutal.
You ever have one of those when you think your ears are going to explode?
Oh, you told me about one of those for you.
Blind v blind, Carl Short in the small. Jack 10 off. Curtis Knight, by the way, who's in the big blind, is now the shortest stack.
Oh.
Yeah, he was pretty much level pegging with Akari, but of course he's now posted the big blind and the ante, so he's got 17 bigs behind.
Quite the dwell up here.
Yeah, Jack 10 certainly a very playable hand, and Shaw's just wondering, you know.
Wow,
yeah, does he want to put it all in?
Shoves on Knight.
Be a cool time to wake up with aces.
Oh, and he's called.
Oh.
Knight calls because he's got tens.
Close enough.
Jack 10.
Yeah, and there's just not going to be
I am.
Acho que tem que chamar o Vala.
a lot of hands that night can wake up there in the big blind and call it off for 17 bigs, but this is certainly one of them. What a great spot to be in.
I don't know who that is or what they're calling for.
I mean, if they call for a jack, then all the Brazilians let her up.
Oh, there is a jack on the flop. And only 110 left in the deck.
It might be good night.
No backdoor outs.
Oh, the bag on.
There you go, additional equity. Now goes from 3% to 5%.
Your one time is right now. It would be. No, would it?
One out, one time, one river.
The river card is an 8. That sees the elimination of Curtis Knight. He busts in 7th place, cashing for €232,700. We have our final 6. The final table is set. And yes, both Brazilians will be returning for day 7 of the EPT Barcelona main event.
Good night, sweet prince.
R9. R9? No, R9. Just
okay, just R9.
Curtis getting very unlucky on that hand. But still a huge score, his best ever live result.
Congrats, guys. Congratulations.
GG, GK.
Vamos, caralho! Vamos, caralho!
Oh, we've gone full money heist again.
Let's go.
Time to bag and tag, guys. You get to come back tomorrow to play for the trophy and the first prize of nearly $1.5 million. Euros even.
Congratulations, bro.
Emotionless.
Let's go.
Oh, wait.
Carl Shaw by winning that hand, by eliminating Curtis Knight, has actually narrowed the gap between himself and Simon Witziak. But this final table tomorrow is very much going to be a tale of the haves and the have-nots.
It's going to be a very interesting dynamic at play with this type of chip distribution that we see. But all of these players extremely capable.
This
is the point where you write a letter to your wife in case you don't come back tomorrow. Or husband.
Few people asking about tomorrow's final. Sunday, September 3rd, 1 p.m. Central European Summer Time is when you can watch the action.
I don't know where's my
Every single hand live, and expect scenes like this from the Brazilian rail. Andre Akari back at the final table of this event, 5th place finisher in 2017. Can he finish higher in this year's main event?
I've always said this, but Brazilians always welcome on my rail when I make a big final table. They always bring so much energy.
Even if they're
Love
not
to see
cheering
it.
for you?
I don't care.
What time
It's just the vibes.
You're gonna give me a night at the arts?
Need to be here 11 a.m.
at 12:30.
My cell phone. Where's my cell phone?
That's all I would care about.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
Reunite these guys with their phones. Give them their gadgets back.
The lucky picture. I need it.
They need a social post or two before.
Yeah, otherwise no one will believe them.
I just did one.
So the final table is set. 6 players will return tomorrow to play this out. Congratulations to our 6 finalists. Simon Witziak will have the commanding chip lead. Carl Shaw, close to 70 bigs now. Everyone else, 30 bigs and below, and Andre Akari still the shortest stack with just 18 bigs, but he made it, as did fellow countryman João Seidenstrecker. We've still got 65 minutes of this level to play, so the blinds will remain 125,000, 250,000. And plenty of prize money still up for grabs. Huge scores up for grabs. 300k they've all locked up. Nearly 400k for 5th. More than €500,000 for 4th. 664 grand for 3rd. The better part of $1 million for the runner-up. And nearly 1.5 million euros plus the trophy for the main event champion. Still a lot going on here in Barcelona. Check out updates and stories from the festival on the PokerStars blog, and make sure you are with us tomorrow for the final table. We followed this for the last 5 days. You don't want to miss the final day. Join us 1 p.m. Central European Summertime to see who takes down EPT Barcelona 2023. But for now, from Nick Walsh, Griffin Bencher, Maria Ho, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Barcelona. Thank you for watching.
We jump and